Às vezes mais direito daqui também. Trabalho com você aqui. É onda boa.
The World Surf League arrives in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil for stop number 8 on the championship tour, the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Saquarema comes alive with passion and rhythm, creating a coliseum of energy unmatched in professional surfing. The Brazilian Storm are charging up the leaderboard as Filipe Toledo, fresh off a win in El Salvador, attempts to add a 5th Rio title to his name.
Rio Pro champion, Filipe Toledo!
In the women's draw, veteran victories are turning up the heat on CT newcomers riding early season highs. Only 3 events remain in the race to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. The fight for the final 5 continues at the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona.
Bom dia and good morning as we see the warm-ups happening in the Red Bull Athlete Zone preparation for competition today. Leo Fioravanti, he's going to be coming up against Rio Waida in the elimination round. Jack Robinson, he's found his way into the elimination round as well. He'll be matched up against Seth Moniz. Connor O'Leary, he's here at dark in his preparation. Former champ out here, Jordy Smith, he's going to be in the elimination round against Matthew McGilvery in an all-South African affair. We're going to start off this morning. Molly Picklam's got her jersey on. She's ready for her matchup up against Joanne DeFay. Joanne down the catwalk, getting ready to enter the water here at Itaúna, site of Championship Tour, stop number 8. This is the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona, flying over our scene today, and the swell has picked up. Hi, I'm Kaipo, along with Mitchell Salazar and Strider Wazalewski. I'm going to start with you, Mitch. We got, after nearly a week of lay days, looks like we're going to get things going.
Yeah, I mean, easily the biggest day we've seen in a week, and really stoked to see some waves out there, some scoring opportunities for a lot of these surfers. And we got some excellent matchups to start off this morning, Kaipo. Really looking forward to Molly and Joanne.
Yes, Strider, consequence today as we entered the elimination. We finished the elimination round for the women. We entered the elimination round for the men.
Yeah, it's time for people to check out. They're going to be checking out of their hotel rooms. You know, today it's going to happen. It was something that it's necessary, and it's going to be fun to watch, actually. A lot of drama.
Yeah, well, let's get to some specifics right now. We'll go to the Oakberry call with Rachel. She's with Tours and Competitions, Renato Hickel.
That's right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Renato. Tell us finally, what's the call for today?
Good morning, Raquel. Good morning, everyone. Finally, after 6 long days of waiting, the event is back on. We're starting now at 6:35 a.m. with those 2 heats of the women elimination round, followed by the 8 heats of men elimination round, men round of 16, and at the end of the day, the women quarterfinals. Huge schedule. These 2 heats at 30 minutes. We yet to decide the format for the next rounds. Maybe overlap if conditions allow. It's a building swell. It's really tricky out there. It will get bigger during the day. Great show. You can't miss it.
Yeah, it's going to be a long and fun day, so watch it.
It sure will. As we look forward, you know, we were anticipating this swell. For more on this swell and what we can look forward to, we're going to go to our surf line forecast. Strider, little bit of a south swell finally hitting here as our friends at surf line showing us here on the radar.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's going to build in through the day and you know, last through till tomorrow. But right now, it looks like a skate park out there. There's 2 different swells in the water. You've got, you know, a pretty solid south-southwest swell coming across, mixed in with another one. So, you know, we've got some offshore winds in the morning, and then it's going to come a little side shore, onshore in the afternoon, but it's going to be looking really fun all day. We're going to have ramps, I think. You know, you got those crossed-up swells, so you're going to have a peak coming into a peak, really reminding me of an actual skate park right now looking at it.
Yeah, and here's the long term for the next day. Bigger surf, Mitchell, for tomorrow.
And that's because of the wind this afternoon, Kaipa. We're going to have a strong onshore, which is going to lead to an increase in the swell. But you look at the face size, you're at least getting opportunities, things that we hadn't had the last 6 days of the event window. So really looking forward to today and potentially tomorrow being an excellent finals day to finish things off.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to go back-to-back to crown a champ here at Itona Beach. Preparations for the opening heat going on the way right now. Molly Picklum and Joanne Defay in the women's elimination round. Winner moves on to the quarterfinals. You can see the rankings there. Molly Picklum, she is above that final 5 cut line. Strata, she wants to stay there.
Oh, this is going to be so fun. You know, and Joanne Defay, she is just lethal on the backhand, and I feel like we're going to see some action from her come across these lefts that are hooking on the sandbar out there, because the swell kind of comes around out of that deep water and then hooks up onto the sandbar and just pushes down the beach. So it'll be fun. Those kind of grainy against the grain rights will be pretty fun, but I think some big down carves into the bowl. It's going to be good. We'll get to see this opening heat and watch the ladies kind of set the stage as to what's going to happen out there.
Yeah, looking at our competitors, Joanne Defay, Mitchell, she was last year's runner-up here. That was the second time she was a runner-up. She was also a runner-up in 2017 in Rio. So Joanne has had success out here. Molly Picklum, on the other hand, as a second-year sophomore surfer here on the championship tour, no success out here. But the one thing with Molly, she's made at least the quarterfinals all season long.
Yeah, that's an impressive stat, especially when you consider her age. She's still only 20 years old. At one point this season was leading the rankings, still right now number 4, looking to qualify for the Rio Pro WSL Finals. And I think when we talk about somebody that's been elite at the very start of their career, we've always seen something special with her surfing. She did compete in the Challengers here last year. Kaipo did not have a great result, but she actually clinched her spot to re-qualify for the CT at this very beach.
Yeah, really good point. Her rookie season was one of the surfers that did not make that mid-season cut, had to go through the Challenger Series, fought through the Challenger Series, and 2023, Strider, has been a much different year for Pickles, Molly Picklum. Great success. She won at Sunset.
Yeah, that you know, having a win under your belt at such a young stage in your career on tour, it's like, it's got to give you this massive sense of confidence, you know, coming across, knowing that you can do it. But it's funny when you watch her interviews, her post-heat interviews, and when you are around her in the competitors' area, when it's a competition day, she looks and sounds and feels like a veteran. She feels like she's, you know, there to win. She's got a game plan. She really reminds me of a world champion headset. You know, it's something that's there for her, for sure.
Yeah, you know, Molly's one of the new generation of women's professional surfing, just 20 years old. Next heat, we're also going to see a youngster just been shaking up the ranks in the way of Katie Simmers. So we have that whole new layer of young women coming up right now, Mitchell, shaking up the establishment.
It's really cool, and I think it pushes a lot of the veteran women out there to really excel and want to be better. And especially when it comes to competition, if you're Molly Picklum and you showed everybody that you're able to win at Sunset Beach during your first season of competing there, that is a huge win. That is not an easy wave to decipher. But right here at this moment, this is the biggest moment of her career so far. Strides number 4 in the ranks. This is a big, big moment for her going up against number 11, Joanne Defay.
A lot of happy fans on the beach already, but you know what you were just talking about, you know, it being a big, you know, kind of feat and step and you know, part of her career. I feel like, you know, quarterfinals, you know, all the way through the year, sitting at number 4, right? So she still needs to kind of get another finals or semifinals or final berth to really give her some solid ground to sit on to go into the final 5 at the end of the year, because this is like, you know, she's still right there on the edge. It's interesting to know that she's had such consistency but still be just on the edge of the final 5.
Well, Steph proved that you are able to win a world championship even being the number 5 seed too. So the whole point is just to get there. Ideally, you'd want to be, you know, number 2, number 1. More importantly, would be the best thing. That way everybody has to chase you and you don't have to chase anybody else. But I think just getting there would be a huge, huge feat in her sophomore year, Kaipo.
Yeah, taking a look at our leaderboard coming into Brazil, Carissa Moore in the yellow leaders jersey, Tyler Wright, Caroline Marks, and Molly, all still in competition, but Molly's got to make it through this elimination round. Same word for Tatiana Weston-Webb, who's right on the edge of that final 5. She's going to be coming up against Caitlin Simmerstrader. We can see that in the rankings, and that's going to be an important heat for both of those surfers. Yeah, massive. Stephanie out of the event, so that's going to open up a little bit of space for, you know, some jumps in the rankings. And Caitlin, you know, she wants in. She wants to be at lowers. Yep. And you know what? She will be just deadly if she gets into the final 5, because I feel like her surfing will suit that wave unbelievably. You know, the way that she technically can attack a wave and lowers really gives you the opportunity. It's a pretty nice drawn out line. You know what the wave's going to do, and I feel like when she has a platform like that, like we saw at the Surf Ranch, and how well she did there, because she had kind of a run, a skate run, so to speak, in front of her. That's the type of surfing I want to see out of her.
Only half an hour north from Oceanside too, so you'd basically be sleeping in your own bed at home all the time. Good event for her, especially, you know, if she can get there within a rookie year too, make some devastation happen. 2 surfers we can see flying up above, and a bit of cat and mouse to begin the day. Open priority between the 2 surfers. No one taking off yet. Note that has gone out to the surfers as far as the criteria for today. Oh, nearly a paddle there. Of course, big, very detailed criteria going on to the surfers today. Big, progressive, or innovative airs. Judges will take into account factors such as height, speed, angle of rotation, difficulty of grabs, and how critical the sections are. Other progressive, innovative maneuvers will be analyzed in a similar way. We got a takeoff here. First wave, Joanne DeFay. A couple of strong turns on the backhand. And the wave goes a little bit tapered on the inside. She's going to lean on those first 2 carves for the opening number in this matchup and to set the scale for the day, Mitchell. Well, and I'm glad just somebody got this out of the way too. They finally caught a wave after, you know, being out there and maybe playing with priority a bit too much. Good combo. I mean, I definitely don't think this will be a huge score, but it's a great way to start things off. And more importantly, you get an edge over your competitor too. With a lot of wind swell out there this morning, you got to be expecting that a lot of these waves won't have a lot of wall to them. So you got to capitalize on any opportunity you get, Strides. Yeah, I just, you know, I feel like all this ticky-tacky stuff in the beginning of a heat where they're posturing for priority, I feel like there's almost a waste of time. There is. And I feel like, you know, it'd be nice just to get out there, start your rhythm in a heat and kind of, you know, but nobody wants to back down. You see it on the men's side, you see it on the women's side. They want to establish the dominance in the beginning of the heat. Competitors. But like in the final in El Salvador, Filipe Toledo, he sat back and he let the heat happen, and he surfed into rhythm and he found a win. You know what I mean? So it was interesting to see the 2 different approaches. He didn't feel the need to do that immediately from the get-go. Right. All right, well, first number, 3.33 for the Faye. A jet ski assist is going to be in play today as we see the Red Bull jet ski. Surfers will be picked up on the inside. They'll be dropped off in the channel right there by the rock formation, and then they'll paddle back into the peak. So it's going to be a busy day for our Red Bull jet ski drivers. Mitchell. Well, there's been a huge and notable difference, obviously, in the way they're surfing this wave. The angles that they're going to have to take is a lot more different than we saw on first day of competition. But I still think the lefts will be the best ones. As you can see right there, they're still maintaining a line always down towards the southern part of the beach, towards Bahia. But I think as of right now, if you could get it right, that allows you a 2-turn combo, especially if you just need a backup score. You need to be paddling for that wave. Any scoring opportunity that it seems like it stand up out there, Strider, I think it's a wave you need to go on. Yeah, you know, looking at the conditions and watching, you know, the playing field as a whole, when you look at it from above and you look at it as a wide shot, you really get an understanding of how much territory you're dealing with. The athletes in the water can separate themselves from each other if they want by 200-300 yards and find a wave to themselves. There's, you know, the reality of what is on hand. If you see a closeout, go.
because that's your opportunity to get vertical, to find a section that's going to stand up and give you a scoring opportunity.
Hey guys, let's take a look at these two women have been matched up 3 times in the past. Let's take a look at their matchups with some WSL stats here. 1 win for Molly Picklum over Joanne Defay. That happened in the elimination round just in the last event at El Salvador. Joanne Defay disposed of Molly in competition 2 times in 2022, both in the round of 16 at Pipe and at Portugal.
Well, biggest and most impressive thing right there is the max heat score for Molly Picklum, 15.83. The max heat score for Joanne Defay, 13.2. But you look at the averages, they've been very close so far, and I think that experience has definitely been favorable for the French surfer Joanne Defay. But overall, I think momentum's with Molly right now, Kipes.
I agree. But the one X factor, and you talked about it, Strider, is the crossed-up peaks and the opportunity for airs, but it's not a straightforward lineup. So with that being said, I feel luck is going to come into play.
Yeah, it's a roll of the dice. The reality of Mother Nature today is she's rolling across, you know, so many different opportunities for you, and you really do have to. But there is some game plan. You know, watching the ocean right now, you can tell that just on, you know, I guess, you know, whatever. Watching it over to the side of the event site where there's waves combining, you see a good little runner, and I've seen it multiple times watching this morning. So watching the waves and finding a good place to sit in the water, there is a game plan to be had. Also watching the waves is former Championship Tour surfer Jesse Mendez, part of our broadcast team. Jesse, what do you got for us?
I'm just standing here at the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and as you can see, you have Jaddy on my left, you have Kayo on my right, sitting a little bit further down. I was just talking to Adriano this morning. He's coaching Leo Fioravanti, and I was just asking him what's the strategy for today. And because we have such a low period swell right now, the wave's a little broken, so he said it's gonna be very important for the athlete just to try and identify big sections and big closeouts, because that's gonna put the score on a better scale for them. So yeah, just a little chat with the champ, and he knows his wave better than anyone. So yeah, it was good to get a little insight.
Thank you so much, Jesse Mendez, as we see Joanne Defay's mom eyeing up the water. Joanne with the lead with a 3.33. Only 1 wave being ridden so far, and we're down to 20 minutes. So 20-minute heat now for Molly Picklum on the comeback, Mitchell.
Yeah, and luckily for her, there's nothing better than a 3.33 in Joanne's scoreline. But as Jesse was touching on, with some nervous faces out there for the moms of the daughters on the water, I think a big word of the day for me today, Kaipo, is activity.
Yeah.
Be active out there. I don't think the use of priority will be that important until the last 5 minutes.
And with this jet ski assist on the Red Bull jet skis, you have kind of no excuse for not to be active out there. You're going to get deposited right back out, and it's going to be a quick turnaround on the inside. So interesting to see what all the surfers feel out this first heat in the morning. Molly Picklum, we asked the fans coming into this heat who they think is going to win this matchup. 60% picked Molly.
I understand that, but Joanne Defay has been a top 5 surfer in the world for the last, what, 3 to 4 years, and she's been one of the few people that have actually qualified for the Rip Curl WSL Finals in consecutive seasons, Kipes.
Here she goes. Finds a right this time. Opened up with a 3.33. Series of cutbacks here, and that wave tapers off, not offering that big closeout section, Strider, that Jesse was talking about. That scoring opportunity, I agree with Jesse, is going to come on something that gives you a chance for an exclamation mark.
Yeah, but she does get in a nice carve right there and follows up with a little bit of a, you know, whitewater slam off the little turn there. It's not a huge score, but she's staying active, which I like. And you know, you said it. You need to really kind of start swinging. You got to get in rhythm with the ocean, and when there's short period swell like this, it's just one of those things where you got to keep looking for it. But you know, really identifies a section, gets on the rail, carves it back, turns the shoulders, technique tight. Good surfing from Joanne Defay.
You've also been resting for 6 days, Kaipo. Yeah. So, you know, there shouldn't be any excuse. You got the ski assist now. You've been resting for almost a week. And more importantly, you've had the chance to surf on way smaller waves with the same kind of equipment. So if there's more push out there in the water, you should be feeling a lot better of what you're capable of doing in a competitive jersey. Don't overthink things. Just go out there and simplify things. Compete. Top 2 waves will get you through. And that's all you need to do in a 30-minute heat.
Sounds so easy.
It does. It's way easier said than done from up here, but I can just tell you from having surfed last night, low tide strider, there is a significant difference in the amount of energy out there in the water. But the higher tide like we're going to have right now this morning, there's a good amount of strength out there in the ocean. And on a low tide, you don't want to be in one of those heats that is just wave start this afternoon.
I do think we're going to see waves continue to rise through the day like the Surfline forecast told us. I feel like we're going to have opportunities, and I think, you know, finding those waves that can go peak to peak, you know, we can take off on one and then kind of combine into the next one.
There's our tides right now, starting off this morning with a low tide of a 0.6. It's going to push 3 feet up into a midday high tide, and then the tide will be receding throughout the rest of the day. The coefficient on the high and low tide, less than when we started this waiting period, but there still will be 3 feet of water change out there, and we'll see how that affects the bank, Mitchell.
Yeah, it definitely should help with the higher tide around noon this beautiful day that we have out there. I don't think that a lot of people were definitely expecting it to be this different in a size compared to yesterday. I mean, you looked at the banks the last 2 days, it was barely breaking. And especially with the higher tide out here, there was maybe 1 or 2 contestable waves in a 30-minute span. As of right now, I've seen multiple waves that could easily be opportunities, but positioning is so important, and that's why activity is even more important than that, because you're creating opportunities to find these angles to catch these different waves, Kaipo.
Yeah, this is true. Paying off some scores right now. Second wave for Joanne Defay. There's just that series of cutbacks. A 2.83 combined with her 3.33, 6.16. That's the number that Molly Picklum needs to turn the heat. She can do it in one wave. We're at the 15-minute mark. All of a sudden, a 15-minute heat for Molly Picklum, Strider.
Yeah, and Pickle's dropping a pretty sick frontside air rotation on social media. I kind of ran around the different loops within our world, and it was fun to watch. And I feel like, you know, she's got the opportunity and the skill to really go above the lip line, which is something fun to see her dropping on her social media.
Well, 15 minutes and 30 seconds. Clock ticking down for Molly Picklum. We'll see if Molly can make it back. She needs a 6.16 to turn the heat. We'll see what happens when we return to more action here from the Rio Pro.
Here at the 8th stop of WSL Rising Tides here in Saquarema in Brazil. We got an amazing turnout today. Tons of little girls came and showed up.
I'm Marina Werneck. I used to be a competitive surfer, and now I'm an ambassador for women surfing in Brazil. To have these special events that inspire them to be together with other girls and feel confident and strong. And when they see like Carissa and Tati talking how they start surfing, that's one thing that really motivates them.
Within the last 5 to 10 years, it's been a huge wave of women coming up in the sport of surfing in Brazil, and for me, just to see that is telltale that it's going to continue to evolve, especially now that it's an Olympic sport. Obviously, I would love to have other female representatives of Brazil on tour. I think that's what we're all looking forward to one day, and I'm sure it's not far away. There's going to be many, many Brazilian girls on tour, and I can't wait to watch.
Yeah, Tatiana Weston-Webb and Marina hosting 25 of the best up-and-coming girls from the new generation of the Brazilian Storm. That was the Saquarema edition of Rising Tides. As we come back to the opening heat of the day, elimination round, heat number 3, Joanne Defay up against Molly Picklum. While we were away in break, this is what happened with Molly Picklum. Mitchell, this is a 4.5.
A much bigger wave too. Kaipo, great opening carve right there, brings it all the way around. And fortunately for her, this wave just shoulders off, but gets a strong opening carve, and for that specific reason, gets the best score of the heat. But look at the way she just lays it on rail. I mean, you're talking about a 4.5 that on most days, you know, that would easily be something that you combo it up with and get an excellent score. But as of right now, you got to take what you get out there.
She waited, you know, nearly half the heat for that opening ride, Strider, but a 4.5, that's a great start. Pickles now just needs a 1.66 to take the lead off of Joanne Defay.
Yeah, I think the difference on the scoreline there was just the wave size. There was a lot more meat on that bunch. Big, nice carve on that, you know, using the power of what she got offered up. So it was fun to watch. A little Sunset memory.
Yeah. That rail game came into effect over there at Sunset. 26, you can see on the back of Molly Picklum's jersey. Funny story, one of the reasons she picked 26 is because her coach, Glenn Michael Hall, when he was on tour, his jersey number was a 25. So Molly wanted to be one better.
Well, it's cool to see that they still work together, being from the same area too, of Boca Beach, and you know, being from that area, they've produced a lot of great surfers over the last few years. Adrian Buck and Matt Wilkinson, who was at a time also leading the rankings just like Molly was. And I think we have a very special, talented surfer out there right now in the red jersey. One of the prodigal surfers that I've seen come out of Australia in the last few years, guys.
Yeah. And, you know, to the lead up to this heat, right at the beginning, we stated the stat that Molly's made it through this round, made it to the quarterfinals minimum all year long. So will she continue that streak? We have 10.5 minutes to find out, Strider.
Yep. I like the story of picking one better. It just looks into the competitive mindset of Molly, and you know, she is so game time when it's time to compete. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but I really love the mindset that she has and how focused and competitive and just driven she is to win. You can see it and feel it. And then when she brought home the win at Sunset, you got, okay, there it is. It was an affirmation, and now, you know, she's gonna. Well, hopefully we'll see her on the Final 5.
Well, really impressive thing about her and Sakura, where they were both on the Challenger Series in 21, qualified last year. They both fell off. Then they requalified in the back end of the year on the Challengers again, Kaipo. Yeah. And Molly was able to win consecutive events back-to-back, too. So, huge win for her. It elevated her confidence. At one point this season, she was #1 in the rankings. But this is a crucial heat for her if she wants to keep her hopes alive to qualify for lower trestles. One thing I will point out, big difference between number 4 and 5 in the ranks right now. 7,000 points, the difference for both Tatiana Weston-Webb and Stephanie Gilmore, who's already out of the event.
Yeah, so you're going to see, really, there's going to be that rush, that sprint to get above that cut line into the Final 5. Look at the beach right here. We got our reporter, Maida Pops, is out with a beach report. Maida.
Hello, Kaipo. So, look, the crowd is really growing here at the Itaúna Beach Saquarema, and everybody's so excited to watch Brazilians competing here. For sure, we're going to have a very, very exciting day.
Oh, yeah. It's just getting started with all the fans on the beach. Took a ride through town on my bike this morning, and people are already unloading, getting ready. Unloading on the back end here. Finding a gem. Molly Picklum, she's going to take the lead right now. Just needed a small score of a 1.66. She's going to get that and more with that effort on the backhand, Mitchell.
Some good stuff right there from Molly Picklum. And as we were talking about, activity is a very crucial part of a lot of these surfers' storyline today. And you can definitely see that she was looking for this wave on the inside. Great combination, lays it on rail with the carve, and then is able to find a section up towards the lip line, the first one we've seen so far today. So should easily be more than the requirement, Kipes.
Yeah, once again, Strider, take a look at from above.
Yeah, you can see where she took off on the wave. You see how far outside her competitor is? So these waves are standing up on the shallowest part of the sandbar. There's out the back, they're breaking really far out there, but that's just a combination of two swells hitting each other more than anything. And then on the waves that break on the inside have a wall, and that's the one you want. You want to find something that has that closeout section that you can attack that, corner and come down with a score. I mean, I feel like that'll be the highest score of the heat. It's going to give her a great position. Joanne's going to need 2 new waves. It's going to be tough for her to battle back with 7.5.
It's a good heat. Good heat to start things off. I don't think the scores really reflect how difficult it is to surf out there right now, Kipes, but there's a score. It's a decent one.
Yeah, sure is. A 5.83, and Joanne Defay will need a 7-point ride right now to turn the heat. So Joanne's still within reach. She has priority, needs a 7-point ride. Take a look at the score and the spread from our judges, Mitchell.
Yeah, so basically a 6 right here, and as of right now, it's 7 minutes to go. Joanne's needing a 7. I think that's attainable with 1 wave. I just don't know if I've seen that wave out there so far this morning in the last 24 minutes, though. That would be a very good wave to get a score near the excellent range. As you look at all the fans, it's not even 7 in the morning so far, and the beach is around, what, maybe 10,000 people already down there?
Order and progress is all over the beach on the Brazilian flag, isn't it there, Mitchell?
Ordem e progresso, yeah. Portuguese is getting a bit better every day.
You're firing it up. All right, 6 minutes, 20 seconds, and ample opportunity. Looks like we'll get some swells coming in right now. It's decision time for Joanne Defay. She's out there in the blue jersey. We just saw her paddle over that first wave. One of the bigger sets coming through here. She's out of position for that one.
That was a good wave. It's so hard to stay in position when the swell's increasing, when there's multiple swells out there in the water. And you see somebody who's been very successful the last few times who competed here, Kaipo, coming up.
Tatiana Weston-Webb, she's going to be up next against Katie Simmers. That's going to be a challenge, and we talked about it before. Number 5 and number 7 on the leaderboard, respectively, coming into this event and into this heat.
That's cool.
The fans, they build their own stuff down here. They put it, so it's amazing to watch.
Facendo historia, that's making history.
All right. Well, there is a lot of loyal and passionate fans here. They've waited 6 days. We've waited 6 days. Seems like things are pretty combustible at the moment right now, ready to kick off here. We're going to have a big day. So I feel that we're going to be running, pretty much we start at sunrise, and we're going to be running till probably sunset, Strider.
Yeah, and I feel like there's a lot of opportunity out in the water, so we could have an overlapping format come into play later. If that comes into play, we're going to have a lot of action. I really enjoy that format.
And a big paddle there from Joanne Defay, loses priority.
Priority error for Joanne Defay, and that's going to give a notable advantage in heat control over to Molly Picklum. Picklum with the lead, and now priority 4.5 minutes. As we see the jog down the beach with our security and water patrol with Tatiana Weston-Webb. Super popular here.
She is, and she had a great first round heat too. Was barely edged out. I thought she was actually very close to making the heat. Had, I believe, the highest wave score of that opening round heat. But as of right now, brand new clean slate, and you're going up against one of the higher seeds, number 7 in the ranks, Caitlin Simmers. Should be a fantastic one to start off our day. But right now, with 4 minutes to go, crucial moments out there for both Molly and Joanne.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to throw this one in the Yeti 110 cooler. I think it's over. I think Pickles is going to come away with a win on this thing.
Katie Simmers getting some advice from her coach, Tom Whitaker. Looking like, you know what? You love that about Katie, is that she's lighthearted, she doesn't have that. Some surfers will have the eye of the tiger, but Katie Simmers just all smiles, takes it easy and stuff, and doesn't really ignite until she hits the water.
You don't want to serve against her, I can tell you that. She's a fierce competitor. She charges too. I mean, dude, I've seen her compete at Huntington Beach when it's big out there. Kaipo, it's closing out, and she is just thriving. So I think these are really good conditions for her out there. She'll be a great matchup against Tati.
Well, let's take a look at our heat recap as no waves being ridden here. I take that back because Joanne Defay, no harm, no foul for JoJo. She's going to remain. Oh, wait a minute.
Yep, Molly paddled. Molly blocked her on that wave.
Okay. Thanks for picking that up, Mitchell. So Molly Picklum handing over priority. We'll take another look at this, okay? So Pickles takes a look. Picklum does do the paddle, then decides to pull out. That effort by Molly Picklum to paddle for that wave cost her priority.
Well, and a huge moment too, because Joanne had lost priority a few minutes ago when I thought the seas was almost done and dusted, and now she's still needing only the 7. It's still wide open out there, but she needs to be on the best wave in these next 2.5 minutes.
Definitely a big mistake right there.
Well, if you're going to block somebody, at least commit to trying to better your low score too.
Yeah.
But I just don't think the wave quality was good enough there. It was a good sell by Joanne.
There we go. 7-point ride is what Joanne Defay needs. She's got priority 2-minute drill for the surfer from Reunion Island at the moment. Really is going to need a gift from Itauna, though. We got some swelling, but it's really hard to tell because of all the short period swell right now, Mitchell.
I think a big moment for today is going to be looking at the rights as potential one-turn waves, and I could easily see a 7 off of a one-turn score. It would have to be a huge closeout section, though. I think the lefts are more of the scoring opportunity right now, and Joanne's backhand is probably one of the best in the business, too. But 90 seconds, I wouldn't be waiting this long. I'd be moving a bit more and searching for that wave myself.
Mom watching on, giving her the hope. I think that deep peak, too, on the inside, we kind of, over farther towards the rock and then kind of getting behind the two sections, so you have those two converging sections coming together is
when they meet each other.
You can actually find that score.
Couple waves right now. And the mix of swell confusing Joanne Defay.
Yep.
You can see the confusion in the zigzag paddle, Mitch.
That's the peak that Strider's talking about right there. That one that's deeper, it's a little bit further on the inside, but the thing is, it runs way better than the ones on the outside. The ones on the outside maybe give you one scoring opportunity, one section.
They taper off really fast.
Yeah, they shoulder. It's a good wave.
Under priority, Molly Picklum with a paddle, 35 seconds. It's go time for Defay.
Well, Molly's smart. She has nothing to lose on the inside and just adding more pressure. If she betters the 4 or 5, that's even better because she makes the requirement even higher for Joanne Defay. Seems like there might be a wave here, though, Kipes.
Pickles on the inside. Defay scratching into this one. Here she goes. Has to swing for a 7. Tapered wall. No opportunity. 10 seconds, and that will be the heat for Joanne Defay.
Great comeback win from Molly Picklum. Surfed a 15-minute heat. Kaipo was able to edge out more than 10 points. There's a big victory moving into the quarters yet again for Molly.
Patience paying off for Molly Picklum again into the quarterfinals. Joanne Defay eliminated from competition. We'll be back with more action. Final heat of the women's elimination round. Tatiana Weston-Webb versus Katie Simmers coming up.
The Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Vivo, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona, this is living. by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona, and by City of Saquarema, official host of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona.
Back at Itaúna Beach for the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Women's elimination, round number 4. Tatiana Weston-Webb versus Katie Simmers. Winner goes to the quarterfinals. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar and Strider Wazalewski. I wouldn't call this a grudge match, but I'm going to call it a grudge match, Mitchell, because we have the two surfers so close in the rankings. Really important heat for each.
Big moment in the career of Katie Simmers, and for Tatiana Weston-Webb, she's looking for her first career win here in her native soil, Brazil. She was up and riding early in this heat already. Great first carve right there for Tati. And just seems like this wave shouldered off. She was going to kick out, so decent start, but at least we're seeing somebody get into rhythm, Kaipo, and look for those scoring opportunities out there.
Yeah, 2.83 opener for Tatiana Weston-Webb, and priority to Katie Simmers at the moment. Second heat of the day, and Katie with priority and plenty of time on the clock.
So playlist for this morning, Kaipo?
Yeah, there's Australia Gold athlete shower, and Molly Picklum rinsing off after win over Joanne Defay. We'll see Pickles later today in the women's quarterfinals. We're planning on running that after the men's elimination round. We're going to get to that men's elimination round straight after this heat.
Metallica has to be in the playlist this morning. You gotta get riled up. You gotta find a way to motivate yourself. You know me, I like my house music too. I need to get into rhythm. I need to get motivated. Maybe a little bit of Tupac out there, some Nas. But I think in the end, it's going to come down to either Iron Maiden or Metallica for me. Revelations or the Four Horsemen. I need to get in the zone.
I like it. I like your call. I was, what was I listening to last night?
Music and coaches, right? The coaches got to get them, you know, give them that comfort zone. You give them a game plan so that the noise is gone out of their head. All they have to do is go out and follow a plan and surf. Today, I don't know if there's a plan.
Yeah, it's a little mixed up, but you know, the plan that we assessed earlier was just it's kind of staying busy out there. We do have jet ski assist at with the Red Bull jet skis, but counter to that, we had a very patient Molly Picklum in the first heat of the day, and the patience paid off for Molly. So maybe Katie Simmers will be playing the same hand.
She could potentially be doing it, but during the free surf, she's been very well versed with positioning here and working with Tom Whitaker. He's been a former finalist here in Brazil too. She's up and riding now, Kipes.
Fades on the takeoff. Nice hook on the backhand for the surfer from Oceanside, just 17 years old. Oh, and a fierce second turn. So Katie Simmers, it will have the advantage after that opening exchange.
Nice, fast, clean rails. I mean, finished with the bango. I like it. That was some really quick, just sensitive surfing right there. I like the feeling.
Well, and you called it, Kaipo. The fade is so important today with a lot of peaks out there, and especially with these waves shouldering off. The great carve straight into the lip line. That's a combination of major maneuvers, and that's something that the judges sent out to the surfers this morning. Find those critical sections out there. She was able to find too.
Yeah, judges were pretty quick putting the number in, a 6.5 for this effort from Katie Simmers, and as we suspected, early advantage on the opening exchange between the two surfers.
A big thing today too, manage and lower your expectations as well. Don't be thinking, oh, I'm gonna have 2 7s, 2 8s out there. If you get 12 points, you're having a great heat. 12 points to me, realistically today, would be a 16-point heat most other days, Kipes.
Yeah, let's check in. Oh, there we go, the score and the spread. Unanimous. Pretty consistent. I mean, hey, unanimous. That's when all the judges are on the same page right there. We didn't even have to throw out the high and the low to get that 6.5.
It's rare. You don't see that a lot nowadays, but it's great to see the consistency with the scoring and the evaluating there for Caitlin Simmers' opening ride.
Oh, let's check in with our first winner of the morning. Molly Picklum is with Rachel.
That's right, Molly. You've got great results the whole season, and now looking for having good results in Brazil too. What do you think is the biggest difficulty about surfing this wave?
Yeah, firstly, I mean, it's so good to be here in Brazil. It's amazing. The energy is always great here, and I've been getting up so early every single day because I'm first heat, and I think that's the tricky thing is you don't know what you're going to get out here. And today, this morning, we woke up and it was a different wave to what we've seen. It's a bit more jumbled, a bit trickier, but in saying that, there's definitely waves out there, and I just hope to find them and, yeah, look into the quarters. I'll have a bit more light. I was here super early. They made the call really early, so it was pretty dark. So now I've been out there, I get to see a little bit of what's going on, and I definitely want to adjust a few things.
Nice. And how much confidence do you have to build to run a heat against the last year's runner-up?
Yeah, I feel like to be even on this tour in any heat, if you want to win a single heat on this tour, you've got to have confidence in yourself and you have to back yourself because, you know, I feel like there's every single female here can be a world title contender. And, so I think in general, Joanne's amazing. You know, she's been doing it and she's been runner-up. And, I feel like it's a really good experience and she pushes me to make smart decisions out there.
Nice, and congratulations, you're into the quarters now. Back to you guys.
All right, yeah, Molly Picklum into the quarterfinals. We're going to reseed our surfers into those quarterfinals, and from those quarterfinals, we're going to go straight into our bracketed competition. Strider?
I just was going to comment on what Molly just said in her interview there. She was the first heat. It was dark when they made the call. You're going out basically blind into a situation and trying to figure out, you know, a game plan on the fly. So that would be the hardest heat of the day, that first heat, not knowing what's out there.
Doesn't sound like a very nice morning to me, honestly. I was never a big fan of being the first heat of the event or first heat of the morning, Kaipo. But in this case, there's a reason why she's #4 in the world coming into this event.
Yeah, and very consistent years. We look at Tatiana Weston-Webb from Princeville, Kauai, representing Brazil. And Tati with priority needs a 3.68. That's a deceiving score, however, because we have not yet have both waves checked in for either surfer.
Interesting. You can see the view there, how far apart the surfers are from each other and how big this playing field really is. I feel like Caitlin kind of moving inside a little bit more, kind of identifying like the wave that she had whitewater on the face. Did you see that? So that meant that it was inside of all the breaking waves more.
Tatiana Weston-Webb's coach, Ross Williams, with a watchful eye from the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Ross has been keeping the drills going, keeping the drills busy between his surfers on these 6 lay days that we've had so far, Mitchell.
And a pivotal part of both the career of, you know, Tati, John, and now that he's picked up Sakura, I also think that he's been imperative in the way she's competed so far this season. Kaipo starting off with a great Hawaiian leg at home, but as of right now, this moment for Tati, you could be thinking to yourself, okay, if I get on a roll here, going back to J-Bay where I won last season, this is a big moment for myself. And then going to Tahiti, one of the few goofy footers on the women's side, this is a big stretch of the last 3 events that we have on the Women's Championship Tour side that could easily be leading her to be the #2 or #3 seed heading to the lowers once again. Remember, she was runner-up in the world in 21.
Yeah, she was runner-up in the world 2021. Really was 1 turn away from a world title, Tatiana Weston-Webb, you know, so great point, Mitch.
Love to see her be top of the podium. I think she has what it takes. Overall, though, has she had the consistency this year and previous seasons to be #1 in the world at the end of the season? That I don't know. I think when it comes to the new format that we have, it allows her to be maybe a bit more selective with the way she can compete at lower trestles rather than at a specific location like it would be here, in Saquarema.
Yeah, you just need to make that final 5, and then that's when everything's set for surfing's biggest day, the Rip Curl WSL Finals. That's going to go September 8th through the 16th at lower trestles. The crowd continues to grow here on the beach. And you know the energy right now, Strider, is pointed towards Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Yeah, it's crazy when you go down the beach here and the roars from the crowd for the Brazilian surfers. You can feel it right through you. It must give each one of them a boost of energy. You know, and on the lay days, we've seen, I saw Italo out here with all the people, all the kids riding longboards, shortboards, doing shove-its. I mean, you know, kissing babies and signing, you know, autographs. It was pretty crazy the amount of energy that he has engaged in during these lay days.
Yeah, a ton of activations here at the contest site. We're flying over our contest site. You can see up on the right corner of your screen at the vendor village, where there's just a ton of activities happening. Even on the lay days, the crowds flock to it. It's basically, it's a city built on the beach here in Itaúna, Mitchell.
I don't know if I'm going to go on that zip line that Maida went on the other day. That looked a little intimidating.
What about there's a stationary wave over there?
I could do that. I could do that.
What about the rock climbing wall there, Mitchell?
I'm pretty tall, so I'm a little afraid of heights, but I don't think that one's that tall. The zip line's the one that got me. Like, that one looked like it was a bit too high.
There's an Oakberry acai stand over there for you. You can just go relax and chill out.
The last 3 days, I've probably had like 6, so I might need to stay away from them a little bit. Lay days, they'll get to you.
Yeah, well, staying focused on the lay days is key as we start the whole machine up today, and a big day, and it's going to be a challenging day, because check this out, 19 minutes remaining, and now a quiet time for the lineup, Strider.
Yeah, I'd say that the tide is starting to move again. I feel like there's, you know, we're supposed to see the swell increase through the day. It was generated by a storm down below us, and so, you know, that's going to bring up some activity, but when and where that hits the sandbar is the question. You got to be in the right place at the right time, and I feel like moving in onto those sandbars is the key today, because those bigger waves out the back aren't really offering up the crazy opportunity in sections. One of those waves that are kind of standing up on that inside sandbar.
18 minutes, 25 seconds, and just getting the news that the men's elimination round coming up next will be overlapping heats at 40 minutes. There'll be a small break at the end of this heat to get transition into that men's elimination round, but just hearing from tours and competitions that we will be going into that overlapping heat format for the men's. 20 minutes in a non-priority position in your heat, 20 minutes in a priority position in your heat. So we're going to burn through some heats, Mitchell.
I think today is a huge day for strategist surfers like us, Kanoe Igarashi. I think that Connor O'Leary should also have a great heat out there, knowing that these conditions are favorable for his style of surfing. Shorter, more compact waves. You can fit in 2 turns, especially on the backhand. But for people like Kanoa, who's a little bit further down in the rankings, that they want to elevate their game, today's a day. As we see Jadson Andre, he's got a big heat coming up.
Jadson Andre, he's going to start off that men's elimination round against current world #1, Griffin Colapinto. Andre in the Red Bull athlete zone getting the warm-up.
Flying in from Australia, where he got the call up when Slater bowed out of the event, and that's a big trip for him, you know, to get over here, to get to the event. But the energy that he would have felt just walking on the beach from all the fans would put him right out of jet lag and into competition mode.
He's been doing all kinds of stuff. Made it over to the football game there at the Maracanã, where Flamengo was victorious. He had the Flamengo jersey as well.
That was a huge game, too.
Yeah.
I think a big part of our staff went to that game.
And this they call Itaúna and Saquarema the Maracanã do Surf, the Maracanã of surfing, so the stadium of surfing.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely going to be like that later today. Give it a few hours, and there's going to be 50,000 people here on the beach. But how about the amount of separation between the 2 surfers out there in the water right now? Smart stuff from the youngster Simmers. She's just looking for the backup score. She would have forced Tati to need an 8 or a 9 now if she gets a 4. And this is some very intelligent stuff from a surfer that is so young in her competitive career, especially on the championship tour. I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, you know, as a competitor, when you're by yourself and you have priority, you're questioning each and every wave that comes because your other competitor is not really looking at them. So you're kind of, is this a good one? Is it? But you know, you can identify it. I guess the other side of that coin is, you know, having your competitor next to you would force you into waves as well. So I don't know if it's a by design situation in the lineup right now.
Knowing Tom Whitaker, it definitely is. It's the smart thing to do. Get a backup score once you have, you know, close to 11 points, move over, and then add some pressure to your competitor. But halfway through the heat, each surfer only has 1 wave, Kipes.
Well, it's perfect time for us to zoom in here as Tatiana Weston-Webb finds a left, gets a hook off the top. Comes unstuck, goes down on the float right there. Some difficult jumbled water for Tati. She's just going to lean on that single turn for her score. 3.68 takes her to the lead.
Well, it wasn't a bad turn. Halfway through the heat, it should be her best ride. Bigger section too, drops in. Great bottom turn, goes up into the lip. And then right here, it seemed like this wave had some reform down the line, and she went for the foam climb and just went a bit too strong for how soft the section was, Kaipo. So a small mistake there from Tati.
Well, as we're waiting for that score, we're going to pull away for a quick break. We'll be back with that score and the conclusion of women's elimination round here at the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona.
I wouldn't know just how many planes I catch in a year, how many hotels I stay in, but I'll always try to make sure I get lost in the little magic corners that each place has to offer.
Tatiana Weston-Webb with Corona Late A's. Catch the full episode on WorldSurfLeague.com. It's an early morning here at Itauna. Fans are excited. Women's elimination heat number 4. This happened during the break. This was Tatiana with a 2.33 on this effort. Previous wave, a 4.83 for Tatiana Weston-Webb. This happened here with Caitlin Simmers, Mitchell.
Yeah, a good backup score, Kipes, in the pocket snap, then smooth wrap after that. And she is just so good in those short sections. But as you saw right there, that wave hit deep water real quick. It's really the one sandbar on the outside that's really offering up the one good section. But as of right now, extends her lead, has 11 points out there.
Yeah, 4.5 for that backup wave. And Tatiana Weston-Webb with priority, searching for a 6.18 time on the clock, 11 minutes, 35 seconds. There's Tati. And the separation strategy you pointed out in this heat continues between Tatiana Weston-Webb and Caitlin Simmers as far as choosing different banks to serve here at Itauna.
Yeah, I feel like maybe, Ross and Tatiana identifying that, there are some good peaks up there on that section, right? Maybe she's sitting a little outside of them. I think maybe she came in a little bit. Maybe there'll be some more standing sections that she can attack. And Caitlin and her coach, Tommy Whitaker, just, off down the beach having a good time.
Looking at the past results at the Rio Pro for Tatiana Weston-Webb. She was a semifinalist last year, 2018, out here at Itauna. She was also a semifinalist, quarterfinals 2019. So pretty consistent here in her showings at Itauna, Mitchell.
Yeah, the last 3 times we've had the event have been good performances by her, but still eluding her is the one victory. At the moment, only needs a 6 to move up into the lead, and with just under 11 minutes to go, that's a good number that you want to have right now. The 6 is very attainable, and look at this right now, a good wave loading up for Katie.
Katie Simmers, oncoming section, slashes off the top there. We'll see if this wave gives her more, but that's all she's going to get. But a beautiful turn, committed turn, Strider.
Yeah, just looking for, we talked about it earlier, that closeout section, just something to give you the opportunity. Anything in a critical part of the wave is going to give you an elevated score. And that's exactly what she found right there. Finds this nugget. You can see this big lump in front of her, just absolutely cracks it. And so smooth, huh? silky smooth.
Some really cool variation with this one single turn too. You see where she just kind of brought her back arm down a little bit more, maybe add a little bit more spice. You can see it right here. See the way she just kind of brought that back arm down into the lip? That was pretty cool. Easily should have bettered the 4.5, I feel, Kipes.
Looking sharp on the rail is Katie Simmers on her Borscht Design surfboard as we see Jadson Baby Jaddy on his way out to his challenge against Griffin Colapinto. Came in at an injury replacement wildcard, big opportunity for the Tour veteran, Jadson Andre.
Dangerous competitor. I mean, he is just a ping pong ball, and he was surfing during the late days. I was watching him fly around out there in the crowd and just enjoying every little thing that moves. So he is excited. You know, he's coming out of his skin right now.
We got that last score for Katie Simmers, Mitchell, a 5.23, as you thought. She did extend her lead over Tatiana Weston-Webb. Weston-Webb now needing a near 7, a 6.9 to take that lead.
It's a real good score for just the one turn. You should be very excited after getting a score like that. You know, a mid-range score, anything like that will probably be getting you through a heat right now. And just under 9 minutes to go, Tati now needing close to a 7-point ride. Katie's father, Jesse, a few days ago, you know, told me, hey, it's like, I want to go surf these places that are uncrowded because we don't want to be around all of our fans. He says that Katie still gets a little anxious and maybe a little nervous after having, you know, to sign a lot of autographs, take a lot of photos. And I just had to tell him, like, hey, it's part of the job, and it's probably the most important part of the job. So she's just going to have to get used to it one way or the other, Kipes.
Yeah, Katie Simmers, just 17 years old, qualified for the championship tour. After a great run of the Challenger Series 2021, declined that, went back 2022, qualified again for the championship tour. Then she took the ticket to show up in 2023. Katie Simmers, a rookie, outstanding, already winning a championship tour event. That is, that's hot off the blocks there, Mitchell, to come in as a rookie and already win an event.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. And especially the way she did it in Portugal, too, with some pumping surf over there. This guy knows all about pump and surf, too, Kaipo, leading the rankings for a reason.
Yeah, he knows about Portugal wins as well. Griffin Colapinto. He likes to stay in yellow.
No better sound in the world than waxing up your board, getting ready for a surf.
Especially with the foo wax. Let's go. Look at the way he just brings it all the way to the nose, too. Not every person in the world can do that, Kaipo, and say that they need wax all the way up to the nose of the board.
Yeah, I wax all the way up to the nose just because it looks good, you know.
You never know where your cheater five.
You never know where you're going to do a hang five or somebody, cheater five and slip off. Yeah. 7 minutes. Tatiana Weston-Webb being very patient, but limited opportunity for the surfer representing Brazil so far. Needs that 6.9. You can see the broken up swell, the short period that we're experiencing today, a rising tide until the midday mark. Again, we're going to get into the men's elimination round after the conclusion of this heat. And at that point, we're expecting a lot more action because we're going to go into an overlapping format for that men's elimination round.
It's a good wave right here.
Katie Simmers finds the left, waits off the bottom, stabs off the top. And I don't know if she's going to get the completion on that in the judges' eyes, Mitchell.
Yeah, it's a little tough. And even still, would you be bettering the 5.23? Probably not, but it's a throwaway score. But the best thing about it is that you got Tati thinking about it. Okay, should I move a little bit further to the inside? It was a quality wave. I just think she stood up a bit too late and maybe a bit too down the line. But, you know, say she does complete it. Great bottom turn. Gets a little late to the lip, but in the end, is it going to better the 5? I highly doubt it.
If I'm Tatiana Weston-Webb, I am straight down the beach to that other peak. I mean, for her to hold this long on a peak that hasn't offered up what she needs, I'm kind of baffled, to be honest. I would have made the adjustment, paddled down the beach, and gotten something done.
But a combination of those two turns for Tati will get the score, you know. Needing a 7, you shouldn't be thinking, okay, it's a huge score. It's something that's attainable. And especially with the kind of conditions that we have right now, you need to be creating those opportunities. But that's what Katie's had so far, Kaipo. Yeah. She's been looking for them.
Down the beach, by herself, finding waves. I mean, your competitor is just stacking chips up against you on the table. It doesn't, you know, that's not what you want.
You've been playing some poker lately, haven't you?
Oh,
they deemed it incomplete, Kipes.
Yeah, 1.07, so Judges did not give her the credit for the completion on that, but the situation remains the same. Tatiana, we see her right here, the red jersey, needing a 7-point ride, basically a 6.9. Weston-Webb, ultra patient and just holding her ground, not moving off of that sandbank.
When we got here around 10 days ago, there was a huge swell. It was big out here. The lefts were firing. I was really stoked. We knew that the swell was going to decrease, but this might be a very unpopular opinion, but I think to be the best surfer in the world and the most consistent surfer in the world, you need to be very good at excelling at different kinds of conditions, especially within an event window too. You need to be adaptable, you need to be consistent, and you need to be able to compete in the best way within a 7-day window too, Kaipo. And I think so far, that's what we've been seeing from the first 2 heats of the morning. Yeah. Molly and Caitlin have been adapting to the conditions.
And we also talked a bit about, you know, the new generation, the next generation of women's professional surfers, and they're evident in Molly Picklum as well as Katie Simmers. Tatiana Weston-Webb, you know, a veteran at the young age of 27 years old, 7 years on the championship tour. A paddle from Katie Simmers.
It was interesting how big that wave looked on Caitlin Simmers when she took off on the last wave she had. That was well overhead. So the waves are kind of deceiving when you look at them on the screen. Then when you see the surfers take off, there's a lot of juice out there.
What are her stats today?
Caitlin Simmers is just 5'3". So
5'3", okay.
Yeah, there you go. Griffin Colapinto, number 99, likes yellow. Going to get his Red Bull jet ski ride out to start off his heat against Jadson Andre.
Can he keep that thing on his back? Ooh, this is he's being hunted right now by several surfers, Toledo being the closest. Scary thoughts.
Especially in this arena here, where Filipe Toledo has done a three-peat so far here at Saquarema, back to back to back.
People really love Griffin here, though. Every free surf that we've had out here at this lineup, people have been cheering him on. They've been like, oh my God, you're ripping so much. And they're really open-minded when it comes to having a champion from a different part of the world here. But Felipe's just looked very comfortable. We had the chance to free surf with him. What was it?
Yesterday. No,
yesterday,
2 days
the day
ago.
before. Yeah, it was free surf with him in the afternoon. And man, everybody was just so happy about him being out there in the lineup. And it was maybe 1.5 foot, and he was ripping.
Yeah. Toledo rolling deep right now. He's got a lot of entourage, got a lot of support. And so, defending champ, certainly the favorite, especially when you win three-peat at this event. 2 minutes remaining now. Eyes on Tatiana Weston-Webb, and she needs to get busy. She needs a wave. And Katie Simmers now getting to the peripheral as you see her nearing Tatiana Weston-Webb in the closing of this heat.
I like that. I feel like this is exactly what she needs to do. Come over, address some pressure to the situation, force her into maybe making a bad decision.
Ooh, Tati's going to have a few chances here, though. Seems like a couple left stacking up, Kipes.
Waves coming through here. Weston-Webb with priority. Set behind. She turns on the first one. Looks like she may be out of position for the second one. Bigger wave. Let's see. Caught inside here. Oh, that's going to grind down the clock for Tatiana Weston-Webb.
One more, maybe?
See where she is position-wise?
No.
Oh, and the opportunity just went unridden. Was there a score on that wave, Mitchell?
There could have been. I mean, we didn't see the whole angle of the face of the wave, but it seemed like it definitely had some scoring potential. And at least you're never having that doubt in your mind. Okay, what could have been? Should I have gone?
Well, that expression from Ross Williams, the coach, said it all, didn't it, Strider?
Oh, that was a shake of the head and just understanding and identifying the position was wrong. She looked at the first wave on the inside. She paddled in. She was out of position for the bigger wave that came through out the back. And by his gesture, that wave had the score on it.
Yeah, there is Katie's dad. All right. Well, we're down to 15 seconds. It looks like Katie Simmers destined for the quarterfinals, Mitchell.
Yeah, and if you're Tati, you can't be too hard on yourself. You're going into an event that you won last season at Jeffreys Bay, and you know how good you are in the barrel in Tahiti, too. So look at the positives. But for Caitlin Simmers, huge victory, number 7 in the rankings coming in. She's going to be moving up, Kaipo.
Moving up the rankings and moving into the quarterfinals. Caitlin Simmers with a decisive victory over Tatiana Weston-Webb. 2-wave total, 11.73 for the win.
I'd be kicking pebbles with Tatiana Weston-Webb. That is hard.
When we return, men's elimination round will be in the water. First up, Griffin Colapinto versus Jadson Andre.
The champion of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, Gabriel Medina. Ethan Ewing, he's joined his mother's name on the legendary Bell Staircase.
Joao Chianca is Rip Curl Pro Portugal champion.
Filipe Toledo takes out the Hurley Pro here at Sunset Beach.
Colapinto pulling in, big section. Absolutely blasted out.
So Final 5, world number 1, Griffin Colapinto in the water now at Itaúna Beach here in Saquarema for a huge event, the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. Thanks for being with us. We just finished up the women's elimination round. The men are in the lineup for their ER round. Joe Turpel with longtime competitor and a Triple Crown champ, Jesse Mendez. Jesse, first of all, good morning. We finally have some surf, and looks like we have a huge day in front of us.
I know, it's looking fun. Expecting a lot of fun heats on the way. We might have some overlapping as well, which that's exciting. So we're going to see a lot of surf.
A lot of wedges out there. Are you seeing the secret to success so far in the first 2 heats of the morning?
I think I even spoke with Adriano this morning a little bit. I think because it's a short period, you can kind of find a peak anywhere along the bank, but it'll be very interesting for you to identify waves that just provide you a big section. I think it's going to put an exclamation point in the wave.
Now an interesting heat as we kick off this round. Griffin Colapinto, world number 1, has one of the old Brazilian veterans of the game. Everyone loves Jadson Andre for a vibrant personality, but also his hyperactive energy that he brings to the water, capable of huge airs, and he's got a ton of experience when it comes to competing here at Saquarema.
Definitely way more experience than Griffin, and also he's kind of wearing that weight that I was talking to him, it was like, man, this is like my chance to help the boys out. So I want to take Griffin down. That's what he was saying. So interesting to see. He's pressure free because he's obviously off tour. He got a call, last minute call, because Kelly pulled out. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Griffin on the other side is going to put some fireworks. I saw him fired up, getting warmed up, so it's going to be exciting.
You love that spoiler role, and especially when you can do something for your country. That's always been around in pro surfing history. with different scenarios unfolding, sometimes a fellow countryman could get the job done on your behalf and create a world title moment. There's some special ones in history as we focus on Colapinto's run, really starting to get used to this yellow jersey. Now with 3 championship tour wins already, just like yourself, a Triple Crown champ. The man's really accomplished a lot, and he's still just 24.
I know, it's impressive. I've known Griffin forever now. Back we used to ride for the same sponsorship, and he was always had an X factor. Even though he had a beautiful style, beautiful approach, but that X factor was something that always caught my eyes on his surfing, and this is very important for today. We have just very peaky conditions, so if he can find a big ramp and just go to town, it'll be very exciting to watch.
There's something about surfers that can master a lineup very easily, and some surfers that can do it in crowded waves, and sometimes waves that are impossible to get reps in, like backdoor and pipeline, where Griffin's found a lot of success at that wave. But you could see how having that skill set to find space in what can be very daunting for most surfers and get great waves, sometimes the best of sessions, that might be that X factor that you're talking about as well.
Yes, totally. He's been putting a lot of time in Hawaii, and it's paying off for him. Him and his brother, actually, they might be the best 2 kids coming out that are not locals, and it's just so fun to watch because they really put themselves on the line. There's a lot of risk involved, but they still love to do it, so that's why they're pushing so hard.
Griffin Colapinto in a much different situation this year, being world #1. Remember, last year he was knocked out early in this event on a very close decision that didn't go his way. And then the story went where Kanoa took his spot, which felt like it was his at that point, with an amazing barrel ride for Kanoa. But for back-to-back seasons, Griffin kind of felt that spot in the Rip Curl WSL Final slip away. The year before it was in Mexico when it happened, and then last year in Tahiti. Much better start in the first half of the year. So Griffin, you know, with a shot to potentially clinch at this event if he goes definitely into the final series. He might be all right with a 3rd place here. A win would definitely see him clinch a spot at the lower trestles in September.
Yeah, and that shows how important this event is for him and for Filipe, obviously for everyone that is looking for that top 5 finish. But for him, he can clinch, so he's definitely looking. He's ready, he's intense. I saw him warming up, and it's probably the most focused I've seen him all year, so I'm excited to watch this heat and see how it rolls out.
So we're going to have the overlapping format here for the men's elimination round. So 40-minute heats as we see Griffin get started here on the right, feeling his way off the top. And oncoming section is Whitewater. Leans into it with a classic little cutty, and he'll kick off with a number on the board. So just a little warm-up wave for Griff. But the overlapping format, we've seen that used more often than not in the last couple of years. Back to Griffin's start.
Yeah, I think it was so special in that wave. Like, obviously it wasn't that much of a wave, but right there, how much flow he kept and how much speed he kept to finish it off with the spark. The wave literally split up, died out, and he was able to maintain the speed and go through those lumps very fluidly. So yeah, the board looks good in his foot.
40 minutes in the water in this type of format with overlapping. Any clear strategies, Jesse, that you would keep in mind for this round?
Obviously, if you're in the heat without priority, I would stay away from those guys because, as we mentioned before, it's a low period swell, and there's kind of waves everywhere. We do have a little bit of shallower bank towards the middle of the beach. It's a little bit less consistent there, but you can find some jams. And if you can get some room from the other guys with priority, I think it's going to be a good advantage because if something comes your way, you're by yourself and you have a chance to get a good score.
Renato Hickel sent out a message to all the competitors this morning on what the judges would be looking for. It also mentioned big, progressive, innovative airs that they'll be really looking at closely, looking at height, angle of rotation, the size of the section, like you've been talking about a lot throughout this event. As a competitor, Jesse, do you often see surfers actually read those notes in the morning, or do they kind of already have a pretty good idea of what the panel's looking for?
I think there's both ways. I think there are guys that are just focused on their game. I think mostly the coaches have a good look at it. I always remember and notice the coaches having a look at that message, but the surfers overall, they're going to put their best no matter what, and they're so good at just getting to the beach and analyzing and knowing what's best for their surfing. So yeah, I think both ways.
Both these guys have provided some big progressive maneuvers in their career. Sticking to the open face here, Jadson Andre gets a turn in before it goes flat.
Yeah, and that's the problem that we were speaking today with the short period intervals. The wave could disappear on you anytime, so that was kind of a bad call for Jaddy right there. That wave looked kind of shouldery, but easy to say sitting down here, much harder out there.
When you focus on air for air with these two guys, starting with Jadson Andre, that just signature frontside full rotation punt he brought to the table, gosh, over a decade ago, was so reliable that he could do it in so many heats and just force the judges to throw excellent numbers, maybe before they even wanted to. How would you break down that air that he brought to the surfing world when he was a rookie on tour?
It was impressive because it was at that time that there wasn't being many airs done in heats. There was, but not consistently as he would bring, and the way he would get so inverted in the air was very special. We used to call even a star air because it looks like you're just like a star floating. Like, it was very cool, and that's what he calls as well. And so yeah, different on the other aspect. Griffin has a lot of variety in the air. He's good in front side and back side, so he does have the edge on that one. But I think it's just really going to come down to wave selection today.
2010, Jadson was a rookie on tour and won an event in Santa Catarina. And he featured that star air, that crazy punt, so many times. Jaddy's got a left to run after here. Setting up that first turn, clean off the top with a carve. Setting up a big finish, 2 big turns for Jaddy. Cheering in Saquarema, but they're cheering in Natal City as well, way up north where he comes from. Clean, solid surfing, great timing. Didn't try to overdo any of those sections. Well done for the veteran.
Yes, and he was very smart about it. Like I mentioned just a minute ago, it's going to be about wave selection today, and he found a gem. See Griffin on the other hand.
Big ramp, a lot of liftoff. Colapinto still fighting for the finish. Oh my goodness, he came close to that one.
Oh my gosh, that was huge. I thought he actually fell, and all of a sudden he popped up in the middle of the foam. That was incredible.
That is something special about Colapinto. You can never look away. Look at the liftoff, Jesse.
Yeah, just so much progression and commitment right there. That was a big section. Unfortunately, when he landed, the front part of the board hit the foam earlier, so that kind of compressed his front foot, and he kind of lost balance. But here, Jadson on a jam. Just very smart surfing right there. Set up turn just to this big finish right here where all the score is going to come from. And this is a very good combination of 2 major maneuvers for today. This is a great score for Jaddy to start.
Well, solid for Jadson, knowing that he won that exchange with Griffin having the fall, but also warning signs if Colapinto gets a few more opportunities on a big ramp like that. Like you said, good both directions above the lip. That was a version of a backside punt, which typically feels a lot more difficult these days. You know, when you really focus on the big full rotation front side to backside, I think the only surfer that makes backside look easier is Italo Ferreira.
Yes, it's very impressive how good his body position stays on top of the board during the airs. I think Filipe kind of almost matches that, but Italo definitely has the edge, more consistent, and you can just see most surfers are amazing in backside airs. Not most, but a lot of them are. But the way Italo just puts himself on top of the board just looks perfect. That's why he lands so much.
Exciting times in the elimination round. Jadson Andre once again a wild card call up. Kelly Slater dealing with an illness after El Salvador gave Jadson the opportunity as the 2nd highest rated Brazilian on the Challenger Series to get the CT jersey back on. Remember, Jaddy started off the year at Pipeline, injured himself, tried to push through it, and now he's looking 100%. He was able to go to Indonesia for about a week before this event. So got a lot of great waves, and now a great number coming through for Jaddy. 7.0 and a 1.5 to have the lead over Griff. Colapinto had the 3.67 on his opening right, and then he'll have an incomplete score for the backhand punt. So the Brazilian up again, wave number 3 up and out.
Yeah, and you can see in that drone shot right there, you can see Jaddy towards more the middle of the beach, towards the right, and Griffin sitting a little bit deeper, as you see Griffin coming up.
Griffin now setting up another flyaway, up and down.
And Jaddy just identified he liked it, that shallower part of the bank a little more. There's more sand there. Usually it's more of a straight closeout, but because today we have such a peaky conditions, it gave him a very good wave to start. And right here, just kind of a flyaway. He really had to push. The wave was kind of dying it out, but just didn't give him the proper angle to exit the water, and just kind of, yeah, it didn't work for Griffin right there.
Degree of difficulty in your mind, Jesse, of trying an air where you could potentially just do a routine backhand snap versus an oncoming section that you're building speed and aiming for. What's the difference with difficulty there?
It's always going to depend on the section, obviously, but looking back, if you're going not into a closeout section, or if we see that last wave of Griffin, you have to go a little bit more of a vertical approach, because you have to bottom turn a little bit more because there's not an incoming section towards you. So that really makes it tough. It just puts yourself in a weird body position, and you really have to put your tail very high in order to kind of get the push back towards the beach and land on top of the wave, or actually on the transition of the wave. So yeah, in that situation right there was not easy for Griffin.
As we look at the scores, Jaddy with the 7. That was a big two-turn combination on the forehand. 3-6-7 for Griff was on the right, the first wave of the matchup. Jadson's got a bowly section, big snap, he goes straight down. A ton of commitment from the 33-year-old. But he's given us so much entertainment. Took a look to the right, decided to go for this move.
Yeah, went a little bit, caught a backwash right in the middle of the turn that he probably didn't expect so much, and he went over the handlebars. He just wasn't able to keep his board under his foot, and he shifted his weight a little bit too much forward, and yeah, just kind of lost the balance right there. Unfortunately for him, because he could have put maybe a decent score, a decent backup score. It looked like the wave died out a bit, but it was something else to apply more pressure in Griffin, and anything is important in those heats.
First place for white. Come to right of white, 7 and 1.5. Second place for yellow. Yellow to take the lead. You need a 4.84. Top two waves of yellow are 2.67 and 1.27. Time check, 28 minutes, 28 seconds remaining.
And just fucking those players.
Connor O'Leary taking on Ian Gentile up next. And we'll see those two paddle out in about 8 minutes with this overlapping format. We'll dive into that format once they hit the water. But Connor's been very consistent this year. You think of the 7 previous events we've had so far this season, 4 quarterfinal appearances, which has a number 10 in the world coming into stop number 8.
Yeah, very consistent year for Connor. Ian Gentile, on the other hand, just getting his best result, just found his magic board and really got in sync. And that's something always to take in consideration when you're coming your first year on tour. The conditions are so different than the QS or the Challenger Series that it takes you time to find your right boards, and he seems in sync right now.
Jadson taking off for a closeout opportunity. Big blow tail, and Jaddy still bouncing around to get the finish. He'll be incomplete, but another great effort.
Yeah, kind of same, similar situation of Griffin right there on that big air attempt he had. The problem here today, as you see, the foam is really dying it out after, and there's obviously a lot of backwash here in Saquarema. So when you get stuck on the foam and you're trying to get out of the foam, it always seems like there's someone pushing you back. It doesn't let you out, and that's what happened to Jadson on this wave and Griffin on that big air attempt he had. So yeah, it's not easy to get out of that foam.
And there seems like that's like a tradition in Saquarema with, you know, the notorious backwash, but also close decisions on complete or incomplete. There's been some very close and sometimes controversial calls over the years.
Yes, it's let's see, Griffin up and right in.
Little backhand connection there, good for one move. He had a 1.27 he might barely get rid of, but that'll still be a fairly small score for world number 1.
Yeah, as you see right here, in my opinion, I think Griffin really identified that Jetson has a big score. A 7-point ride today is not going to be easy to find, mostly in the duo heat. So in my opinion right there, he was probably looking to ramp it up. Saw closeout, saw a big section. Unfortunately, it didn't really give him enough time to generate speed, but I think it's smart of him. Like, that 7 is really a big gap for today's heats, and yeah, I think he really needs to push right now and try to match that with Jetson.
Ian Gentile, rookie season. He's been learning a lot quickly. Semi-final back in El Salvador. Oncoming section setting up for Griffin Colapinto. He'll redirect off it as he's trying to just find some major sections to work with. You know he's gonna release a big punt if he gets the opportunity. Last 2 waves didn't provide it. Jaddy throwing the fins out, doesn't reverse, pulls it around forward, and still that white water that dies, like Jesse was explaining, is not helping you ride towards the beach. That wave's not even breaking anymore.
Yeah, so why does that happen? Let's get back to that a little bit after. But as you see right here, he didn't have too much speed. He had to force that air, and then he got stuck. But the foam dies so quick because we have a very shallow bank. And Griffin up and riding right here on a replay. Just probably try to get the ball rolling right here. It's kind of a warm heat, even though Jaddy has a 7. He doesn't have a backup yet, so you never know what could happen. But back to what I was explaining, we have a very shallow sandbank going into deep water, as you see right there, Connor paddling up. So what that does, all the energy is just concentrated in that bank, and after it just dissipates and goes into deep water, so the wave just dies. So you really want to be ahead of the foam when that happens. If you're in it, it's most likely it's not going to help you out.
Tough situation there to ride out of big moves, but these guys are adapting on the fly. Still 24 minutes on the clock in this first heat of the elimination round, and Connor O'Leary and Ian Gentile will get started when we return from a quick break. The Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil. By Australian Gold, feeling gold. By TikTok, download the app. And by Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness. Big morning for pro surfing. The elimination round continues here at Saquarema. What a beautiful country town that's hosted the world's best for decades. Always provides some great energy on the beach and in the lineup as well. We just came off a week of lay days, and happy to get the contest running again. Joe Turpel with CT standout Jesse Mendez from multiple seasons battled in the title race. Jesse, last week, how did you hang out and enjoy your time waiting for this contest to start again?
Yeah, that was one of the longest, if not the longest, streak of lay days that I've ever seen it. And the waves are very, very small, which is very unusual for this time of the year. Mostly for Saquarema, we face straight south here, so it picks lots of swell. So I just try to keep myself motivated, get in the water. It was beautiful. Had a few little surfs, went down, went up north a little bit to Arraial do Cabo, which is our, I don't know, Maldives type of water. It's very pretty there. We had a good lunch, and yeah, just keep the body moving.
It seemed like a lot of these surfers were really excited about playing tourist a little bit, and there's a balance, isn't there? As an athlete, trying to stay focused, but also making sure that you're enjoying your time. Here's Colapinto on the windup, going off the top and going straight down, still chasing a 4.84 to get the lead off Jansen. And remember, big heat for the WSL Final 5. Griffin, you know, with a shot to clinch a spot at lower trestles for the Rip Curl WSL Finals, but he's got to be at least in the semifinals to maybe make that happen. A win would definitely see him there. But the elimination round haunted him last season at this event. Toledo, the undisputed king of Rio, with his domination, 3 straights in Saquarema, 4 total event wins when it comes to competing in his home country. Joao Chianca on his home turf, literally his local break. And you've got Ethan Ewing, Gabe Medina in that WSL Final 5 for the time being. So you kind of almost feel like Colapinto could sort of be a bit of an underdog when it comes to this event specifically and the success behind him on the rankings.
Yeah, I think for him, Joao and Ethan, they don't have a title under their belts, and then you have guys like Filipe, Italo, John, and Gabriel, which are all contenders to be up there, and you also expect for them to be up there. So he's definitely an underdog as far as maturity and just being used to that pressure. But that being said, he's such a confident surfer, and he's a showman as well. He loves to go big, and he usually pulls it off. So we see up and right in here, Ian Gentile.
Gentile, quick start in the overlapping format, and he's got a cool take on that little lean back hammer he's got. He'll lay back even further when he needs it. As we come off a full road attempt from Griffin, he slides out. But yeah, he could feature that real powerful stab in the lip as Jansen goes up and out. So once again, the priority heat, Jaddy and Griffin. Connor and Ian can be real smart when they don't have priority, just like Ian did, and get waves, get scores, build momentum early. And you can see when you count a lot of scores, you only throw 1 score away at the first half of the season, and 1 event result, I should say, away. Now every event result counts past mid-season cut. So even with Gentile finishing in the semifinals at El Salvador, he only moved up 1 spot on the rankings.
Yeah, that's crazy. Such a big achievement for Ian. Making it a semifinals is not easy, but definitely not transferring to his ranking so much as we speak. But it definitely, confidence-wise, it's going to help him a lot. And right here, just kind of a warm-up wave. Nice finish right there. Got some release. The wave didn't have enough punch back for him to really force it right there, but something to get on the board. 2.83, and I don't think that's going to count in the end, but yeah, warm-up wave.
More waves on the way. Priority with Jansen, 7 and a 1.5. As we see the chip in with the whitewater down the beach. O'Leary throws his first snap, end section, styles his way through the end section carve. I think Connor gets bigger every time I see him. Just big, strong, force to be reckoned with, isn't he, Jesse?
Definitely, and that shows in the surfing, as you see right here. Hard wave to time it, but that was special right there. See, that wave had so much wobble in the lip, but he was able to just place it in the right spot and kind of keep the momentum forward and made that turn look big.
So the non-priority heat finding some space here. Gentile finding a backhand opportunity. His first turn on the right, 2.83, so that'll go with that.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that big of a score. I don't think it's going to be a big score for Connor as well, but being on the under priority heat, you're just trying to kind of get something on the way, you know, put something on the board. But nice turn here. Second turn, very critical and vertical. Unfortunately, again, just the wave not providing enough pushback for him, but this was a beautiful carve, very hard to do backhand. Kind of a see Jaddy here.
Quick closeout hack there for Jansen Andre. Ton of experience at Saquarema. Remember, this used to be a big major qualifying series event, and he had 2 quarterfinal appearances and many other just experiences in this type of surf. So he knows how to adapt He understands how it's hard to ride out a major move, so a ton of experience, the most in the lineup now from Jadson Andre.
Yes, and I think that was smart from Jaddy just to get that one big turn, critical section, just apply a little bit more pressure in Griffin, because you can't leave the door open for too long with guys like this. Like, they're notorious for just turning heats over and you don't even see them. Like, so mostly with these conditions, there's waves everywhere, a lot of opportunity, and Jaddy applying a little bit more pressure is definitely going to weigh it down at Griffin.
Super active is Jadson Andre. He improves a touch on his lead, 3.57 on that last wave, his 8th wave ridden in the matchup. So Colapinto needs a 6.91 now with 15:45 to go. We mentioned the win he had in 2010. There was a heat he had with Luke Munro where he was throwing away 2 8s. He had about 4 8+ rides, and then the momentum just continued. Beat Michel Perez with excellent surfing, including that big frontside rotator. Then had a heat with Dane Reynolds in the semifinals. Had another big score, even a 9 in that heat against Dane. Dane had an 8 as well, and then beat Kelly in the finals. We look at Griffin. Snap off the top, late hit on the end section, still struggling to find some room.
Yeah, and that's just that short period, but I thought it was great for Griffin to maybe hold himself back a little bit and try to put a decent score on the board so he can get closer to Jaddy and Connor up and riding.
Connor, powerhouse from Cronulla, Australia. Big power hack with the drift and shuts it down. Well read wave for Connor O'Leary, and a great performance. That'll be the best number in this heat so far, but Ian's already answering. Snap, and then a 2-for-1, getting back to the lip for a float. Hanging in there, and he will get the completion.
Okay, that was interesting. As soon as you're expecting, oh, he's going to get a little bonus section right there.
Bonus reform, wraps it, rebounds off the water patrol. Snaps it on the inside, fades out. Well done for Gentile, finding a lot of energy on that last wave.
Yeah, props to those two surfers finding those waves under priority. That was incredible for them. And see right here, Ian Gentile, nice first setup turn right here. Very quick and just identifying that big closeout section, what we were speaking earlier. This is where all the points are going to come out of it. And he was able to actually come out of that whitewash, which was impressive. And obviously not much is going to come down from this inside. The damage was done with that last big turn, and he's going to get very rewarded. But as soon as you thought Connor was just going to spread apart, Ian came down swinging, and that was a very nice critical turn from Connor O'Leary right there.
Interesting, when you break them down, you're going, which one do you like better? You know, do you like Connor's big vertical and with the drift and maybe a simpler finish compared to a snap and more of a dramatic kind of float to recovery from Ian Gentile?
I think because of that first bottom turn from Connor, just very steep and very critical first turn. I personally like that better, but score-wise, that big finish from Ian Gentile, the judges, you tend to like that a lot. But I think, even that being said, it's going to be close scores no matter what.
It's interesting how some heats work this way. You almost build together. You know, they're having similar kind of pace and warm-up, then back-to-back, they're almost matching each other on the scale. As we look at the priority heat, still led by Jadson. Ian Gentile and Connor finding a lot of space in the non-priority heat. Gentile's board does look like a bit of magic still. You mentioned that, finding a great surfboard from Matt Biolis. And you talked about the challenge of finding the right boards. You know, for some competitors through the QS and Challenger Series, they probably feel like they know what they want to ride. And then what changes? What makes it so hard to find a new quiver for the championship tour?
The difference is just based on power of waves. Like, you're usually looking at beach breaks with smaller conditions on the QS and Challenger Series, and then once you move into the CT, you're looking at pipeline sunsets, so it completely changes the game. Here, obviously, Brazil being a beach break, but still, compared to the other beach breaks on the Challenger Series, this wave has more punch, comes from a deeper water than most of them, so you're looking at different boards all around pretty much.
Connor O'Leary 6.83, Gentile 8-point ride on that last exchange. The rookie takes the lead. Connor with priority now needs a 5.85 as they found a good section of the bank, getting some really solid scores. As you're in this overlapping format, when you're in the priority heat and you hear the beach announcer saying big numbers from the non-priority heat, how does that make you feel?
It definitely makes you feel like you're probably in the wrong spot or something. It makes you overthink, like, are we sitting in the right spot? Like, we got priority over this other surfers that are not in our heat, and the first 20 minutes or the first 15 minutes of their heat, they're already with the heat total of 12.62 and 11.83. So yeah, it's just how momentums work with surfing, you know, like they paddled out and they got the right momentum and they got the right waves, and just on that split of those last two waves, like I mentioned, the judges love to see that big critical section, and Ian Gentile was able to find that section, and yeah, he got rewarded, got the first excellent score of the day.
Do you speak Portuguese to Ian?
I do speak Portuguese. Yeah, he has perfect Portuguese.
Oh, what a nice advantage to have on tour when you come to Brazil. A second home for him, his family from Fortaleza. But as we know, a Maui boy had crazy ability at a young age, was talked to be maybe the best 12-year-old in the world at the time. It was all over the mags, and I think a big reason for that was because the great late Andy Irons got quoted on how good Ian Gentile was as a grommet from Maui. Little speed hack off the top, or tap I should say, from Jansen, just up and down real quick, nothing changing to his top two.
Yeah, and as you see, the momentum still, like, they're still fighting, trying to struggle. Jadson trying to better 3.57, and he's not going to get on this last wave. And on the other hand, you see Connor on a nice looking wave.
Connor going upside down on the float, straight down and incomplete. Connor doesn't need a whole lot for a lead change. A mid-ranger will get him there. As you see the four surfers in the lineup, we're going to move quickly with this overlapping format. After about a week waiting for waves, it'll all be about a massive day today and a massive day tomorrow, which will be Saturday to crown the champions. Back to Jaddy here.
Yeah, just not enough. I mean, not enough opportunity on that wave. He looks kind of bummed right there because he's just, they're paddling against the current right now. Like, they can't really find a clean, proper wave. And on the other hand, they just keep hearing great scores from the other surfers in the lineup. They are, I just looked back here, and the heat without priority, they're sitting more towards the middle of the beach where that flatter and kind of more stretched out bank is. So maybe that's why they're able to find those bigger sections and bigger closeout turns. And that's what's making the difference right now on the scores. See right here, they sitting more towards the middle of the beach, and we see it looks like Ian up and riding.
Gentile starts with a nice clean off the top. Carving, throwing some water. Winds up with the snap to finish. And that wave's going to die out. So Gentile working on improving a 4.67. Had some room to move, but not a really heavyweight section like he had on his previous wave. But he's got a real cool style. Nice release when the section provides.
Yeah, the wave just got a little bit too flat. We had that side lump coming from the rocks, and it probably looked when he was paddling like a good wall because it was kind of a stretched out wave, but just didn't really concentrate the energy in the right spot, and the wave just didn't have enough energy. But well-surfed wave. I don't think he's going to better his 4.67, but yeah, just keeping his body moving and trying to get in rhythm out there.
Three-time world champ preparing.
Traz meu celular aí.
Trago. Bora, Biel, vamos.
Traz meu celular aí,
Vou levar.
What did he say, Jesse?
He said twice, can you bring my phone, please? But he had headphones on, so he maybe didn't hear the coach answering back.
As we look at his snap from Gentile up and down.
But I think it was the school of all that talk of Gabe was the intensity. He's a very calm dude if you're talking to him. See Ian right here. Nice first crack. Just the wave disappearing on him. And but he has last priority right now, so might as well swing it. Going very vertical right there. The wave kind of splitting the lip, and he was still able to kind of keep a good flow throughout. Good effort for him. But just the urgency right there. He knows he has a very tough heat coming up. He has Samuel Pupa, which is crazy good in the air. Got second here last year, so Samuel only is his second event here in Saquarema on the World Tour. Gabriel had plenty of events, and he's never done that good as as Samuel did. So Samuel has a good connection here, so he knows all of that. He knows he's going to have to apply a lot of pressure in Sammy in this heat.
That is a big heat, one of the biggest in the draw. I mean, this is elimination round stuff, and we're seeing a 3-time world champ going down the runway there. Jansen now setting up that layback fin throw. That's all on his ability to create that moment for himself, because that section was fairly gutless, but he went at it with a lot of speed, gets that exciting finish. He's still keeping a 3.57. We'll see if he gets improvement here.
Yeah, and that was impressive what he said right here from Jaddy. He just kept his bottom turn very light, so he kept the speed throughout the bottom turn, and he was able to get a good release on that kind of flat, like mushy whitewash section. So impressive from Jaddy. That came all from him, because like you said, there's no guts on that wave whatsoever. And yeah, I think it's smart of Jaddy. He needs to swing, he needs to better and kind of make the gap a little harder for Griffin, because 6.5 for Griffin he can get in his sleep.
One of the most popular surfers in history, finding some quiet space on the beach. Gabriel Medina preparing for last year's event runner-up Samuel Pupo. Big connection on the forehand of Ian Gentile, finding a little bit more power to push against on that effort. And comes down with a nice single major turn. He already has a 4.67, so that score will be interesting.
That will be, because that's the first big turn we see at a single turn, and incoming section. Impressive for him to be able to keep the speed throughout the lip line right there. So he made the turn look very big for such a tough section. I'd like to see what the judges think about that one.
Yeah, the judges have really showed us a lot, especially on opening day, counting some big scores for big airs. Medina threw down quite a few, and his runner-up finished to Iago Dora. All sorts of theories on maybe why Medina hasn't won in Brazil yet, and one of the topics was maybe he gets too much attention in his home country. He definitely has the ability with what he can do on a wave at any venue on tour. But when he comes to returning home, hasn't yet had the victory here in Brazil. Laid back blowtail, Gentile getting creative on that end section. And now right into a big rip off the top for world number 1. Wave drops in size dramatically, but he's back on a wedge. Forces the wrap through some foam. Section a little bit sluggish, and now he's run out of room again. That's Griffin's 11th wave so far. Chasing down Jansen's lead, 3:40 to go. Remember, 40 minutes for these guys, scoring their top 2. Back to Griffin's start.
Check this out, perfect bottom turn. Pushing so hard that first section, that was beautiful. Unfortunately, the wave really split up right there, but he was able to keep a good momentum throughout the whole wave and milk it through it. Pushing a little harder in that little backwash right there, which is gonna help him out as score-wise. But yeah, props for that first turn, just beautiful. Made it look very impressive for such a tough section right there. Nice surfing for Griffin, and that's definitely going to put him back in the heat.
Solid timing on that big first turn, and then just milked it towards the inside corner. One more look.
Right there, pushing that back foot, getting a good release, but still kind of protecting down the line, which was important for that wave because it split up. And yeah, it's going to be back in the heat because Jansen was just about to get a little bit ahead of him.
Gentile throwing down the carve. He'll just get out of there. Important numbers in. Jansen, remember on that layback that he drilled on his previous ride, he improved his lead slightly, getting a 4.3 there. Last for Griff, 5.23. Griffin still second, but now needing a 6.08. Chipping away, but he's down to 2:15 to go, and Jansen has priority.
Yeah, I know he doesn't have priority right now, but the fact that he was able to put that score requirement like 1.2 lower than he was needing before, it's very important. Looking for a 6 is much different than looking for a 7 for the surfers out there. You see Jaddy just sprinting towards him. He knows how dangerous he is, and any wave he could get that score. So it's going to be exciting to see that little bit the end of the heat, and Griffin is kind of closer towards the rocks, and Jaddy is just marching through him.
It's interesting with surfing being such an individual sport. You're just on your own with your own goals. But then when it gets into, hey, I can produce a big result for Brazil, for my friends in the title race, you get this extra type of energy when it's not just about you, but you can actually do something solid for the world title race for your country. Jansen trying to play spoiler and go after world #1 right now.
Yeah, definitely. And it's, I think we see a good wave for Connor right here.
Connor with some drive on this wall, and he just looks like he's out of there. Still chasing Ian's lead in the non-priority heat. And now hitting the final minute for Griff. He's been just going back and forth for waves. Between Jansen and Griff, we've seen 21 waves ridden.
Yeah, but back to Jadi's situation, he has the chance of being the hero of the day, so why not take it, you know? Funnel that energy towards him and just trying to make the most of it. And maybe Griffin caught a wave or got caught right there because he looks like he's in the whitewash zone. 30 seconds left, man. He's trying to run away from Jadi.
Yeah, still paddling. Yep, no wave ridden for Griff. Situation stays the same. Griffin needing a 6.08, 20 seconds. And looks like in back-to-back years, Brazil's been a tough event for Colapinto result-wise. He's been ripping, having great reps in the free surfs, even though it's been small. He's been looking very sharp. Jansen comes in as a wild card replacement for Kelly Slater and eliminates world #1.
Country hero right there.
Jansen Andre, the 33-year-old veteran from Natal City, just gave something for Brazil to scream about. Colapinto out in the elimination round, and he'll have to keep this result to try to keep his spot in the WSL Final 5. Tommy Whitaker focused as they will regroup for Jeffreys Bay. Still 2 events remaining for Griff, and still in a great situation. #1 in the world. We'll keep you posted on the status of the yellow jersey as this event continues. Gentile and Connor O'Leary will turn into the priority heat, and we'll be bringing in Gabriel Medina and Samuel Pupo to keep this crowd on their feet and absolutely screaming. We'll be back for more after this.
Onda. Eu sou a onda. Eu movo energia, nutrientes, vida. Eu movo você. Eu sou um símbolo de algo selvagem que existe em você. Mas ultimamente, sou eu que me sinto selvagem. Engasgada com seu lixo, superaquecida pela sua poluição. Isso me deixa doente. Colabore comigo agora, antes que seja tarde demais. Eu vou continuar vindo. Eu sou a onda.
To the Beleza. Hope you guys are watching and having a great time like we are. Great part of the elimination round because Medina and Samuel Pupo have hit the water. Samuel, a finalist last year, runner-up to Filipe Toledo. And we all know Gabriel Medina, a three-time world champ, one of the best to ever put a jersey on in World Surf League history. Going head-to-head, Pupo with the best result when you do the comparison, competing in Brazil. But obviously Medina accomplishing a lot in his career, including 3 world titles. Carve and a kick out from Connor O'Leary's there. The priority heat. Samuel Pupo goes above the lip and lands it. And here comes the claims. He told me 2 days ago he's got more claims for us. The one he did on opening day was to kind of give a little high five to Bronny James, one of his heroes who plays basketball, LeBron's son. As we go back to this one, Jesse.
That was impressive from him to start just like that. Late into the party right there, but still was able to get that rotation. And I think it was his most impressive of this wave is the fact that when he was paddling, the wave was completely dead. And he just was able to identify the big section way down the line. And when I saw him paddling, I was like, why are you going on this wave? And he's literally proved me wrong.
He had a post the other day on his social media, and he just said, like, it's different here. You know, the energy he gets, what he turns into as a bit of a showman, as he needs to look at the crowd after each and every wave. It's something we saw from Pupo last year, and he's still doing it today.
Yeah, and if you see him on the beach, you might get 5 words out of him all day long. And to see that energy just show how much this means to him, and it's just natural, raw reflection of just putting everything on the line. So it's amazing to watch. I love it.
Jadson Andre, a hero once again in Brazil. Let's hear from Jaddy now.
That's right, Jaddy. That's how a white card take advantage of the opportunity, defeating the current #1 in the rankings. How are you feeling after that heat and with all that cheering for you?
Yeah, it's always special when a Brazilian gets to surf in front of the best crowd in the world. Brazilian love surf. Brazilian fans, they just love us so much. Sometimes they love a little bit too much. But yeah, I mean, since the very beginning, everything I've been saying is I'm a wild card here, got no pressure. And I knew since the very beginning I was going to surf against Griff or Filipe or Ethan because I'm the lowest seed. So I knew it. And all I was saying is it's a great opportunity just to surf without pressure and have fun and try to win hits. And yeah, I'm so stoked. Feels like I just won the comp without how stoked they were. Like, Italy was playing, Italy was like making fun of me, like, hey, dude, seems like you just won the comp, you know? That's how happy they were, and that's how happy I am right now. And yeah, it feels good.
Agora conta para os brasileiros como é que foi essa sensação de acabar ajudando os outros brasileiros, né? Derrotando o Griffin, tirando ele da atual posição que ele tá. E com essa torcida toda, que isso que o Ítalo falou, né? Parece que você ganhou o campeonato. Como é que tá a sensação?
A sensação é incrível. Ter a oportunidade de surfar uma etapa do CT esse ano, depois, né, de todo o processo da minha lesão. E ainda mais em casa, no Brasil, então é uma oportunidade única. E vencer o Griff, que é o atual número 1 do mundo, e consequentemente colocar aí um brasileiro no topo do ranking, eu fico muito feliz, mas esse mérito é total do Filipe nesse momento. Ele só está em primeiro agora porque ele está tendo um ano incrível. E ver os brasileiros amarradão, felizes, torcendo e apoiando, sem dúvidas, é um sentimento único, né? Como o Ítalo falou ali, assim que eu cheguei, e cara, parece que tu ganhou o campeonato, o quanto que a galera estava vibrando. Então é isso, estou muito feliz, muito grato à oportunidade e muito grato também pelo carinho que todos eles têm com todos os brasileiros.
Parabéns, see you in the next round, and thank you guys.
Parabéns. Thank you so much, Rachel. Great to hear from Jaddy. Wow, what a warrior. What a great competitor for so many years. Rookie back in 2010 and getting the call up last minute with Kelly Slater's absence. And look what he just did to the title race.
Yes, I'm sure Filipe is very stoked with him right now. So is everyone below Griffin. Losing on second round here, having that early of a loss, it really weighs it down in the second half, and the boys are stoked to see that. And they're going to try and take advantage of that early loss from Griffin.
So Jansen moves into the round of 16, and he'll get another chance at affecting the title race, because that's the last round where we reseeded on the men's draw. So he'll have someone that's gunning for a title, as we see a throwaway punt from Medina on that board that his coach Andy King's calling the best board he's had all season. And we saw him do some of the coolest open face carves on that opening day. Even with some falls on finishing turns, he was demanding a lot of big numbers from the panel. It was a point of difference. We've seen Medina surf for a very long time. There was something really refreshing seeing him with a little less volume, a knifier edge on the rail. Excited to see what he can produce today.
Totally, and that's what those guys have to do. Like, we watch so much of them, and the judges have been watching them so much that they can almost predict everything they're gonna do when they stand up on a board. So they always have to bring something new, and that was very important for King to identify that and put into work. And it took them about a year and a half, 2 years since I had to talk with him about that, and it's paying off right now. And as you see, you got a 5.5 on the last heat with one carve in a small day as well. So it's very hard for you to produce that with the carve in a small day, and it shows the difference, and it shows that the judges are appreciating that change.
You can see how versatile that board is from Cabianca, because on the 2 days before the event started, it was significantly bigger, well overhead and solid. He was riding that same board. I was almost curious if he'd change on opening day. It was dramatically smaller in size and power, but he's loving it. He's got a great connection there, but he's already playing catch up in the heat with Samuel Pupo. Samuel 6.83 on that rotation on his second wave in the matchup. This young kid isn't phased on the big names.
He definitely not, and he's pressure free right now. Gabriel is sitting right in that bubble, number 5 in the rankings right now, so this event is very important for him. And Samuel, on the other hand, is off tour, got a call up, a wild card, and yeah, it's just impressive how many waves has been ridden in this last 30 minutes. We have probably about 10 waves from Ian Gentile, about 7 waves from Connor. Gabriel already has 6 waves, so they're definitely not holding back on trying.
Yeah, a lot of activity throughout this lineup, and it shows that there's plenty of room for the overlapping format. Seems like the non-priority side provides success. We've seen that with Ian and Connor, and then a keeper quickly for Samuel Pupo, and he's up again. Backside attempt this time. You could tell he got hung up right at the start of that backhand rotator. Samuel, best friends with Joao Chianca, local boy at Saquarema, so he feels right at home hanging out with his best bud on tour. Snap off the lip for Gentile, and throws a carve in the whitewater. That was an awkward section with the foam, but gosh, with his ability to recover, he did well there.
Yeah, that was impressive from him. It looked like he lost it. Actually, first looked like he was fine, and then he lost it halfway through because the junction, like the wave just kind of turned into one from both sides. But very critical, hard to find that angle right there from Ian, and finish it off very strongly. And see right here, the wave kind of got together and, yeah, overpowered him, but he was able to kind of regroup and stick.
And even though you regroup, it's a bit of a disruption of flow when you're a little off balance. Judges often compare it to real smooth, clean finishes, and if you have that little disruption of flow, the score won't be too much for Gentile.
Yeah, mostly if you're talking about a huge rotation in a very critical section, the judges take a little bit more in consideration the fact that you kind of lost balance because there's just so much power or something very critical happening. But that closeout was a bit flat in the beginning, so they really want the surfer to just come out clean.
7:30 on the clock in our priority heat. Ian Gentile got the 8 very early when they were still in their non-priority side of the matchup. It was back-to-back with Connor's best. Connor got the 6.83. Wave behind was Gentile on the right and got an excellent number. And when you're getting 8s from the panel, you can tell he's still on a roll, still connected from his final series performance in El Salvador. And you can tell he's just enjoying his time now with all the stress behind him from the mid-season cut, getting big results. It's in the right place at the right time as we enjoy the recap. Ian Gentile got an early start. Nice little warm-up, 2s and 4s, and wave number 3 was the 8-point ride.
Yeah, and that's what's making the difference. A big gap in between both of the surfers' first biggest score, and that just came from that section right there. Props to him to being able to stick that and come out. And right here, great bottom turn from Connor. Unfortunately, that was a critical turn. Redirecting that board very well, but just not as critical as Ian.
And a nice comparison there. Saw how big the section was for Gentile with the airdrop. A lot of commitment off the float. And a perfect snap right before. They love combinations of turns, especially when you mix it up. We're just discussing that on opening day. A lot of times the wave will give you reason for variety. And that one definitely helped Gentile out. Pinga, the famous manager for a lot of the Brazilian surfers, hanging out with Caio. Caio's got Baron Mamiya coming up next. You pick up anything there, Jesse?
Yes, I didn't pick up too much of what Caio was saying, but Pinga was actually telling him to stick to the water. Obviously, you see a lot of lump there and a lot of backwash, so you want to keep your rail engaged so you feel solid on your feet and you look solid. And yeah, it's a smart decision from him. And then they kind of talked about positioning right there. He mentioned something about staying in front of the yellow buoy out the back. So just, yeah, breaking it down a little bit right there.
I like that. Connor O'Leary needs a 6.68. to get into the round of 16. 4 quarterfinals this year. Was already close to making his first win come true when he finished runner-up to Wilkinson over at Cloudbreak when Fiji was on tour. As you see, the fans were here on dark this morning. Let out a huge cheer when the contest was called on. Carved a start from Medina off the bottom. He has to change gears there. Sneak in a little hack in the pocket. You can see that wave had a little bump off the bottom, so good recovery for Medina.
Yeah, having to force a little bit to extract as much as he could out of that wave. Not much potential, but yeah, good surfing for him overall. Nice little wrap here to start, and right here the wave kind of bows, but doesn't give him an angle to go vertical, so he really had to jam right there.
Gabriel Medina on the front page when it comes to the all-time CT win list. As you see that little layback, change gears there and then kicked out. 7th wave already. He keeps just taking a look, kicking out, trying to find a big section to work with, and we'll see what happens here against Sammy Pupo, because Gabriel already needs a 9.7, but still with a ton of time to get 2 new scores. Pupo, the story goes for himself that he was on the tour last year as one of the exciting rookies. Took out the season as the best rookie on tour, and then suffered falling off tour at the midseason cut, which was a very emotional day for Samuel Pupo. And it was really interesting when you look at Margaret River in the last 2 seasons. There's a shot of Samuel Pupo consoling João Chianca. A year later, it was the opposite. Pupo then went to the Challengers Series and took over. An emotional win to start off that season with a win at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, and what I like the most about this is just the brotherhood right there. Like, both of them, when they fell off through, the other one was there for each other, and happened again, just the opposite ends. And João went there to Snapper Rocks just to give him some support and show, hey, I'm here, I believe in you, you can do this. And yeah, he ended up winning the event.
That was a cool story about Snapper. João Chianca, you know, sitting #1 in the world at the time. Didn't have to hang out there, but his reason to stay was to back up Samuel Pupo. What a cool super coach to have. As we have Gentile, big speed float into the airdrop in transition. Keeping it smooth as this wave is dying out down the line, and he'll hop out. So impressive with his ability to stay centered over his board. Even when he's upside down, for how tall he is as well, he can recover so many types of moves. As Medina now sets up that ski and comes to the inside as we check out his last wave.
Yeah, it looked like he found a nice pocket right there in that first section, and wow, good release right there. Very good board control, just centered perfectly on top of the board. And yeah, I like that wave from Gabriel. And right here, as you mentioned, just so solid on top of his board and is able to project down the line a lot. That was a very tough wave to read. And yeah, I don't think it's going to come in a big score, but still great effort for him. Very tough to do.
And now rolling in, Samuel goes up through the whitewater. With the lip kind of changing pace, but still slaps it. Now out in front for more of a carve. Look at all the warble in that wave. Still able to fight for a finishing move. And he's feeling it. Pumping up the crowd is what he's famous for, specifically here in Brazil. Only surfer that beat him last year was Filipe Toledo in the final. Let's take one more look, Jesse.
Huge moment for him right here. As soon as Gabriel is catching up and probably was going to get the score, he's going to better. Probably he's 3.6 right there. Just a very tough wave to read, but he knew how important that wave was. He probably heard the crowd cheering for Gabriel, and he was like, I need to put something better in a 3.6, and great effort for him right there.
Another nice angle of that wave, really changing shape. Every section was really different.
Very different. A lot of wobble. You can see that drone clip. You can see all the side swell coming down. It hits that rock wall on the left of our screen, and then it comes towards the beach, comes down the beach, and just making it very tough to navigate. And impressive surfing for him under pressure.
We've run out of time in the heat with Ian Gentile and Connor O'Leary. Gentile keeps his momentum solid from El Salvador, and he'll be reseeded into the round of 16. The 8-point ride made the difference as the two surfers chat about that 40-minute battle. And Connor O'Leary will leave Brazil here with an elimination round exit and prepare for Jeffreys Bay. So another one of those low seed stories taking the win is Connor, sitting number 10 in the world. We'll see if he can keep that top 10 spot on the rankings as this event continues. Sammy Pupo and Gabriel Medina will take the priority heat as we bring in Caio Ibelli and Baron Mamiya. Be right back after this quick break, and we'll bring in Kaipo and Mitchell for the call. The Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Vivo, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona, this is living. By State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. By Oakberry, not just acai, it's Oakberry. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
And we are back at Itaúna Beach for stop number 8 on the championship tour. This is the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. New heat in the water in this overlapping heat format. Caio Ibelli matched up against Baron Mamiya with a fresh clock, 37 minutes on their clock in the non-priority heat, catching up with Baron Mamiya on the finish there. And we will be waiting for the score for Baron Mamiya. His third wave ridden. Priority heat out in the water. Gabriel Medina and Sammy Pupo with the early advantage, and up and riding here for Samuel. Nice snap to start. troubled water to glide through on the lip, and he kicks out. Sami Pupo looking to improve upon his low of a 5.17. Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar talking you through the action here as we rejoin. And Sami Pupo on the replay here, Mitch.
Yeah, well, a great start right there, Kipes. Pushes through that first section, wraps it back with the second one, a strong turn, and then gets a little caught up right there coming out of the third one, but still good exchange, looking to better a 5. But he has been in complete control of his heat so far. And meanwhile, Baron Mamiya, a couple of his first scores coming in, some decent ones. The one big snap right there, I think, has got to be a combination of maneuvers for him to make it through this heat against this guy. Scored a perfect 10 last season at this spot, and now on the backhand with a great 2-turn combo right there to start things off, Kaipo. I like what I'm seeing from Caio. Looks very focused.
Yeah, Caio Ibelli coming to this event at number 13 on the leaderboard. Ibelli started off the year strong in Hawaii with a 3rd place finish at Pipe semifinals and then quarterfinals at Sunset. Like you said, last year, surfed his way to a 9th place finish, but more importantly, scored his first 10 of his career out here at Itaúna.
Kind of crazy that it was the first one of his career, too, based off of his incredible results, making a final before, having been a former World Pro Junior champion, too, and having the experience of winning one of those 3 stops on the World Junior Tour that year in 2011 here in Brazil was huge for him moving forward into his career. You look at the events that he's had, like at Bells Beach, that runner-up finish against Jordy Smith, and obviously his great heats that he's had against John too. He's looking for his career best result this season, Kipes.
Yeah, Caio Ibelli, 61 events surfed so far in his career. Gabe Medina here in the jersey number 10, 11 seasons on the championship tour, 17 CT wins. Medina, we can list off his impressive numbers, but the number that he's seeking right now, he needs a 6.01 to take the lead off of Samuel Pupo. Pupo checks in with a 3.8 on that last ride. Caio Ibelli, we're still waiting for him. There we go, some of the WSL stats for Gabe Medina. 59% heat winning percentage, second only on the championship tour to Kelly Slater. Wow. Oh, sorry, let me quantify this. This is his Rio. This is not his career stats. This is his stats here at in Rio, which actually for Medina's standards has been a little bit lackluster. Semi-finaled in 2013, semi-finaled in 2016, but has not taken a title out here in Itaúna. He came in last year at the Challenger Series where he won that event right here, and he said he did that. He came to the event, didn't need to do it. He was already qualified for the championship tour, but wanted to prove to himself that he can win here at Itaúna.
But that stat you mentioned is right, isn't it? The one behind Kelly Slater of all time.
Yeah, with his heat winning percentages. Yeah.
That's incredible with the amount of time that he's had against Kelly's career.
Yeah, his career heat winning percentage for Gabe Medina, when we look at the big scope, 66.74% out of 110 events surfed for Gabe Medina. He's had those 17 wins. Medina's also made 30 finals. I can keep on listing him for Gabe Medina. He's got a long list. 17 perfect rides, 113 excellent heats, 325 excellent wave scores in the career of the 3-time world champ Gabe Medina. But we can take all those stats, Mitchell. We can crumble them out, throw them out the window right now, because what Medina needs is a 6.01 to overcome Sami Pupo.
Absolutely right, and only has 13 minutes to do so. As both you and I were here last year during the Challenger Series, it was his first win in Saquarema, and it was an important win. Beat Ramsey Bukim, who, if Ramsey would have won the event, he would have clinched his spot to qualify for the CT at this location. It was a come from behind win. We've seen him do it before, but a 6 right now is not an easy score to come by. You look at the waves, you look at how consistent it is, there's not a lot of quality waves out there, despite the amount of quantity that we do see in the lineup. Still has plenty of time, has priority, but if you're Sam right now, you scored the 6.83 with one single maneuver, an air on the right, you should be looking to replicate that right now with 12 minutes to go, Kipes.
Yeah, last year at this event, Medina eliminated by Callum Robson, if you remember what happened there. And Medina was really trying to force the issue, I feel. And sometimes I think if there's any, you know, in the thick armored that Gabriel Medina does have, the one chink is sometimes if he is behind, tends to try really hard, maybe some too hard sometimes to get the score.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It's something that maybe has been his Achilles heel in the past, and overall, you look at the years that he's been winning on the championship tour, his 3 world championships, the years he's been most successful with career wins too, it's usually him being the person that's chasing somebody else and not being chased. And overall, I just think that we've seen somebody that's grown on the championship tour as well. When he first qualified for the CT, he was only 17 years of age. He's going to be 30 at the end of this season. And I really like the odds when it comes to him peaking at the right time. In 21, a lot of people thought that, you know, he was maybe done and dusted. He proved everybody wrong. Heading into the Rip Curl WSL Finals, he was the 1 seed, and he left no doubt to being the world champion that year.
Yeah. Here we go. It's going to be Sammy Pupo just on the inside here. But back to that 2021 victory with Gabe Medina. Runner-up that year was Filipe Toledo. And remember Medina telling Toledo, hey, your time will come. Sure enough, it did. Medina not in the equation in 2022, and Filipe Toledo able to win his first world title.
I actually picked Filipe to win that year at lowers. And I'm really disappointed that I didn't pick Gabe, because when he pulled that backflip flop in the final, I was shocked. He had one during the free surf, remember, it was 2 feet. It was really small, but then he pulled one on a 6 to 8 foot wave at lowers. And I was like, wow, okay, I'll never doubt you again in my life.
I think it was in 2016 for Gabe Medina in this event when we were back at in Rio proper.
Yeah, right.
That Gabe Medina did a backflip also on his way to that semifinal finish. First debut, it was actually, at that time, 2016 was the first backflip in competition. Here we go with Medina. Got a slash off to begin with. Throws that one away. Missed time. The backwash got a little bit grippy right there. You could see trouble on the way down the line. He's still going to be searching a 6-point ride.
So this is what I saw from Griffin too, was maybe going for some airs that weren't necessary at certain points of the heat, Kaipo. You were trying to force the issue on waves that weren't necessarily offering up the section. And as of right now, just hand it over priority to Sam. The one thing I will say, there's usually a good amount of separation between a lot of the surfers out there, because there is so much distance to be covered in such a large lineup out there. 9.5 on the clock, still plenty of time. But if you're Pupo right now and you get another 6, that's going to force Medina to at least get something in the 7-point range, Kaipo. And that is a very difficult score to obtain with the conditions that we have today.
Here we go, Baron Mamiya in the non-priority heat. Nice carve on the backhand from the Hawaiian. That's all he's going to lean on for his score. Baron Mamiya so far with a 4.33 and a 2.67. He's in an early lead against Kyle Ibelli in the non-priority heat. 29 minutes you can see on the clock for the non-priority heat.
And we call Baron backdoor Baron for a reason. He loves to charge, but people underestimate how good of a beach break surfer he is. Great carve right there, just the one, and he's found a few of those single maneuver waves, Kipes. I was actually talking to his manager, Sean Ward, before he paddled out, and you know, Sean was just telling me a Southern California native from Huntington Beach, but surfs Newport quite a bit when it's big too. Just another day at Blackie's, and you got to take that approach. A lot of activity out there and a lot of consistency with these waves out of the lineup too, Kaipo.
Medina from above. Beautiful slash as we come back to the beach angle. Looking down the line, showing some intent. Banks, redirects, and another bank on the oncoming section. Kept it on the face there with some neat turns. Was that a 6-point ride?
It's going to be an interesting score. I mean, it would have to be the exact same wave that he got on the 6, basically. The first turn was great, but I think the last 2 sections let him down a little bit. They were a bit flatter.
Ooh, Mamiya throws it tail high, inverted, as we come back to his action. So number 88, the young Hawaiian out of the North Shore, will improve upon his standing against Kyle Ibelli in the non-priority heat, just chipping away at it. I like the intent.
So do I. I mean, you definitely need to approach a heat like this in the elimination round this way, Kaipo. You go up against a seed like Kyle Ibelli, who's coming off of a stellar performance in Hawaii, and Baron Mamiya, who has something to prove. Look at the lofty air right there. That sharp eye surfboard underneath his feet looking good. A good amount of release on that one. And then this is Gabe's wave. I mean, the thing bowled up right at the beginning. Great first snap. But look at the way he kind of has to manufacture a score right here at the end. Goes for the 2 for 1. And I just feel like those last 2 sections let him down a bit. They were too flat for my personal opinion in rewards to giving him the score, Kaipo.
Looking at Gabe's wave as well, he did not get the score, 4.67. he's come down in volume on his boards. The Cabianca designs that Gabe Medina's riding right now are much more blady than they have been in the past. He had fuller boards in the past, sitting higher on the water, and it's evident right now in the sharp turns he has, but we'll see if that affects his surf. Replay here of Kyle Belly got a couple, but couldn't do the finish on that last wave.
Yeah, it's interesting the statistic you bring about Gabe, his heat win percentages. And I think if you look at the boards that he was riding for most of his World Championship years, they were usually a bit thicker.
Yeah.
But he's also increased in muscle mass too. So to me, it's a bit detrimental that he's riding maybe something a bit smaller.
It seems blady to me. I mean, we're the observers. We watch a lot of heats, right, Mitchell? And you could see the boards that Gabe is riding are sitting deeper in the water than his past equipment. Right. Board change right now, speaking of boards, a new rusty board for Kyle Belly awaiting him on shore.
Like, just wait, I'll make it to the beach.
So we'll see if that's a damaged equipment or he just doesn't like the way the board's feeling.
Doesn't really seem like it was creased, but I mean, we weren't looking very close enough.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get a beach report on that equipment change and more of what happened down there with Kyle Belly. 25 minutes left for him in his non-priority heat. Baron Mamiya on that last ride, still waiting for the score for Mamiya for that punt that he was able to do. Some circling out here between Sammy Pupo, already playing the game. Pupo with the lead and priority. Heat control to Pupo, and he's starting to play the game with the three-time world champ Gabe Medina.
These guys know each other very well. There's an 8-year separation in terms of age, but they both come from the same hometown, Marcias in Sao Paulo, and I mean, they've known each other since childhood. Gabe grew up with Sammy's older brother, Miguel, and you know, you're coming off a runner-up finish last year at this event. You're a wild card right now, and you have something to prove against one of the very best surfers in the world. You need to go out there and approach this like it's a final. I really like what I'm seeing from Sam, and I think this amount of pressure could definitely distract Gabe. And as of right now, you're taking away scoring opportunities too, Kaipo. You backed him up into a corner, and it seems like Gabe is a wounded soldier right now. He still needs that 6.01.
Yeah, good call. Sammy just playing the game. Medina trying to get underneath the priority of Sammy Pupo. He's not looking to move the bank right now, too, so he's sticking right next to him. Pupo on the paddle. He's going to use priority on this. Did Medina sell him on one? Sure did. Yeah. Great salesperson for Gabe Medina. Medina now with priority and 4 minutes on the clock.
And he made some commission off of that sale, too. 4 minutes to go. Huge moment right now for Gabe. He could definitely pull it off with one single air, too, Kipes.
It's a huge moment for Ian Gentile. He's on to the round of 16 after defeating Connor O'Leary. Let's hear from Ian Gentile.
Yeah, congratulations, Ian. So, a very good wave selections from the beginning of the heat. What was your strategy?
I just was going to go on anything, really, because it's so hard to tell what a good wave is today. And I was out there this morning, and I didn't get anything. Like, I barely did a turn this morning. So I just figured I'd keep rolling the dice until something lined up. And yeah, I got that first really good one, and I spent the whole rest of the heat trying to back it up, and couldn't really find a good backup, but I'm happy with the way the heat went.
Okay, so you had a really great result in El Salvador, and now to compete here in front of these crowds in your second home, how are you feeling?
Yeah, it feels good. I had came here the first time last year and have good memories from here, you know. I made a lot of rounds last year, and it kind of was a result that sort of like got me on tour, you know, and I'm just, yeah, feeling comfortable here. It's finally got some waves, you know. It was a long break. It almost feels like a different event than the first day that we ran. And yeah, I'm just really happy to be here.
Okay, congratulations to you in the next round.
Thank you. Oh, Medina pulls into the barrel, trying to come back against Sammy Pupo.
Oh,
and a hold down as well.
Took him a while to get out of there.
Wow, that was an illustration of some power out there.
It's increased in size drastically, Kipes.
Okay, well, what's increased also for Gabe Medina is pressure. Not making that wave, still seeking a 6-point ride to get out of this elimination round. Gabe Medina, you would say, coming into this event, one of the favorites.
100%. especially after winning the Challenger Series event last year here too. You look at this, pulls in really deep. I mean, he makes it out of that last section. We're probably seeing something up there in the good range. Would have most likely gotten the score, but as of right now, 1:45 on the clock. He needs to be looking at another left and potentially go to a rotation in order to get that score. But look at where Sam is right now. He followed him all the way down the beach, Kaipo, and this is some very smart stuff that we're seeing from somebody that's close to qualifying again for the championship tour in the CS.
Yeah, Sami Pupo right now is number 3 on the Challenger Series. Like, remember, from that Challenger Series, we take the top 10 at the end of that Challenger Series to move on into the championship tour. The end of the Challenger Series will actually happen right here in Saquarema, but right now it's going to be a cat and mouse, and Gabe Medina needs to escape the clutches of Samuel Pupo at this moment.
You look at the implications for this heat. He's looking to qualify for the WSL Final 5, the Rip Curl WSL Finals. It would be the 2nd year in a row that he would not be there if he weren't to qualify, and it's a huge moment for Samuel, beating the superstar at home right now. Let's see if he can get it done in the next 50 seconds.
Quick turn and up and out by Baron Mamiya in the non-priority heat. 40 seconds in the priority heat. Gabe Medina, number 5 on the leaderboard. If he's eliminated, that's going to shake up the standings. We already saw number 1 on the leaderboard, Griffin Colapinto, go down in this elimination round, Mitchell. And remember, this back half of the season, every result counts towards your spot to get into that final 5.
And we also got Jack Robinson coming up in the next heat too. He's number 6 in the rankings, only 1 spot away. But this loss would be huge for Jack, and if he's able to make it into the quarters or better, I'm thinking that he's going to be moving up quite a few spots.
No doubt.
Wow.
No doubt Jack Robinson is paying keen attention to these final 3 minutes, because it's going to be upside opportunity for him as Gabe Medina eliminated from competition. Sami Pupo on into the round of 16. A brilliant effort by the young Brazilian. Last year's runner-up, Sami Pupo.
Kind of shocked right now, Kaipo. That's a big loss right now in this event.
Well, it's an upset. Will the upsets continue? We're going to find out when we get back. Jack Robinson, Seth Moniz, they'll be out in the water.
To serve for my country in the Olympics Games in Japan was so special, you know. I really want to be part of the Olympics for next year.
Então, esse ano, sem dúvida, é um ano que é muito importante para mim, para minha classificação para as Olimpíadas.
We have 11 Brazilians, we have 11 hungry people.
I feel like I have a really great chance at winning the Olympics.
Really cool to get our sport in an Olympic game in Olympic way.
I think it helps grow the sport, and I think it's a good legacy for surfing.
Follow the surfers, keep up with the rankings, and catch every qualification moment on worldsurfleague.com/qualification season. New heat in the water, Jack Robinson up against Seth Moniz. But back to that qualification conversation. Gabe Medina eliminated from competition in the elimination round. A reminder again, when we talk about Olympics, we talk about the WSL being a Tier 1 qualifier for 10 men and 8 women for the Olympics. Here we go with Seth Moniz in the new heat. Kyle Ibelli now in the priority heat. He's trailing Baron Mamiya. Ibelli needing a 5.67. Baron Mamiya with a lofty air earlier in this heat, 7-point ride. He has a 4.33 backup, Mitchell.
That's a great score right now if you're out there in the water. Kaipo 7 is definitely something that will make you get through heats. If you want to back it up with a 5 or a 6, that will easily increment your chances exponentially too. Halfway through the heat for that one, but heat number 5 right now, Jack Robinson, Seth Moniz. This has huge implications in terms of the rankings. Number 6 coming in is Jack Robinson, and he's basically an adopted person here in Brazil too. Trains under the guidance of Leandro Dora, his wife here from Brazil, and especially knowing that he wants to be a world champion, and this is a good year for him to do it. He wants to be moving up a few spots in the ranks, guys.
Oh yeah, a huge come up by the 25-year-old Jack Robinson out of Western Australia. 3rd season on the championship tour. In just 3 seasons, already has 4 CT wins, Jack Robinson, and got there really quickly. 4 wins in 24 events surfed on the championship tour. That puts him 4th on the all-time record to 4 CT wins.
Yeah, he's winning 1 out of 6 events that he's surfing, and that's an impressive stat. When you see how young he is, what kind of success he had on the Challenger Series and the qualifying series before he even qualified for the championship tour, seems like we've got somebody up here.
Seth Moniz going for broke right there, nearly stomps that head over heels frontside air rotation.
That would have been sick, and I actually spoke to Seth a little while ago. He said he wasn't feeling that good. He wasn't, you know, necessarily 100%. And when I look at that and when I see the attempt that he had right there on screen, I'm thinking to myself, okay, if you get to 100%, what are you actually going to be able to do? Great attempt, but that's not going to cut it in this heat. We're talking about one of the very elite surfers out there in the red jersey, Kipes.
Let's take another look at this.
Wow, well, a huge attempt. I mean, he lands that. We're seeing something at least in the 7-point range. Got super inverted right here, too. Made the change to sharp eye surfboards and just landed behind the face of the wave. So, unfortunately for him, that wave shoulders off. That wave's just going to be a throwaway.
Let's check in with Strider Wazalewski on the VIP headset.
Yeah, guys, up here hanging out in the Red Bull athlete area. It was pretty intense during that last couple of heats. You know, Gabriel being in the water and everybody running back and forth to the screen, looking at scores, seeing what's going on. Sammy Pupo coming out on top. Some big upsets this morning, and you know, it's they're conducive to the lineup right now. From up here, watching the lineup, it's really, really hard to actually, even from up here, to get a view of where you need to be. It's changing so fast with the tide and the swell coming up, so it's really an intense view from up here. Pretty fun to watch. Pretty fun to feel the energy and get the vibe off of everybody, and you know, feel the crowd on the beach as well, all the way from up here. So you'd think you'd have a place to hide, so to speak, from all the people on the beach. They've got a good view at you. They're yelling and screaming at you from up here. So pretty fun atmosphere, good vibe, but nowhere to hide.
Big upset in the last heat with Samuel Pupo taking out Gabe Medina. We'll get back to that. Here we go with Baron Mamiya on the backhand. And Mamiya gets caught up there, so that would not be the opportunity that Baron Mamiya. I was talking about Samuel Pupo. He just disposed of 3-time world champ in the elimination round. Let's hear from Sammy.
Yeah, congratulations, Sammy. So you made finals here last year, and now you just beat Gabriel Medina. How are you feeling with all this?
I'm feeling very good. You know, it was our first man-on-man heat, and I was happy to get one up on him, and I just want to be making this type of heats against the big guys and just be like them one day, just so consistent and always putting on good results. And that's my goal, you know. If I want to be where my dream is, to be, top 5 and be contender for a world title, I have to be winning this type of heat. So I'm not in the tour anymore, but I hope I can get back next year and get good results.
Yeah, and you found a really good ride on the beginning of the heat. So talk us through that wave and also about the claim.
Me and my dad were looking at the rides just before my heat, and it's a hard one because no one was sitting there, so you have no comparison. But I knew I served this type of waves every day at home, so I was really confident that I could find a good ride and do a good air, and that happened for me. And after that, I was really slow, but sometimes it just happens like that.
E como é competir com esse crowd todo torcendo por você?
É bom, é muito bom. É claro que o Gabriel era o favorito, né, na torcida, mas eu fiz as finais aqui ano passado e me senti muito bem-vindo por todo mundo. E infelizmente teve que ser contra o Gabriel, que é um cara que eu quero muito ver no Finals, né? Acho que todo mundo quer. É um cara que influencia muito toda a geração aqui no Brasil, então espero que ele consiga fazer uns bons resultados nas próximas etapas e chegar entre essas muito bem.
Obrigado, congratulations, back to you guys.
Oh yeah, Sammy Pupo here with his dad, Wagner. Wagner, a former professional surfer, surfboard shaper. Sammy, riding Wagner's boards for years. The Ohana Pupo designs just recently switched over to JS Industries, but I love the story of the Pupo family, dad, older brother Miguel, as well as Sammy, just such a force in Brazilian surfing.
Yeah, 3 surfers that could easily be considered some of the best Brazilian surfers of all time, and I think that Samuel, as he mentioned right there, he's looking to qualify back to the Championship Tour. More than capable of doing it. He has a couple of Challenger Series wins himself, Kaipo. I expect to see him on the Championship Tour next season.
Yeah, well, he's off to a good start, as we mentioned. You know, number 3 right now on the Challenger Series rankings. We take the top 10. We're moving into Bolito. Stop number 3 on the Challenger Series as we're speaking about that. And following that Challenger Series goes to Huntington Beach, then off to Portugal, and finally finishing right here in Itaúna. And we're going to take those top 5 women, top 10 men, and move them on to the Championship Tour.
I had a good time last year during the Challenger Series. Waves were fun, real good vibes, and it's summertime here. I mean, we're looking at wintertime and it's sunny in Brazil right now. It's really incredible, the weather that we have here, the amount of consistency in terms of the waves too, and the food, Kaipo. I've been loving the food so far.
It's a magic place. Brazil is absolutely magic, and it's just landscapes like this, waves like this, the culture, the beach culture, incredible. And enjoying some Pagode music as well on the beach. It's just a great addition. Or, you know, we look forward to it every year, actually, coming back here to Brazil.
I do.
9 minutes, 40 seconds. Baron Mamiya in the priority heat with the lead, 7-point ride. That full air rotation, kind of lofty, inverted, very valuable at the moment for the kid I call the prodigy, Baron Mamiya. Just 23 years old, already won a Championship Tour event, has a wild card, finds himself on his 2nd year on the Championship Tour. We know we're going to see him in 2024. There's a lot to look forward to for Baron Mamiya.
There is, and for somebody to lead the rankings at one point, at that young of an age, that's crucial at this point of his career too. He's able to demonstrate that he's capable of winning events, staying at the top, and maintaining form like he has so far. I mean, he's coming off of a decent result in El Salvador, but remember, Margaret River, he needed to surf to a result, and he was able to do it right there. Handle the pressure well.
Seth Moniz, patient first turn, looking for more, is not going to get it. Jack Robinson finds the left, gets the carve with the backwash, and Robinson kicks out.
Yeah, so 8:30 to go in the heat between Baron and Caio. Ibelli with priority, and we got to plug Ibelli burgers because we had them yesterday. They were amazing. As we look at Jack Robinson right now, the adopted child of Brazil, just the one setup snap right there should be a small score for him. But Caio, he's a businessman now, Kipes.
Yeah, Seth right here on this wave just looks like he was wandering around for something to happen and just did not present himself. But back to Caio Ibelli, 29 years old out of Guarujá, not just a professional surfer, but a restaurateur as well. Ibelli Burgers, they have a truck here. We had a couple smash burgers yesterday with some chicken fries.
Yeah.
Not to sound like a commercial, but Ibelli Burgers are delicious.
They were bomb.
Special sauce.
They were bomb. I approve.
Seth Moniz again, still searching. You know, the waves are not cooperating for the young Hawaiian at the moment in his matchup against Jack Robinson. Robinson also not really breaking the 4-point range either. This ride back in for Seth Moniz and signaling to the Red Bull jet skis, probably for a trip around to the channel. Here comes the pickup.
So Medina in the last heat caught around 11 or 12 waves. Baron Mamiya with 7 minutes left. has caught 10. And if you look at the top 2 scores that he has in a scoreline, a 7 and a 4.33, everything else a 3 or lower, Kaipo.
And so what's that telling us, Mitch?
Well, as I said before, activity is a good word for today, but too much activity knowing that you're going to have a long day of competition could be detrimental. You want to conserve your energy. You want to be very smart with the way you compete on these waves that you are selecting, but if you are going to be very active, you should be going for things that will improve your situation.
Ooh, Barron with a bank on the backhand, but not able to time a finish there, had to dive through the back. There we go. Look at the wave count for Barron Mamiya. That was wave number 11 for the young Hawaiian. Highlighted are his top 2 waves, that 4.33 and that 7-point ride.
Oh.
Coming back to Jack Robinson on the alley-oop and could not put it down under his feet.
Watch out for your ankles right there. That was a flat section to land on. He still has plenty of time, 26 minutes, and nobody's running away with this heat. Just a couple of threes as Moniz's and Robinson's best score so far, Kipes.
Special place here for Caio Ibelli, where he scored his first 10 on the championship tour. That was just last year for Caio Ibelli, on his way to a 9th place finish. But what Caio was able to find out here, incredible, Mitchell.
Yeah, and a long barrel too. One of the few rights that we saw all day during this opening round of competition here in Saquarema. Look at the depth that he had right there. And how can you not be passionate about what you just saw there from Caio Ibelli? He even said it himself, just give me a 10 already, write it down.
That was a moment to remember here. Caio Ibelli with his perfect 10. And remember, all the 10s this year on the championship tour, not only do you get that 10 score, you get a Tundra 110 cooler from Yeti. Callum Robson's got one. He's got it. He likes to keep all his drinks cold. He scored a 10 in Portugal, and he walked away with that Yeti cooler.
I still can't believe that we've only had 110 so far this season. It's kind of crazy to me. We're in stop number 8. We only have 2 left. This might be, you know, something that's a little controversial, but there's been a couple of scores in the high 9s that I'm like, okay.
Give him a 10.
Just one more.
I want to, you know, we got a room full of Yeti coolers. We want to give them away.
Yeah. If not, I feel like they'll just give it out to our staff, like ourselves.
There we go. With Jack Robinson, an early bank there, and still, I mean, we're just shifting through the sand right now, Mitchell. You know, maybe it's just an early morning metal detector on the beach at Itaúna, trying to find a gem somewhere out there. Barron Mamiya with a mean slash off the back, times that finish this time.
Ooh.
And the hair flick and a couple of fist pumps. Why not for the young Hawaiian? He's going to improve upon his score line. He's going to better that 4.33.
Well, Caio's about to drop a score too. He needs a mid-range 5, but as you said, if Barron betters the 4.33, I think this heat is done and dusted with 4 minutes to go. It is just so hard to find your spot out there in the lineup, Kaipo. Great combination. You see the commitment right there for the first turn from Barron, and then a strong second one too. Timing, to me, with the wind swell that we have on offer today, is the most essential part of the criteria, Kipes. You look at the degree of difficulty, the commitment that he had on the first turn, and the angle that he had to choose for the second one. That was some beautiful surfing from the Hawaiian.
Well timed, busy in the lineup. That was wave number 12 for Barron Mamiya. We wait for that score to formulate to give you the situation. 3 minutes and 25 seconds in that priority heat.
Well, and so far, neither Moniz or Robinson running away with that heat. And the implications, once again, number 6 in the rankings for Jack Robinson. This isn't necessarily a spot that I think a lot of people would consider him to be a favorite at kites.
Yeah.
But when it comes to consistency of results and excelling at being the best surfer and the most experienced and adaptable surfer on the planet, you need to be able to compete here with this amount of crowd, with the variation and difference in the waves. And I think this is a big, big learning point for Jack Robinson, whether or not he can make it through this heat.
Yeah, WorldSurfLeague.com. We polled our fans online for the Robinson-Moniz matchup. 80% picked Jack Robinson as a winner in that heat, but no real scores as of yet in that matchup. Robinson here finds a right. Nice snap there. Gets through a ridge. Nice rail game on the sharp eye. Swinging that board all the way back. A paced approach through this middle section. Banks the oncoming section for a redirect. That's going to be Jack Robinson's best wave so far.
And should be the best score of the heat, too. Seth with only a 3.4, Jack with the 3.07.
He's going to jump on the sled. Watch this. Oh, I just missed it.
It would have been cool to see that, though.
He lines them up. It's been a new Jack Robinson trick this year with the Red Bull skis, in that a lot of times he's able to ride right onto the sled in the back.
I think if the ski would have been pointed towards him, he probably would have done it. He would have surfed onto the ski. Biggest difference on this wave, Kaipo, the patience that you mentioned. Real well paced, great combination at the beginning, and was able to manufacture a score by getting that third section into. Great finishing snap right there, but a beautiful combination at the beginning with the one snap in the lip and then the carve. See, if the ski would have been angled towards him, he would have been able to go straight onto the sled.
Okay, our priority heat, Baron Mamiya looking good. Kyle Ibelli in a pressure situation needs an excellent score to advance. Ibelli with priority, he's out there in the blue jersey. He's got excellent out here before. He needs to do it again, and he gets a minute to do so.
Wow, so Baron drops another big score, 6.73. That's huge when you look at, you know, how good the scores are in this heat and how consistent Baron's been in terms of catching waves. 12 waves so far for backdoor Baron, and Kayo needing an excellent score. It would have to be the best wave of the day so far, Kaipo, and with 45 seconds to go with priority. Would have to be a combination of major maneuvers, an error turn, or maybe a couple of big consecutive turns.
You see the rock formation here at Itana, and eyes on Baron Mamiya, who's in the lead with 30 seconds remaining.
Well, Baron in second priority lets that wave go. And Ibelli, he took the ski right out. He has priority, 20 seconds to go. I just don't know if there's going to be enough time for him to get a wave right now and make a difference in this heat. Seems like it's done and dusted, Kipes. The Hawaiian will be moving through.
Yeah, Kyle Ibelli planted on his board. No action happening for Ibelli, and he will be eliminated from competition. Meanwhile, Baron Mamiya on to the round of 16 with that effort. There you go, 7-point rise, 6.73, 13.73 two-wave total. Impressive surfing from Baron Mamiya as he takes his way in. We're going to step away, but when we come back, it's going to be friendly fire for South Africa. Matthew McGillivray versus Jordy Smith here at the Vivo Rio Pro.
Looks for the wrap. Alley-oop is a huge one and stomps
yes,
it.
That time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't want to win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
Yeah, we're nearing that time again. September 8th to the 16th, lower trestles, the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Final 5 men, final 5 women will be battling for a world title. New heat in the water here in the elimination round. Friendly fire for South Africa. Matthew McGillivray coming up against Jordy Smith. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar. Your thoughts on this matchup, Mitchell?
Well, a bummer that they have to meet up this early in the event, but only one person will make it through.
Matt McGillivray has been looking great during the free surf so far. He's also been very active during the lay days too, jumping off of cliffs and whatnot, skydiving and paragliding. And then you look at Jordy Smith on the other hand, he has been focused, Kaipo. He's been looking to qualify, you know, for a couple of different things. And you look at right now, the implications with the rankings, number 14 and number 17, a lot on the line for them.
Here we go with Jack Robinson feeling the finish there. Number 6 in the world, Jack Robinson, up against Seth Moniz in the priority heat. We saw number 5 just a couple of heats ago, Gabe Medina, eliminated from competition. And Jack gets a little bonus on the inside before kicking out. Red Bull jet ski will deposit him back in the channel. And we'll be waiting to see the number drops for Jack Robinson. He's currently in the lead over Seth Moniz. Here's a replay.
I really like this wave, Kaipo. Great commitment to that first section right there. And a strong second turn. The section wasn't as great, but you definitely got to value the criticalness of that opening turn from Jack Robinson. Tried to make it to the inside right there. Didn't really open up as much as he wanted. Then Jordy on the forehand, first wave for him. Great carve into the lip line, good variation, and that wave is just going to shoulder off afterwards. So a good start for Jordy Smith too.
Yeah, Jordy Smith, a veteran on the championship tour, 16 seasons on that championship tour, 6 wins in those 16 seasons. One of those wins happening here in Rio in 2013, where Jordy was able to be victorious. Currently having a lackluster year, number 17 on the championship tour rankings, but he did make that mid-season cut, and so we will see Jordy Smith in 2024. Best result this year so far, a quarterfinal finish at Pipeline.
Which was crazy because given the conditions, I think a lot of people were counting him out. He looked like he could have easily won that event on finals day too, but I'd have to say that Jordy Smith in 2013 in that final maybe has the best claim of all time, Kaipo. The Cristo, when he opened up his arms and beat De Souza in the final.
Well, Baron Mamiya came off El Salvador with a quarterfinal finish, so looking good for Baron Mamiya. He's on his way again to finals. He'll be in the round of 16. Let's hear from Baron. He won the last heat. He's with Maria.
Yeah, congratulations, Baron. So, Baron, your very first time here in Brazil and also competing against the Brazilian. So, did you feel pressured by the crowds?
Yeah, I think I felt more pressure because I haven't surfed in so long. There were so many lay days, there weren't much waves, and we were kind of just cruising. So, it was kind of like, oh, I haven't surfed in like 4 days or whatever it was. So, it was nice to get some waves, and yeah, the crowd's crazy. I've never seen anything like it. Everyone's like, yeah, just Brazil is just super like stoked on surfing, so it's sick.
Yeah, so you caught a lot of waves until you got a decent one, backup score. Did you, it was hard to find good opportunity?
Yeah, for sure. There's not like a lot of opportunity. I kind of seen a peak down the beach, and then, yeah, you know, my plan was kind of just to stay away from the priority heat. I didn't want to like get near them because they're going to get the best waves, obviously, if they come in. So I kind of just surfed my own heat way down the beach and ended up getting a little air. And then I couldn't find a backup score the whole entire heat until the last like 5 minutes. But yeah, it's hard. You're either like in the spot or you're 2 feet away from getting a good wave, and like it's just a lot of paddling, a lot of current. But when you're on the good wave, it's nice.
Okay, congratulations. See you in the next round.
Thank you, Maida. And yeah, we'll see Baron in the round of 16. Getting caught up with scores. Last score for Jack Robinson in the priority heat, a 6.33, Mitchell. So Robinson with a strong lead over Seth Moniz. Moniz with priority. Moniz needing a 7.03 to take the lead.
Good show of maturity right there. Kaipo from Baron Mamiya definitely shows that he's been excelling at competing the last few years, demonstrating that with overlapping heat formats, it is way more complicated to compete with 4 people in the lineup that is so scarce in terms of the quality of the waves out there. I really like what I'm seeing from backdoor B.
There's Jordy. And that wave was not enough to push the big man into a section.
So it seems like Seth on the outside with priority. He's still been looking for the rights mostly. And if you look at the lefts that he's had, they haven't been very good, Kaipo.
Matty McGillivray in the non-priority heat, swinging through a couple of turns. Jack Robinson. Little slash on the left. We'll see if he takes the ski or paddles back out.
So Seth's got 7 waves. He has 2 waves that are, you know, his 2 scoring waves, a 3.4 and a 2.73. But if you look at his third best wave, a 2.33, his best wave has come off of a right, but the one left that he had with decent scoring opportunity was the one that he fell on. And now with 12 minutes to go, Jack Robinson has had 1 scoring wave on the right, 1 scoring wave on the left. Selects another left right here, straight up in the lip. This wave kind of fades out. He has to wrap it back and then look for the finish, but wasn't able to get another section at the end. And then Matt right here on the right, great first carve, flatter section, and then just tried to capitalize on a second turn when there wasn't really much to work with at the end. But I just think for Seth right now, you got to be looking at something that will elevate your game and move you at least into the 5s, the mid-range scores. Don't be looking at 6s or 7s, Kaipo. There's scoring opportunity out there for mid-range scores that would move you up in the top spot in this heat.
Robinson up and out. Just surf it under the priority of the Seth Moniz. Some scores we're waiting for. Matthew McGillivray up against Jordy Smith in the priority heat. Those two, they've met up a couple of times in competitions, Jordy Smith and Matthew McGillivray, 2 times actually, and it's evenly split between the two. Here we go with McGillivray. Throws it to the air, lands on the roof, and on his way to a completion, but unable to get in front of the whitewater. Thought he had that one.
Close, but no cigar, and the landing was very awkward. A lot of white water on it, and definitely the backwash coming into play with the high tide that we're going to have around 12:30. Look at this section right here. He knew that he had to go to the air. You look at it in slow-mo. When he landed and when he was spinning around, he landed straight onto the lip line, and just that little hesitation that he had coming out of it, he straightened his legs out a bit too much and wasn't able to ride out of it cleanly. But a great attempt there from Matt. Unfortunately for him, it's going to be a throwaway score.
Still plenty of time on the clock, 30 minutes in the non-priority heat. No real relevant numbers as we looked at our WSL stats here between the 2 South Africans. They've met twice and they split the difference. Matthew McGillivray beating Jordy Smith in the round of 32 this year at Sunset. 2022, Jordy Smith beating Matthew McGillivray at Pipeline. Take a look at the max heat scores and their average scores there. We'll see the tiebreaker is going to happen right here in this heat.
Yeah, and the 14-point heat total, the max heat total for Jordy Smith looks good underneath his name. Pretty even match, as you were saying, Kipes.
Maddie here trying to skip a section to find the finish. So we saw Jack Robinson ride a wave in the priority heat, Matthew McGillivray ride a wave in the non-priority heat. We'll wait for those 2 numbers.
Man, and Jack Robinson up to 12 waves already with 9 minutes to go as well. He has definitely been looking to capitalize on some scoring opportunities out there. And during the free surf, Jack was really focusing on the rights, the single air waves. As we look at Matt here, great foam climb to start things off, the wrap in the pocket, and then one more for good measure into the lip line. So easily going to be his best score right now, Kipes. And then even look for the reform on the inside, was able to fit in one more. But when it comes to surfing on the backhand, I don't think there's a clear favorite when it comes to Jordy Smith and Matthew McGillivray. I would definitely say that the forehand is the better one. But last year, out of the few 10s that we had on the Championship Tour, Matt McGillivray had what I thought was the best one in Tahiti, a barrel on the backhand.
Yeah, that was an incredible wave for Matty McGillivray over there at Taupo, the end of the road. An absolute sea monster coming through there, airdropped into it and pulled it off. Waiting for scores here for the priority heat. We can see Jack Robinson, the red jersey with Seth Moniz. Jack Robinson, you know, 3rd season on the Championship Tour. Robinson already just in 3 seasons, he's had 45 excellent wave scores in a very short time. High heat winning percentage of 56% heat winning percentage for Jack Robinson. Leo Fioravanti getting some prep work done right now, getting his Apple Watch. He's going to be up against Rio Waida.
Thank you.
So that's the beach marshal area where our competitors get their jerseys. They also will get their Apple Watch. The Apple Watch, just another ingredient on informing our surfers out in the water, in addition to the priority cubes and our on-site announcers.
Whoa, Kaipo. Priority interference on Jack Robinson now.
We're going to have to take another look at that. Jordy Smith finishing off here. Jack Robinson in a commanding heat against Seth Moniz has been deemed a priority air interference as we fly over Jordy Smith. And that was an abrupt change in the temperature of the room for me.
I just went from watching Leo get his Apple Watch to all of a sudden seeing an interference on screen. I'm like, what, when, and how? But this is a huge moment. I mean, we already lost number 1.
Yeah.
We lost number 5. We could potentially be losing number 6 very soon. Seth Moniz needs less than a 3-point ride to take the lead with 6 minutes to go. And he has priority too.
So the game's not over for Jack Robinson. No. He still has the lead with a single wave score as we catch up to Seth Moniz, who may have just got that 3-point ride.
For sure. I mean, big section, bigger turn, a lot of commitment right there. And Jack Robinson at the most with the priority interference, he could potentially get 10 points as his highest heat total.
Let's take a look at this priority interference. What happened with Jack Robinson? Okay. A paddle.
Oh man, he was just right in front of Seth. He didn't let him paddle into that wave. And Seth Moniz with higher priority in that moment.
It's a block.
Was not able to get into it. Yeah, so.
Radical.
A huge moment. I mean, did he not look up towards the priority board or what happened? Because that's a rookie mistake there from Jack Robinson. With 5 minutes to go right now, Seth Moniz needing just a 2.94 to take the lead. We saw his last wave, the one big committed turn right there on the bigger section. And this is a huge moment right now for Jack Robinson and for Seth Moniz, who's pretty far down in the rankings, but has qualified for the first end of next year. This is a big moment. He could easily move up a lot of spots in the ranks with a good result here, Kipes.
McGillivray just with a quick turn there in his challenge. He's got 24 minutes on the clock, just 4 minutes and some change for Jack Robinson. Now, let's take a look at this again, Mitchell. So Seth with priority and Jack straight in front of him.
Yeah.
That's how he got the interference.
Yeah, well, he wasn't able to let him get a certain line to catch that wave. When you have priority over another surfer, you have unconditional right of way. You can paddle for any wave you want. You can basically do anything you want with any kind of wave. But as long as you, or as soon as you block somebody or paddle for a wave, priority will be switched.
So we're still waiting for a score for Seth Moniz. He needs just under a 3-point ride to take the lead off of Jack Robinson. So it is not official as of yet for Seth. We're still waiting for that number. It's an ultra important number, even though it's a small number there.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the size of the wave, the commitment to it, a 2.94, especially when you see the 3.4 of Seth Moniz, should be a pretty good score. And you look at the other heat, Jordy Smith, Matt McGillivray, nobody with anything better than a 4.17 at the moment. And if you're Seth right here, underneath Jack Robinson's priority, get to work. Better that low score of yours, Kipes.
Yeah, so still the previous wave is going to be the important one for Seth Moniz, and what he did on that wave. Again, needing that 2.94 to turn the heat.
Rod, what do you do right now if you're Jack Robinson? Do you try to look for a right or a left that allows you an air? Do you go for a combination of major maneuvers? And obviously that's going to be very specific to what Seth Moniz gets on his previous ride as well. Depending on what the requirement's going to be for Jack Robinson now, you got to be thinking you need to be looking for a certain type of wave in order to make it out of this heat. So
he got the number.
Yeah,
he got the number. 4.57 for Seth Moniz. So Seth turns the heat, and now Jack Robinson.
Well, he needs a 798.
Yeah, never mind the graphic. He needs exactly. So again, to update you, Jack Robinson, because he has an interference, needs a 7.98 on a single wave. So ignore that needs column there with that 1.64. Jack Robinson with that interference, which means he's only scored on his top wave. Again, Robinson needing a 7.98 to make it out of this heat. Robinson with priority.
2 minutes though, and the clock is his biggest adversary right now. You look at the way he's competed in this heat. He was up to a good heat total. Kaipo had more than 10 points. He was easily looking as like the favorite, and as soon as the flip switched for Seth Moniz to move up into the lead, he gets the 4.57, and now he is just in attack mode the whole time. He is on top of Jack Robinson. There's minimal space in between both of them, and he is adding a lot of pressure that you don't normally see with low scores like this in a heat.
Yeah, what a surprise for Jack Robinson. Strider?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, everybody in the competitors area here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone just glued to the screen, checking out the actual replays that you guys showed, and everybody was shocked. Nobody even knew it happened. They couldn't really see it because it's so far away, and you can't really get everything on screen. But everybody here is shocked, but it was obvious.
1 minute remaining. Robinson still with priority, still with a chance, needing a 7.98.
They're just surfing so far down the beach, it's really hard to see, even for the judges too. I mean,
yeah,
12 waves.
Jack. Oh, we're catching up to the end of that, and he feels like he's got it. We don't know if he's got it. He needs a little bit more on the inside here. 2 turns that we caught up with Jack Robinson at the end there. Little fist pump, maybe a little salesmanship to the judges. Again, Robinson, he can turn this heat with a 7.98.
Well, 20 seconds to go. It's going to come down to this last wave, Kaipo.
Wow.
Whether or not he gets it, he basically needs an excellent score right now. Looking at it from the get-go, great first turn right there from Robbo into the lip. And a decent second one, but I think when you look at how good the waves are in terms of the 8s, the high 7s that we've seen so far, personally, I just don't feel it. I don't think it's enough. I think a 6 might have even been better than that. I think we have a big upset again.
We're waiting for the score to make it official. 7.9. Basically, an 8-point ride is what Jack Robinson needs. So he'd need to go excellent on that wave. 2 turns on the backhand. First turn dynamic, second turn just a little bit of a glide. Still waiting for the judge's number.
Well, and the wave just let him down. The second section wasn't good enough for a combination of big maneuvers. Either way you look at it, it was the one moment, the one error that Jack Robinson committed to that heat that will cost him moving through.
I mean, he had the heat.
It was done and dusted, Kaipo. No need to be doing that at that point of the heat. When you're in the lead by that good of a margin too, why put yourself in that spot? It's a learning moment. Learning moment for Jack Robinson. He's going into 2 events that are good for him.
Yeah.
J-Bay and Tahiti. He's got to be looking for 2 keeper results there.
A huge missed opportunity. Number 6 on the leaderboard on his way in here. Number 5 fell out of competition right ahead of him. And number not going to be enough for Jack, so it will be Seth Moniz moving on into the round of 16. Jack Robinson in an upset, eliminated from competition. More action on the way when we return. Leonardo Fioravanti, Rio Waida matched up. We'll bring in Joe and Jesse for the call.
Just in a couple of days, we're going to see the start of the Challenger Series event number 3 as the best surfers on the CS head to South Africa, a place called Toledo, which has provided some incredible memories over the years. Stay tuned for that, but we still have a lot of work to do right here in Brazil. Leonardo Fioravanti takes on Rio Waida here in the elimination round, heat number 7, for a shot at the round of 16. We've seen some upsets in consecutive heats this morning. We'll see if things can turn around. Joe Turpel, Strider Wazalewski, and Jesse Mendez for the call. We've got Jordy and McGillivray, priority heat. Rio Waida taking on the Italian with 40 minutes on the clock. Starting off with Rio, you were pretty excited from the opening round, how spontaneous he was, a lot of different types of airs. He had a lot of great energy, even though he ended up in the elimination round. I'd like to see him reproduce some of those big punts.
Yeah, you know, he was out of control. He was having so much fun. He was just reactive to, you know, his surfing and the conditions. And I feel like that's something that he's constantly learning and getting better. Rio, he's always actually saying that about on his social posts about how he's here to learn and progress and get better. You know, coming on to tour and being a kind of a fresh face, Jesse, you know, how would Rio, like, how does he build off of that energy?
I think that's very important that you mentioned, like, he's here to learn, because you got to be humble when you get on tour because you need to learn so much. So anything you can take from anyone that has more experience, it's very important. Board-wise, the type of conditions you're going to get, because it's all new for him. Even though he comes from Indo, he's used to very good waves, but it's still different. There's different powers on the waves. Like, usually we surf Pipes, Sunset, Portugal, very solid type of conditions, so it's a learning process for him.
Let's get caught up with the upsets real quick. Joe, Strider, Jesse. Jesse quickly off of Jack Robinson, going down to Seth Moniz. What happened there?
That was a huge mistake for Jack, unfortunately. He kind of saw the door opening because the guy in front of him, Gabriel, lost. And then a big opportunity. He started a heat they both started kind of not so hot, and then he got a good score under his belt. It looked like everything was going his way, and then all of a sudden he got an interference and moved to second place and lost that heat. Let it slid by him. Huge opportunity.
Rhythm is a real thing. The man that was so perfect to start the season at Yellow, win at Pipe after the injury at Bells, has had a tough time making heats. And then also the Medina story here in Brazil. You think of surfers like Thiago Pettis or other hometown heroes that just struggled to get through the later rounds. Upset by Samuel Pupo, the wild card in this event was.
Yeah, you know what, though? It's interesting, but I feel like as a wild card, you have nothing to lose. And as Gabriel Medina, it's almost like you have everything to lose. You have everything on your shoulders. You haven't lived up to expectation in Brazil, where you're the biggest star there is in surfing. And then, you know, it's got to weigh on you a bit. A lot of surfboard talk too under Gabriel's feet. Are those boards good? Are the, you know, what's going on with his equipment? He's been riding a lot of like thinned out boards, but I don't know, on the off days he looks amazing to me. You know, even just surfing around, like watching him on the little edits, he's on fire. So maybe the pressure's getting.
And then also you look at Griffin Colapinto out to Jadson Andres. The upsets are really clear in this elimination round. Fioravanti paddles, no takers there as he's in the non-priority heat. For Jadson, though, a heroic moment for himself. Jesse, did you have a chance to see him upstairs?
I actually saw him. I didn't speak with him, but he looked very calm, almost too calm for Jaddy. Usually he's on the athlete zone just messing around, playing basketball, whatever it is. But he was pretty calm. He seemed settled. Maybe all the energy, it was all towards that heat, and now he has to reset. He's probably going to surf again later on, so yeah, important.
He got on the surfer's thread, was asking for more coffee in the area. he was, you know, he's ready to stack it up. He was taking care of everybody else, he said.
You got to take advantage of the resources, you know.
Of course. But I caught up with him a little bit, and he was excited. You know, he was stoked, and you know, I mean, obviously to take down somebody, to get the call up, number one, to come all the way from Brazil. You know, to end up in the elimination round and then beat the current rankings leader, you know, going into it, that's a huge energy.
Sweet bottom turn and straight down is Waida. So incomplete to start things off against Leo Fioravanti. And now setting up a backside off the top, Maddie McGillivray. Trying to sweep one, more of a climbing turn, but that's incomplete. An all South African battle, Jordy from Durban, McGillivray from Jeffreys Bay, as we continue with Fioravanti. Snaps off the first section. Now setting up something down the line. He still has an end section to work with. A lot of power on that final turn. Nice controlled surfing for the Italian. Just to remind you guys, if you happen to eat lunch with Leo, do not put pineapple
on your pizza.
On your pizza, or his pizza, for that matter. Proud Italian.
And he's actually pretty bummed about it as well.
What'd you see here, Jesse?
Great first turn right there. Just show how much strain. He's been putting a lot of work behind the scene, and just show how solid he always looks. See, incoming section, a lot of whitewash, and he was able to push through it. Very solid looking as usual.
Also on the left here, nice airdrop from McGillivray. He doesn't mind falling out of the sky.
No, he'll jump out of an airplane. He'll free dive off a cliff here in Rio, and then he'll go out and drop out of the sky in the lip. He's very active.
There's a great surfer in Brazil, Marcos Zifu, who made some Taylor Steele movies back in the day. Such a amazing human being, and he likes doing stuff like that, like with Matthew McGillivray. So for Matty, he was able to connect with Marcos Zifu and his crew, and next thing you know, they're jumping off cliffs in Rio de Janeiro. Not for the faint of heart, Jesse. I mean, would you ever consider doing something like that?
Definitely not. The closest I got was at his hometown, or close to his hometown, at Jeffreys Bay at Bungee. That's
You did it.
The closest I got. It was terrifying. I don't think I'm ever coming back. And he actually jumps off that cliff before with the surfboard
bridge,
as well.
Yeah, it was amazing.
That was incredible.
Joe took me to that.
Yeah, I didn't want to do it either, but it's, you know, when you got your friends there, you do some crazy things sometimes. We love it. Big, important win for Seth Moniz, 7.97 as he took out Jack Robinson. Seth is with Maida.
Yeah, Seth. So congratulations. Did you know it was an interference on that moment?
Yeah, so when that moment happened, Jack went in front of me, and I kind of thought he had priority just because he looked confident that it was his wave. And, you know, for me, I didn't think it was an interference because I didn't make a move on the wave. But in a way, yeah, he was in front of me, so I was like, oh, he had priority. And I pulled back. You know, we're catching a bunch of waves out there. A lot is going on. The waves aren't that good. I feel bad for Jack. You know, he has the next 3 events are big for him for the top 5. I'm kind of out of it, so, well, you know, I'll take it. Sometimes you get lucky and you get those heat wins. But yeah, I mean, I definitely would have went on that wave had I known I had priority.
So, and then after all, you needed a low score. So how did you capitalize on that?
Yeah, I just went on the next closeout and found a lip and did a closeout maneuver. Yeah, like I said, the waves are really tough out there. You kind of just gotta swing it and get lucky with the open face.
Okay, congratulations. See you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Obrigado, Maida. And thank you, Seth. Just a nice, honest breakdown of the situation that he didn't really understand priority, it felt like, at that time, and realized he had it. Interference went his way, and as you know, Jesse, when that rolls in your favor, you got to take it and run with it. Let's see Seth turn this into a breakthrough performance.
I know he has been having a tough few events. Last few events got a back injury as well. But maybe now this could be the momentum change.
This is Indonesia's Rio Waida. Big section there. Love the deep bottom turn. So the timing was solid to come down with the lip. You can see how quickly this wave just loses energy and fades out into the beach. One major move, but his best numbers so far against Fioravanti. Fioravanti got the 5.17 earlier. Waida needs a 5.11 here, Jesse. What'd you see?
I thought it was very smart of him. They're under the priority heat, and he probably had a few looks on the conditions before, as you see here. Also Matthew, a little bit of a flatter wave, trying to find that ramp, but just kind of got stuck. But he identified, you saw like a bunch of average to good scores on only one big turn, and he probably was looking for that mostly in the first half of the heat without priority.
Rio Waida, a special moment for Indonesia. being the first ever to qualify full-time. Some of your best friends are Indonesian, Strider, and you've had a lot of great memories there. Fun catching up with guys like Rizal Tanjung and talking about the energy that is behind Rio Waida, being the one surfer that's representing that beautiful part of the world that's known as Surfer's Paradise.
Yeah, they are so proud of him, and the pride that comes along with that, but the weight of a country on your back. I mean, it's pretty incredible that he's on tour, he's made the cut, you know, he's here battling and surfing amazingly. I mean, the type of surfing he's doing is so explosive and so fun to watch. You know, and it's great for the tour.
And we saw his commitment really start early as the Hawaiian leg of the tour. A lot of surfers after a loss, or they want to get out and get home, and he had a totally different idea. He was staying in a pretty decent house on the North Shore, but I think he just found comfort, decided, you know what, this is my job. Why would I rush out of here? I need to learn as much as I can, and he's been staying true to that statement for the majority of the season.
Well, it's a long way to get back home, and I feel like he wants to find comfort in I think the consistency of being somewhere for a great amount of time to give himself that, like, you know, we have a joke. He's putting the Indonesian flag in the ground at all these locations. Like you talked about in Hawaii, didn't go home. Like, you know, it's about finding that comfort and really putting yourself in a place to feel at home. And so we have a joke where everywhere he goes, he raises the Indonesian flag and says, I'm here, I'm going to stay here, and this is my new home.
Smart move for Rio Waida as we have 5:30 to go in the priority heat. All South African battle. The veteran Jordy Smith, former runner-up in the world, looking for a connection here at Saquarema. Going some power turns and mixing it up a bit for us, Jesse.
Yeah, nice wave selection there for him, and this is a great down-the-line turn. He just makes everything look so big and smooth. Is amazing surfing from Jordy right there. Having a little advantage on the heat. Not a big scoring heat, but still very good surfing.
Had the heat in the opening round with John Florence. John was throwing down 9s with big alley-oops, so that's what sent Jordy into this round. But still, out in front over McGillivray, whose best number is still the 3.6 strider.
Yeah, he's found a couple of, you know, mediocre waves, but just not enough lip to really, you know, section up and give him something that he needs, like to go into the mid-range to excellent. You know, it's hard to find those waves out there right now. You got to identify a big wall or a closeout and really just go straight, as much speed into the lip. Get the judges thinking.
Oldest guy in the draw, Jordy Smith. How did that happen overnight? It feels like, gosh, he's been around for so long. His famous win he had here in 2013 was down the coast at Barra da Tijuca, where he actually had Adriano de Souza in that final. The crowd made it clear who they wanted to win, and Jordy enjoyed it. He channeled that energy towards himself and had some of the best claims he's ever released in a final. He did the Jesus Christ statue claim. He had a big smile on his face, and he was landing everything he was going for that day. He showed up in a final out here at Saquarema in the past as well, so he's had those moments of success at this venue. And I think now he's at the stage of his career where you're starting to wonder, well, what does he have to prove at this point? Is the title still on the top of his mind? And we'll see how the rest of the year goes, because now it almost feels like he's a bit of an underdog for the Final Five with all the new names that we're talking about these days.
Yeah, I think once you're stay on tour for that long, we have a replay here from Leonardo. Wow, a good effort for him to find that lip. The wave disappeared and actually had nothing much to offer, and he was able to get that tail very inverted, and yeah, good effort for him. But back to Jordy, after you're so many years on tour, you really got to try and find something that motivates you. And I don't know, but in my opinion, he's looking at maybe the Olympics right now, like trying to maybe get that last end of his career with a big finish at the Olympics.
That would be really special for Jordy Smith. Runner-up in the world so many times. You think of the list on tour of who he got to compete with, guys like this. Adriano de Souza, the 2015 world champ. You see Jordy's dad with the hat on behind Mineirinho. Always fun running into G-Force.
He's always fun to talk to, huh? He'll catch up with you.
And he'll tell you everything. He's got stories for you, gives you all the inside scoop. Blowtail reversing complete for McGillivray. And now it's Jordy's turn. Nice clean snap through the white water, and didn't like the end section. Down to 2:10 on the clock.
It almost feels like with the tide coming up a little bit, the waves moving towards more that deeper part, and a lot of waves really flattening out right after they take off, and that just happened with Leo, with Matt, and this wave of Jordy, just not enough juice, and getting a little bit more challenging there for them. But I'm sure they're going to find a big ramp and make us excited. Mostly Rio, very exciting surfer.
I can't believe how fast this playing field changes. From this morning when the ladies started out and the women had their heats, and it was, you know, look just a little overhead, and you know, it was kind of breaking all over the place, and then boom, swell came up, tide came up, moved down the beach. It was, you know, it was you know, well overhead and just like big power sections. Now we're backing off again. Rio on the hunt.
Section growing in front of him, and how is that free-floating feeling he felt after hitting it high off the top of that peak. Now he's just hanging in there, hoping for something to work with on the reform. He might have it here. Bowling up for him. Great read from Rio Waida. Worth the wait on the reform section. Really smart surfing. Waida chasing just a 4.51. Jesse, I think he's done enough.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Great first section right there. Kind of going against the leap, against the grain. Very critical, as you see right here. As he prepares for it, just really pushing the limit on that lip. And right here, you almost think the wave was done, and he was calm enough to keep his composure and find a nice little extra section on the inside, and really providing some spark right there, some fin release, like very good body language as well, which the judges love to see that.
I feel like Rio, you know, he's hailing at about 5'5". You know, he's probably 145 pounds. But when you watch him surf, he looks like a thug. I mean, he just like throws that board around. He's got big turns. You know, he's got technical surfing. I love watching him surf and how big he surfs for a little guy.
That horn was for the South Africans, Jordy Smith and Matthew McGillivray. We'll call it a matchup. Jordy takes this one to move on to the round of 16. It'll be reseeded one more time when we get there. And McGillivray gets to go home early. Next stop, Jeffreys Bay, his hometown. That'll be nice for himself to get some extra home time with his life on tour. And Jordy will be dangerous in the round of 16. Callum Robson, Kanoe Igarashi will be coming up next, as Rio Waida and Leo Fioravanti will have the priority heat. A lot of big heats to come here in the elimination round. We'll take a quick break. Right back for more after this.
It all started from that injury when I was 17 years old. It took me out for 6 months, and it taught me that it's never gonna be easy. And that was the best lesson that I could ever have. And honestly, I would break my back again if I was 17. Since then, I've realized that, you know, when I fell off tour, I qualified again because I never gave up. When I hurt my shoulder, I came back because I never give up. Last year when I didn't make the cut, I got back on the horse, even though I was frustrated. And I told myself, I'm not giving up. I want to be back there.
You can check out the entire one-on-one interview with Leo Fioravanti on WorldSurfLeague.com. What a great human being, a ton of energy, a ton of passion, a lot of fire, and he backs himself. And he's been through a lot at a young age. Had a lot of backing as a young grommet representing Italy through some serious injuries. I think he's actually in the best form of his career as we speak. Coming back from break, Fioravanti had a little punt attempt where he ended up underwater. But Rio's taken the lead off the Italian. We saw that wave before where Rio got the reform. 5-1-0 got him out in front as we see the big carve from Fioravanti getting some clean water to work with. Slams it on the third turn. And now he's hoping for a little inside track. All patience, hoping that he gets a decent bowl to shut it down, and a great read on the finishing move for Fioravanti. And we've got quite a battle in this priority heat. Got Callum and Kanoa now just getting started. But Leo looks like he had still a ton of energy fighting back against Whiteout.
Yeah, I think this is going to flip the heat, go back the other way, Leo's way, and it's going to be fun to watch this thing cook out because these guys are both in peak performance mode. They're both very fit and ready to go, mentally fit. Their headspace is so strong, it's unbelievable. So I love the way Leo's looking these days. You're right, Joe. Best I've ever seen him.
Have you seen him squat before? Oh my gosh, there's a lot of weight on those bars. I asked him that in the interview. I can't remember what he said. It ended up on the cutting room floor, but his training is something that he's really, really into. And it's almost like you learn to enjoy it just as much as getting in the ocean. That's when you know you've reached a special place as an athlete on tour.
Yeah, and that doesn't come from like a week ago. He's been training with the same guy for 5 years, and we see on this replay here identifying that nice clean section and just applying a lot of power and finish it up very nice. That's going to be a great score for him.
Love that first turn. Just so sweet when you see a carve executed like that in a bumpy lineup. That open face was so glassy. We really got to enjoy that first turn.
I mean, just cleaning up what is otherwise jumbled, lineup in water, that to make it look like that, he's going to get a great score. He's going to feel comfortable with it. And here's another replay on the backhand. Igarashi opens up a little bit, kicks out.
So Kanoa just getting a warm up against Callum Robson. Leo and Kanoa basically growing up together through the Quicksilver program and got to warm up on world-class waves, so they're kind of fulfilling their destiny of all those amazing surf trips they went on with Stephen Bell. Got to meet their heroes, and now they're competing in the world title race. For Leo, it was interesting when he was sidelined after the midseason cut last year, and he's seeing Kanoa, his childhood sparring partner, competing for a title in last September at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And you could add Jack Robinson to that equation, because Jack was like the third musketeer that you'd see all over the world when they were just kids. Here's Kanoa up and out.
Looks like we've got a little weather change out there. Looks like it's definitely raining. The beach is moving. People are running for shelter, and you can see the rain coming down in the water there.
This is really the first bit of rain we've had this week.
Well, we had some last night.
Was there a little last night?
Yep.
You left your laundry out.
No, that was yours.
So also we got a little bit of switch on the winds as well, blowing more into the right. So that's going to be interesting to see those, mostly the regular footers, trying to identify those ramps and maybe getting some airtime.
Wow, all the fans with umbrellas well prepared, and others are running for the activation site where they've got big monitors. All the athletes upstairs are backing up a little bit. A serious squall hitting Itaúna Beach.
Moving the table back, Griff there in the middle with the hoodie. He was wearing that yellow jersey, but will he be wearing it come the end of this event?
We're going to keep you posted. First person to look at is Toledo. And we know his track record at this place. Unbelievable. He doesn't have to deal with the elimination round. He's in the round of 16 later on today, which I believe will be standard heats. Will change from this overlapping format once we get to the round of 16. All eyes on Toledo, though, when we come to Brazil, looking to make it 4 in a row. And what I've heard from our stats team is that's never been done before.
That would be massive.
4 straights.
A 4-peat.
He's got 4 wins, but 4 in a row has never happened at a CT venue. There's a lot of 3s, though, which is great. But, wow, if Toledo can do that this year, he'll create history.
And the scary part about it is actually has probably the biggest chances of doing that.
Of anybody, right? Of anybody to win this event, you'd be favoring Toledo. There was a great social feed post on the WSL social feed about all the 3-time winners, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, we'll give you an update on that in a sec, but hiding from the rain is Jordy Smith with Rachel.
Yeah, parabéns, Jordy. Talk us through your heat and how did you find yourself out there?
It was pretty tough. Obviously tough coming up against a South African countryman. But to be honest with you, I couldn't really hear much. They were speaking, it was just in Portuguese and it was hard for me. I couldn't understand. And then our watches didn't work, so that was another factor that I was just like kind of lost. The wind is blowing a little bit and it's starting to rain now, so it's kind of hard to hear. And yeah, the conditions are really tough, but there's waves. You know, the last week there hasn't been waves, so stoked.
And you got good results in Brazil. You were second place back in 2019. What are your expectations for the upcoming heats?
Just to keep advancing through the rounds. Yeah, it's nice to have good results in the past, kind of have a bit of confidence, but every day is a new day, so just make the most of it.
Thank you. See you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel. Jordy happy to get through the next one, as he'll be in the round of 16 later on today. We're talking about surfers that have gone 3 wins in a row. Let's talk about MR, a 4-time world champ, won Bells 3 straight seasons, 78, 78, and 1980. I probably should say 77 there. Sean Thompson went 3 in a row in Durban. Tom Curran did it twice, 3 in a row in Japan, 3 in a row in Oceanside as well. He's done that 2 times. Of course, Tommy Curran. Lisa Anderson, 3 years in a row, won in Lacanau. Kelly, no surprise there, 3 years in a row at Pipe. Andy Irons did it in France. Steph Gilmore in Maui and in France for Steph. Kelly did it at Cloudbreak as well. Carissa at Bells, and then we get to Filipe here in Brazil. That's a special class to be a part of, Jesse.
Definitely, and yeah, with big chances of being the first one to ever clinch 4 times in a row. I have Iago as one of my picks to kind of battle him out. He's such a good surfer out here, but if I had to pick a favorite, it would be Filipe.
Iago's been looking so stealth throughout this last week or so, and even beyond when the surf was pumping before it started. He was, I felt like, the best in the free surf. Sent Medina to the elimination round, and we saw how that affected Medina because he went down to Samuel Pupo. Callum Robson slides out on his finishing move, but that'll be his best wave so far against Kanoa Igarashi. Next wave for Rio up and out. Callum into another great year on tour. Blew up as a rookie, and just like Samuel Pupo, who finaled at the CT level in his rookie debut, Callum did the same thing in his rookie debut at Bells Beach was. Let's see what happened here.
Solid surfing. I mean, you know, he's a brickie to me. He's a blue collar worker. He goes out and just really rips into walls, power surfing, just fundamental, just puts it all together really well in a heat. And you know, he's gonna come up with the mid-range to excellent scores. He's right in there always swinging, and not scared of a big slabbing barrel at Portugal either, with the only 10, you know, at that event.
Yeah, geez, that was a special moment for Callum. As we look at a fun-looking left-hander setting up for Fioravanti. Little top turn carve to set it up. Patiently waits for the white water, helps him with that snap, and will just place the climb. All smart decisions with that wave going flat. And now into the reform hunt. Inside wedge might go flat on him here. And he's still hanging in there. This is wave number 10 for the Italian, and he could surf all day. Ton of energy. Doesn't get the bonus inside section, but with the water patrol on hand, it's worth the risk just going all the way to the beach. How about the start, Jesse?
Yeah, unfortunately, the wave looked great, but the backwash kind of made it go flat and split up a bit. But he put it a great wave together. I don't think he's going to better his 517. It's going to be kind of around the same range. But smart decision for him, because Rio looked like he was right by it, and as the wave stood up, it looked like a very good wave.
Well, we know that Adriano de Souza has now been working really closely with Fioravanti When he was on tour, Jesse, he didn't really let a lot of people in, you know, outsiders and people asking questions. He looked very focused. He had a lot to accomplish in his career. But I know you've had a lot of time to spend with Adriano de Souza. Just describe his character and his personality when you're away from competition. What's he like?
I think he had that competitor mask on his whole career because, like you said, his whole goal of life was to win a world title. So it started way before everyone even met him. So he had to kind of protect himself in that way. And now he's just a way mellower guy. Like, he stays out for longer, you know. He goes to dinner and maybe have like a cold one with his friends and all of that, and you can have a good talk. And he's actually very open about it. He loves giving it back to everyone like he's doing with Leo and he's doing with the Italian team. All his knowledge, it's not just going to stick with him. He's going to spread to other people, and I think that's a good legacy that he's leaving.
So cool to see him around these events now, and I love how focused he is as passing all that knowledge to Fioravanti. They've got a great schedule, great relationship that's growing. And I think a lot of people are going to be calling Adriano to see if they could work with him from here on out. He's turning into that new kind of super coach and such a recent world champion, winning in 2015.
You know, I love the fact that he took the competitive mask off, kind of, so to speak, like Jesse said, because he's so fun to hang out with. He's just that's a nice guy. He's got a big smile. He's got a great energy to him, and for him to have that on for so long, and I grew up in it, watching it and seeing it, and I always wanted to talk to him. Hey, and he was always ice cold, but now he's opened up.
Kanoa Igarashi top turn, pushes harder for the tail release, trying to create something out of nothing on the final part of that wave. Igarashi, a silver medalist in the first ever showing of surfing in the Olympic Games. As he rolls into this one, anything positive out of this approach, Jesse?
As we see right here, just the wave going very flat. It looks like he's seating on that right into the channel, and sometimes it really doubles up and it gets very nice, kind of a ripple right. But as we speak right now, there's not so much sand in the bottom in that area, so it's kind of going flat most of times. But yeah, it's kind of a gamble, but if you find the right one, it could really give you a good opportunity.
Recap of the priority heat. Let's see how Fioravanti got his lead over Rio Waida, both with similar range scores, but Fioravanti out in front because he got the 6.33, able to attack the big sections, always solid over his surfboard, riding a sharp eye today. Fioravanti stretched that one out and punched out the finish, and staying incredibly active. Both these guys riding 10 waves apiece, Strider.
Yeah, that's a big wave count. And Rio just falling with the lip right there. A lot of drama in that. I like the way that he executed this wave. And, it's kind of a lucky dip, as you say, as it comes to the inside here. This wave actually gave him an opportunity to come inside and blast through that corner. So, nice work for Rio. Great roll of the dice.
Really enjoyed that reform. That is a 5.10, but is Fioravanti backing up his surfing with clear water, big wrap, solid snap on the end section. Best number of the heat, 6.33 for Fioravanti. And getting that lead back. Not afraid of trying to dry dock a reform. Good thing we've got those skis fired up to take him out the back once again. So the Italian with the pedal to the metal, even though he's past the midseason cut, he's safe not only for the rest of the year, but for also the start of 2024. He's still surfing like he's got something to lose. He said he feels like he's bringing out the best in him, having something on the line. He's got a lot of big goals for himself, and with all the points on the line for wins, 10,000, Brazil, J-Bay, Tahiti, anything's possible.
Yes, and I think it's a huge opportunity for him to be safe off the cut, obviously, and gain ground. He's never been in that position before, so it's a good time for him to actually push as hard as he can to see where he can get.
Igarashi smooth on the opening carve. Stretched out bottom turn with the fin throw to follow. And now a nice clean fade. Great technique, always super smooth. His arms and body are always going in the right direction. As we see a 1.7 as his low score, that'll be gone. And he'll start building against Callum Robson. Technique and fundamentals have always been brilliant for Kanoa, even at a very young age. A kid that graduated early from the amateur ranks. You weren't seeing him competing for those big national titles because he already had big dreams that he wanted to follow. What'd you see here, Was?
You know, he's finding that little ripple that we were talking about. You know, the wave was a little flat, but the surfing was on point. You know, really quick, fast. You know, first turn kind of getting what he could out of it. But, you know, look, like, it's really hard to find the wave that actually stands up.
And then Leo on the left here, Jesse.
Yeah, looked like he's better his score. Very tough wave to manage, but he was able to get himself not so vertical, but just on the lip line twice and getting the judges' attention and, yeah, better his situation just by a touch, but a 5.37 on his last wave.
Absolutely battling here to the final minute. Rio Waida chasing a 6.6 now. So with that subtle improvement from Fioravanti, that's a big difference for scores needed. Rio needs it. Good looking wave. Drills it off the top, but cannonballs out of the sky. At first, it looked like he picked off a gem, but wow, it shut down quickly, didn't it?
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Rio. 60 seconds on the clock. It's not a lot of time, and his opponent's got priority out the back. That's not a good position.
Fioravanti's so tough in these types of situations. At the start of the heat, it almost seems impossible to outsmart him on the opening exchange. But Leo's got a pretty good idea of how he's going to close this one out and move into the round of 16. Little wave here, and Fioravanti's actually going to let Rio go here. So Rio with a chance on this wave, and I guess that's what Leo saw. Just a closeout, smart leave from Fioravanti. And Rio's going to have to regroup for Jeffreys Bay. Jesse, if you were in Rio Waida's corner, what are the positives that he should take into J Bay as he moves on?
I think the fact that you're going to surf an amazing right point break, and it's going to be his first time competing there, and he has a lot to learn, and yeah, just soak it in. Like for him at this stage of the year so far, like what he has proven already by defeating huge names, not just once, a few times twice, and right now is just take all he can into next year, get ready, and just be 100% in.
Let's now hear the happiness from Adriano de Souza with Maida.
Adriano, so Leo just won. What was the biggest advice you gave him to compete here?
Basically, we studied a little bit about the ocean today, and was a few opportunities only. Especially it's a 40-minute heat, but you have to be care about a lot, you know, just not catch a lot of waves and not gonna make points at all. So I think Leo did pretty good, especially on a 6. Doing the heat was kind of like putting pressure on Rio. And also this heat was very important for the qualification for the Olympics, you know, because Rio it is also on that mix. But I'm happy for him just to advance it and try to him to keep this energy alive for the next round.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Maida, and thank you to a world champ, Adriano de Souza, the coach of Leo Fioravanti. Happy with that win into the round of 16. Back for more action at Itaúna Beach right after this. The Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Vivo, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona, this is living. by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona, and by City of Saquarema, official host of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. You're watching the elimination round, and we have Kanoa Igarashi and Callum Robson feeling like it's very uncrowded in the lineup now. They're the last heat remaining with an overlapping format, and we're continuing with the round of 16 as we come off the wrap from Caltex, and then he goes down on the finish. Trying to catch up to Igarashi, only chasing a 4.84. So once again, we're closing out the overlapping format. We're back to normal heats in the round of 16. Jesse Mendez, any heats you're looking forward to in the round of 16?
Definitely heat number 1 is my favorite right now. You got the Brotherhood there, João Chianca and Samuel Pupo. Both very important heats for both of them, but definitely João having the edge pressure on that one. So it's going to be exciting to watch.
What an exciting heat. It looks like Callum Robson doing the signal of maybe a broken board there, Strider.
Yeah, he was checking his board right after he went into that section, and he hits it with so much power. I think he might have buckled his board as he compressed on that lip line. And, you know, it can happen really easy. It's like these guys just go, you know, these boards are high performance, glassed, everything. So, you know, it's easy for them just to hit a section. All you need is a little bit of an air pocket under there, and it just will go pop.
Yeah, and Callum's been going through the challenge of finding the right boards for the CT level. He's been mixing it up quite a bit lately. As we see what happened here, Jesse.
Yeah, let's have a look. But starting with the cutback, and right here, it's where it happened. Funny, it didn't look like it was that much of a deal, but obviously sometimes you just hit that spot that he breaks it, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Looks like it was on the way down, maybe.
Or there's sometimes a previous buckle that you did on a wave before that you don't feel yet, and then it comes really clear when you're trying to hit a routine finishing move and your board doesn't go with you.
Little pit change down there. The crew came down. Looked like security had his surfboard for him.
Little looks of urgency in his eyes. Obviously kind of going against the grain, breaking board. Not the best scores on the heat so far, but could also be a momentum change right there. Maybe starting fresh, new board. Let's see.
Yeah, finding patience in those moments. Staying calm when you know you've got plenty of time, but the advantage for Kanoa is having the whole lineup to himself. Late on the climb, Callum will relax now that Kanoa goes up and down. So still chasing a 4.84.
Brazil is just it's a constant wild card. I feel like you just never know what hand you're going to get dealt. I mean, walking down the street to you catching a wave, you just don't know. It's unbelievable. And coming here, you feel it. You can get the energy. Anything can happen.
Yes, it's
except
wild.
for Toledo.
I mean, yes, it feels like he's predestined and ready to win this, but.
And I suppose that's why his record here is so phenomenal, because he's found consistency where most don't have. You know, you don't see a lot of even repeat success here. You can have a win and then out in the first round the following season. For Toledo, doesn't even matter if it's a venue change, and he kind of talks about the energy from the crowd fills his body and actually calms him down, and he can just react to big sections and do what he does best. Not every surfer has that consistency out here in Saquarema.
He likes the Barinha end down there. He's hanging out. He's got his crew. He hangs down there on the beach, and they get little workouts in. He's staying loose in the water, surfing. You know, everybody's excited to see him. They come up to him in the water. They high five him. They pal around him and catch a wave.
That is true.
They call him off, and he'll just look over and say, "Brazil."
Good times. Let's hear from Leo with Rachel.
Congrats, Leo. Tell us how important was this heat for you, because you both are chasing your qualification for the Olympics, right? So how was it for you?
Yeah, it was a super important heat for me, for Italy, for the Olympics. Of course, you try not to think about it, but it's hard. But I was aware of that thought and just told myself that if it comes in my mind, then just try and focus on what's happening in the moment. All I know is that I got to keep making heats, and especially taking down Rio, who's an amazing surfer, and chasing the Olympic spot. Huge.
And what about this comp? What do you think the judges are looking for in these conditions today?
Conditions are very tough, so there's two ways that you can do it. Basically, I think is either you really choose or try and find the best waves and open up on doing some big turns, which is kind of what I did. I didn't get huge scores, but I just stuck to turns. Or you can chase that air section, which will give some big scores. Conditions were really tough, a bit all over the spot. High tide is happening right now, so it was really tough, but I tried to be patient and wait for a decent looking wave, and when it came, just made sure that I completed every wave.
Congratulations, you did it. See you in the next round. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Rachel. And a big heat for Italy, like Leo was mentioning there. It was an important heat for Rio as well, as they're all trying to represent their country in the Olympic Games. Paris 2024, the venue is the end of the road at Teahupo'o. As we check things out here, the CT will provisionally qualify 10 men for Paris 2024 Summer Olympics. Each country can qualify up to 2 men from the championship tour. As you look at the right-hand side for Fioravanti, as he's sitting in a great place to clinch for Italy. He wants to get that official so he can get back to the Olympics like he did in Tokyo. You've got McGillivray and Jordy Smith trying to get 2 spots if they can for South Africa. Igarashi wants to be back there. Remember, a silver medalist in his home country. And Rio Waida back there at 21st in the world. Is going to have some work to do ahead of him at Jeffreys Bay and also in Tahiti, which is such a great thing that that final event of the regular season is actually going to be the venue for the Olympics. Can't wait to watch that one go down, Strider. I know you fell in love with Tahiti at a very young age, and every time you go there, it feels like you're in your happy place.
Yeah, you're definitely feeling at home there. The comfort of the channel at Chopu and watching those waves and then seeing what's going on. It's going to be a great warm-up, and look into, the stage for the Olympics for 2024.
And just seeing all that energy with having surfing at this big platform, the longest running sporting event in the world, and getting to represent your nation. We got to see that in Tokyo. Kanoa was the talk of that Olympic Games because it was at the venue where his dad learned how to surf many years before. He had government officials flying him in on helicopters for meetings saying, "We are counting on you." And I think for Kanoa, it actually helped him. You think that might just give someone way too much pressure. I mean, Igarashi almost got the job done. Gold went to Italo, but he was right there with a silver medal from the Olympics. How cool is that?
It's impressive and just shows us how some guys are able to capitalize on pressure, and that's the toughest thing you can do. And if you have that on your side, that shows that you're capable of being a watertight container or having a watertight under your belt.
And it's like, how do you recreate those big situations? Because we saw Kanoa in the Olympic Games beat one of the favorites in Medina, where he pulled off what I think one of the best airs I've seen Kanoa do in competition when he needed the most, calling himself, Mr. Clutch. And then he did it in Tahiti to get a spot in the WSL Final 5, which I think may be his best tube he's ever had in Tahiti with the jersey.
Yeah,
so
it was incredible.
How do you just create those moments? Because obviously with that kind of pressure, that's when Kanoa turns in his best.
Well, I feel like there's a moment there where I think, athletes in general have to take this pressure as a compliment. Because if you look at it any other way, it'll shift your balance. So if you take it as a compliment and you receive it and knowing it is something that you've earned, it can just be nothing but support for you.
I like that. Jesse, what's the saying?
I think I'm all the same.
Pressure is a privilege?
Pressure, yeah, it's a privilege. And I think what you mentioned, it's very important because there's no running away from it. It's going to happen every heat you paddle out. Obviously, there's different scales of it, sometimes more, sometimes less. So if you don't acknowledge that and take this as a privilege, you most likely won't be there.
As we look at a possible split peak, it'll just be the left-hander setting up for Igarashi. Nice fan of spray off the backhand there. Patience for the lip and crushes it. 2 well-timed backhand turns.
I like it.
And he might get a little tap in here, maybe a little inside track. Not much, but the 2 turns out the back were solid. The 3.0 is going to be gone. And now Kanoa trying to fight back and find some rhythm like he had last season. What'd you like about it, Strider?
Well, he waited. He had the patience to let the wave build, right? He did it twice, and to identify it and to actually meet that at the same time is out here on in this like atmosphere with rain, wind, backwash, tide, everything coming into it. To time those turns, you can see the spray flying. You noted that he actually was on point. You know, it's not easy to do right now out there, and so for me, he's definitely gonna better his score.
When you look at Kanoa's road this year through some tougher results than he had the previous season, as we'll hold that thought, because Callum's got an opportunity. Sweeping the carve, and he might just have to get out of there. Nothing changing to his top 2. If you think about Kanoa having such a successful season, finishing 5th in the world last year, and then having a hard time repeating that success and even feeling pressure for a moment with that midseason cut happening. Is this form still intact from the previous season? Is it just a rhythm with making heats? Have you figured out what's happening with Igarashi?
It's such a rhythm and momentum type of sport, more than any other sport, because you're dealing with such a variable environment. And sometimes it's just not going your way. If you look at his surfing, it looks just as good, if not better, as it was previously. It's just a matter. I always like to say that if your surfing is there and your mind is good, in a good space, it's just about moment for things to start clicking, because it cannot go your way for too long. And I think that's what's happening with Kanoa right now. Is just on the wrong side of the ball. That's all.
Last year, we saw him even wear the yellow jersey when we were at Bells Beach. He had the final at Sunset Beach. He got his best result at Pipe to kick things off. But he saved himself for the midseason cut, so just trying to surf his way into rhythm.
I feel like I might, be off on this, but the surfboards look too thin to me for him. I feel like he's not carrying the speed the way he was last year. And I feel like I've seen that in a lot of like with Gabriel, it seemed that way a little bit. And I don't know, just the boards don't seem to be flowing as well as they were last year to me.
We'll investigate that.
Yeah.
We'll see what's happening, looking at his volume.
That could be a rocker thing, too.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll take a closer look.
I could see that on Kanoa's side now that you mentioned.
Here's the recap. Igarashi and Callum Robson closing out the elimination round for us. And Kanoa's caught 10 rides. He's been counting his more recent waves. 6.33, 5.27. Good timing on the back end, and then on his forehand. On a longer ride with more opportunity to put pressure on Callum Robson. Callum had a great connection, but he's been held to a 4.5.
Oh, that fall cost him. This wave, though, I like the weight, I like the patience, and the timing up into the bowl, and then the finish strong on the inside.
And just at the right time, yeah, like as soon as you needed to apply a little bit more pressure on Callum and put the score requirement for him a little higher, that was perfect, perfect competing right there.
Such a solid read, and if anyone can make the distance in the flats, it's a guy that grew up in Huntington Beach. Growing up on the south side of the pier, you hear about the Huntington Hop. Kanoa, multiple-time U.S. Open champ on his home court. Knows how to generate speed when the wave's not helping you out. As you look at the highlighted numbers, those are the keepers, scoring your top 2 in these 40-minute battles. And it's been about taking a lot of waves, just trying to make sense of this lineup. As we have a quick up and down, we'll see how close Kanoa can get to Callum with priority in the lead, and talk about a super heat.
It's been raining, but the beach is still packed.
Samuel Pupo taking on Joao Chianca, 2 best friends. This is one of those pinch yourself type moments for these 2 guys that call each other brothers.
Soak it in, because this is a big one for him.
These guys are going to go head-to-head like a couple of young bulls fighting for the prize of bragging rights to move on to the next round. They might have matching tattoos, but that's all out the window right now. They're going for a huge win in their home country.
There's going to be some hand jibes, some hair flying, and some surfboards that are just going to be flying all over the place. It's going to be really fun to watch.
Set up on the right for Callum Robson. Patient for the air section. Lands the air reverse into a float. Right into a bottom turn and heads out. Deep on the wedge is Igarashi, a little bit too deep. And so he's just up and out. And now they'll try to establish priority, but great decision for Callum Robson. Perfect timing on the air reverse, Jesse.
Yeah, that was great to watch from him. You don't see that much from him. But right here, as you see it, just giving that little extra second, split of a second on the bottom turn just to time it perfectly, that air reverse. And great flow, too, coming out of it. Got a little extra foam climb right there, and it's probably going to better his situation. He's going to be back in the heat.
And now getting close to maybe one more chance for Callum. He's trying to break down to 7.10.
Not a lot of time left.
And Kanoa was able to get out of that wave.
And get priority, huh?
That was big. So even though he was on the second wave, he got out quick enough to try to hold Callum off any opportunity. That was huge. Scores in for Callum, 5.77. Now needs a 5.84, but without priority, that's almost impossible against Igarashi. And Callum's just going to put his head down and create some space. And Kanoa right behind him, so a scrappy battle. Callum in the mix with some mid-range scores. Kanoa just separated himself with a 6.33. And Igarashi's going to be in a good spot with priority to close out this heat with the win. He's going to be reseeded into the round of 16. There's the frustration from Callum, knowing that he put himself back into the game, but just a little bit too late. Remember, this is the last round. We reseed in the round of 16. We've got João Chianca taking on Samuel Pupo, followed by Ryan Callanan, and Kanoa's going to be right back out there for heat number 2 of the round. He'll have a little bit more time because we're transitioning out of the overlapping format, so we can really enjoy Chianca versus Pupo here at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. We'll be right back.
Yeah, last Sunday we had this amazing air show presented by the Brazilian Air Force. They're also here to honor the 150th anniversary of Santos Dumont, the father of aviation. It was the first time they presented here in Saquarema, and it was amazing. 50,000 people were here to watch it. So let's check it out.
Progress is impossible without change. And those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything.
Wow, what a show we had with the air show, packed beach, and it was something to see. All part of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. We've moved on. We're into the round of 16 for the men after elimination round. We are now back in a man-on-man format, and we are starting off with two good friends battling each other for a spot in the quarterfinals. João Chianca up against the wild card Samuel Pupo. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar. And this is, hey, this is, you couldn't have scripted this even more dramatic in that these two surfers support each other. They're really good friends, but now one of them has to be eliminated from competition, and it's going to be at the hands of their good friend.
Yeah, and Sam actually competed already today, knocked out former three-time world champ Gabe Medina of the draw in the elimination round, has a chance to eliminate the local boy João Chianca from the draw here in Saquarema. And interesting to note that João, first thing in the morning, what he did, showed up at dark, paddled out at dawn, Kaipo, and is back here for his heat with the CI surfboard underneath his feet. He should be entertained right now, knowing that there are a lot of waves on offer. He's definitely been one of the standouts of the free surf so far, but he's in a crucial round.
Yeah. Speaking of CI surfboards and João Chianca, got some information from Britt Merrick on what Joao's riding out there. It's a 5'10" by 18 3/4 by 2 3/8. It's the CI Pro model, but with a modified rocker, with a lower entry rocker to that CI Pro model. João Chianca, with the Channel Islands program, has been great in their development of all of these surfboards.
Yeah, and they just came out with the CI 2.0 Pro as well, which is another great board. Interesting to see that he actually opted for the first edition out of that model instead of the newer one, but they've been working on a lot of stuff, and they keep a lot of stuff secret too. At the Surf Friends, they were working on boards that had different fin setups too, Kaipo.
Yeah. Kanoa Igarashi took out a win. He's in the round of 16. Let's hear from Igarashi.
That's right, Kanoa. First of all, talk us through your heat and the strategy you got to win this one.
I mean, that was really hard. The waves are a lot harder than it looks. There's a lot of current. There's a lot of paddling. I didn't think I sit down once in that whole heat, so it's just it's a really hard day, but you just have to find the right waves, and you know, I had 40 minutes and I only caught like 2 waves, I think, so it's tricky.
But you feel comfortable in Brazil, right? You have your Brazilian fans, you speak Portuguese. Do you prefer açaí or churrasco?
I love Brazil so much. That's the hardest question I've gotten all week. But last night we had churrasco and we had açaí too, so both are my favorite.
Do you want to say something to your family and friends back home?
Yeah, I just want to say hi to everybody back in California. I miss you guys. Say hi to my family. あとみんな日本のファンもいつも応援ありがとうございます。また次のヒートも頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you. See you in the next round.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel Kanoa Igarashi. He's going to have a quick turnaround because he will be in heat number 2 of the round of 16. So he's going to be right back out in the water against Ryan Calnan after the conclusion of this heat. Replay here of a wave. This was Sammy Pupo's opener.
Yeah, first wave of the heat, Kaipo. Great opening carve. Just lost his footing when he was coming out of it. And unfortunately for him, big missed opportunity to capitalize on a great score at the beginning of this heat, especially up against a local boy. But Sam made the final last year, and all semifinalists onwards were Brazilian. He had a standout performance, and very surprised to see him back on the Challengers and not be able to qualify through the mid-year cut. But as of right now, number 3 in the CS rankings. He's building a lot of momentum right now, too.
Talking about good friends, missing the mid-year cut, Sammy Pupo, João Chianca actually entered the first Challenger of the Year at Snapper, accompanied Samuel Pupo, competed, but a big role for João in that event was to be the support squad for Sammy Pupo. And João did a very good job because Sammy Pupo went all the way to a victory there, Challenger number 1 over there, the Boost Mobile Pro on the Gold Coast. So that's how close the friends are. Yep. And if you remember, 2022, the seats were switched, and João Chianca did not make the mid-season cut. Samuel Pupo did make the mid-season cut, and Sammy went on to support João in his requalification. So these two, I mean, I can't stress how much these guys support each other. So there must be a mental challenge now that you have to take your friend out of competition.
I always found that these were the hardest heats to compete in, personally, against your good friends.
first of all, they know your strengths, but they also know your biggest weaknesses too. And having known that before, knowing that you're going to go out there and compete with somebody that you know specifically well on a personal level, you need to not let that distract you. And you need to be very smart in the way you approach this heat. And it has to be a systematic breakdown of what you can accomplish out there in the water. With the waves that we have on offer right now, I still have to give the advantage to the local boy Shianka. But what Samuel Pupo has done so far in this event, lost a very close heat to Filipe in the opening round. I could easily have seen him making it through that heat. I mean, it was what, like 15 points to 15.02. And in the elimination round, knocks out Gabe in a packed out crowd where 80% of the supporters were in favor of Medina. So as of right now, he's still public enemy #1. You can't let that distract you, Kaipo. You just need to go out there and do your job.
I concur. Peaks coming through here. We dealt with a squall that went through the contest area. Now conditions starting to clean up a little bit. Tide's still on the rise. It is almost 11 o'clock local time here. We got another hour and a half of rising tide before that tide turns. And a slow start to this heat, but the conditions looking good. And we can notice the separation of our two surfers. They're surfing two different parts of the beach.
Yeah, and Joao's definitely going to stick over to the main peak. As you see the tides, the high, as you mentioned, 12:30 p.m. The low this afternoon isn't as low as in the morning, but it's quite drastic, the change that we do have in terms of the actual backwash effect that we will see later this afternoon. With the higher tide, it's definitely a lot more in effect. And we have seen it in the last few heats, but I really like that Kanoa was able to touch on the conditions out there, Kaipo, because that current is very strong, and it's going from north to south. As you can see, Joao right there, he's struggling against it, but it does seem like he's trying to select these alley rights. He's up and riding now.
Shianka, Chumbinho. Nice carve. Quick arc there. Snap for some variety. Oh, little skip of the fins, and he's going to kick out.
And the reason we call them the alley rights, there's an alley as soon as you exit basically the parking lot here in Saquarema, and that's where the rights basically breaks right in front of the rocks. 23 minutes though, still on the clock, plenty of time. Easily going to be the best way of the heat, and a cool combo on the outside too, Kaipo. Should be a decent score for Chumbinho. Having to manage expectations and pressure at home is maybe the hardest thing to do in competitive surfing overall. And last year during the Challenger Series, he was able to make the semifinals here at the same break. And right now, he's going to have the best wave of the heat. Decent carve, straight up into the lip line. Really love that turn and the extension he got, and just lost the control of his fins when he was coming out of that second bottom turn. So unfortunately for him, maybe a score that could have been a little higher, but he's got to settle with what he had.
Yeah, so the early advantage to Joao Shianka. Talked a little bit about him at 22 years old. 3.33 is for that first wave. Shianka, #3 in the world right now on the leaderboard. Outstanding start to the year and a decent back half as well. Here we go with Chumbinho, quick to back up that 3.33, staying busy this time on the left. He's going to have to work the short break here, eyeing up a reform. Looks like he wants a ramp. Little tail slide there, and combos it up for the finish. Well done.
Wow, and you can hear the crowd in the background, Kaipo.
Saquarema represent. And the hometown boy, both Brazilians, but crowd's got to be a little bit more in the Shianka camp. Dad Gustavo, a surfer as well. Older brother Lucas, a great surfer. Check this out on the replay. Talk about milking it for all it's worth.
Right, and a great way to use second priority in a lineup that is very tricky, moves a lot. The opening carve was excellent on the outside. Somehow was able to make the reform, and that's one thing that I think can be detrimental to Shianka. Too much activity on his board, moves the board around a bit too much. Well, when it comes to surfing a beach break that has a reform like this, that's actually something that you want. Great tail slider right there, and combos it up with a nice turn on the finish too. So he's going to have his best score right here, Kaipo, and with 21 minutes on the clock, he's going to add a lot more pressure to Samuel Pupo, last year's runner-up in the water.
Yeah, Red Bull jet ski on the ride back out. We'll be waiting for that score for Joao. Took his first CT win at stop #3 over in Portugal at Super Tubos. Did that in brilliant fashion. And really now making a statement. You know, earlier 5.17 drops for Joao. You know, you would think at the beginning of 2023 and at the end of 2022, for Joao was just like to be on the championship tour. But after his success now he's thinking, I want to be in the final 5. I want a world title. Then we have a look at our remaining surfers in competition here. Filipe Toledo still in the mix. We'll see him a little bit later. Joao, Ethan Ewing, John Italo, and Leonardo. We'll all see those surfers in the round of 16. And it is going to be a race for that final 5.
And a huge moment to capitalize on an opportunity that a lot of people have lost out on, Kaipo. I mean, you look at the loss of Griffin Colapinto, world #1. Huge chance for Joao to at least move up into #2. And for Filipe Toledo, it's the right opportunity to take the lead. You go into Jeffreys Bay, a place that you've won at before twice, into Tahiti, knowing that that's not your strength. For Joao Chianca, he has 2 great events ahead. A right-hand point break like Jeffreys Bay, and Tahiti, if it's pumping, ooh, watch out. He could look for victory #2 there.
That's right. I mean, he started the season at 3rd place at Pipeline. Joao Chianca, he's known as a charger. Let's take a look at Joao's year here. Look at the Hawaii leg. 2 semifinals, and did one better, actually 2 better, at the Male Rip Curl Pro in Portugal, taking out a win. And another semifinal out in Margaret River, dominant position, 5th place at Surf Ranch. I mean, a couple of 9ths. What a great season for Joao Chianca.
Especially for a sophomore, too, that did not make the cut last season either.
Chianca just keep it loose out there. Multiple waves and another squall running through the lineup.
We've had the 4 seasons so far today, and I told you before we started working again in this heat, I'm taking my rain jacket everywhere I go now because I don't know when it's going to start raining, and that's what happens when you get this tropical activity in the southern part of the Atlantic too. Weather changes quite a bit here, Kaipo. It goes from cold to being warm to sunny to being all of a sudden very overcast, and the water temperature fluctuates a lot. But if this guy's surfing in trunks as a local boy in a 30-minute heat, it goes to show you that it's quite warm out there. It's way colder outside on land.
Yeah. Probably stays warm out there too, because with all the current and everything involved right now, you're constantly, we heard it from Kanoe Igarashi in the last interview, you're constantly paddling, so you don't want to overheat because you're constantly paddling in position. We've got eyes right now on Sammy Pupo up the beach with that paddle up current, trying to position himself.
Like fighting a river. Well, 18 minutes. Sam doesn't have anything better than 0.93. You've got to be thinking that he's got to get to work pretty quickly. As Joao, he's looking to improve on the 3.33. He's had 2 throwaway scores back-to-back. And in memory, I can't really think of too many people that have been able to hold the pressure and to be able to use it to their advantage and win at home. Jeremy Flores, when he did it in 2019 in France, was one of the most.
Took him a long time to get there.
Well, 13 years on the championship tour to do that. And then, of course, Kali Vasta almost did it last year in Tahiti. We've seen Filipe deal with it here. But there's a difference between being from the host nation to being a local boy from the same city.
At the host town.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you said, the Chianca family, a great surfing family. Older brother Lucas Shumbo, redefining really what can be done on big waves. And I'm sure he was an inspiration to his younger brother Joao. Shumbo really had this limelight for many years, and Joao was an unsponsored surfer just in Lucas' shadow, if you would. And then I'm saying in the last 4 years has really exploded upon the surf scene.
Yeah, he made the final at the Volcom Pipe Pro, I believe, runner-up to Jack Robinson that year. And then all of a sudden I'm thinking to myself, okay, like I know this last name, I know Chianca, but who's Joao? I knew Lucas, and then all of a sudden you see the heats that he has against John last season, and you're like, wow, okay, this guy's got some recognition going into his favor, does not make the midseason cut, requalifies to the CS, has 2 semifinal finishes, and next thing you know, he wins in Portugal against Jack Robinson, who I think is the most improved surfer the last few years on the men's championship tour side of Kipes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, between Robinson and Kanoe Igarashi, Leo Fioravanti, then the youngsters like a Sammy Pupo and a Joao Chianca, it really feels like a changing of the guard as well.
I think so, too.
Arcal, Ryan Calnan, the Novocastrian, getting ready for his heat up against Kanoe Igarashi coming up next.
Rhino. He's a great surfer from Newcastle. Loves to surf his home break of Merriweather, and man, that's a very evenly matched heat coming up that we have against Kanoe Igarashi, and should be a very fun one. Good amount of rights, good amount of lefts out there, and both very good on both the forehand and the backhand. So far, though, Kipes, Sammy with just the 0.93, and Joao still looking to better the 3.33 halfway through the heat. There's plenty of scoring opportunities, but
you know what's getting even harder right now is the visibility factor. With all this rain, with all the wind, everything, these environmental factors around you definitely do affect your performance, and they add some more train to your thought as well.
That's exactly what I was going to ask you, some of the challenges with this squall coming through. Of course, you know, it's not like we have a rain delay in surfing. We can surf right through it. But to your point, the visibility can become a factor.
And recognizing certain waves. I think that's why the Apple Watch has been so redefining. It's been so important to competitive surfing. I mean, there's times where you can't hear the beach announcer. There's times where you can't really see the priority board as well. And having that on your wrist is literally so important when it comes to competing and maintaining a lot of composure out there in a 30-minute heat, Kipes.
Yeah, it'll tell you your score, it'll tell you what you need. It will also tell you what priority you're in. And there's another feature on that Apple Watch where when you do gain priority, it will actually vibrate on your wrist. Set coming through here. Pupo with priority. Looking right here. Good size wave. Samuel drops in. The wave goes tapered real quick and hits some funky water. Catches a rail on that JS surfboard. And that was not pilot error there. That was definitely the wave that just went from a steep wave just to a tapered off, flat, burger-ish wave.
And since that first fall on the 0.93, he's really had a tough time just identifying a good wave out there. And I think that was a missed opportunity that really would have allowed him to get something, at least in the mid-range scores. 13:45 on the clock now. Use priority right there. And Shianka on screen, he has all the time in the world to add some more pressure and extend his lead at the moment. I cannot overstate this right now, Kaipo. It is imperative for him to make it out of this heat, at least make the quarterfinals at home, and get over that ledge that a lot of people have competing at home on the Championship Tour level. There's been very few people, as I said, Kolohe Andino never even made it to the quarterfinals or better at lower trestles at the CT event. And guess what? Joao Shianka could definitely be doing that if he makes it to finals day here.
Nice carve for Chumbinho. Times that backwash. Gets the second carve in. Very patient, going for the redirect here. Looking to do the tap dance into the shore break one more time. Gets through that flat, no problem. Shianka looking up for something on the inside. Building up speed. Punches the oncoming section. Again, milking that wave for all it's worth.
Yeah, and it should better the 3.33 as well. Good effort there from Shianka. Smart use of priority as well, because if you let Sammy have that wave, you get him back into the heat, Kaipo. Looking at the replay here, great first carve. Nearly loses it on the second when you see right there. Caught a bit of an edge. His fins were sliding out. Recovered super well here on the inside just to be able to make the reform and add a few finishing touches. We normally say, you know, in the fight game that you want to be able to manage the crowd, and so far he's been able to manage the crowd very well here at home. He's embraced that everybody's supporting him, and I think that's just added a bit more fuel to the fire, Kipes.
Sure does. Coming out of that, a 4.1 for Joao Shianka. Shianka in the lead. Sammy Pupo needing an excellent score of an 8.34 if he wants to do it in one wave. Here we goes with Samuel. Samuel on the left. A couple of ribs in the face to deal with. And does not get the ending there. So a nice effort by Samuel Pupo, but he will still be searching for a big number to come back over Joao Shianka. We'll see if Sammy can do that. We'll be back with the conclusion. Opening heat of the round of 16 here at the Vivo Rio Pro.
The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Vivo, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona, this is living. By State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. By Oakberry, not just acai, it's Oakberry. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Men's round of 16 out in the water. João Chianca over Sami Pupo. Two good friends going at each other for a spot in the quarterfinals. This is the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar. And Sami Pupo got a wave, got a score of 4.33 and got himself right back into the game. Needs a 4.95 now, Mitchell, to turn the heat. Here is the 4.33.
Yeah, the most consequential score for him so far. Decent combo on the outside. Was trying to fit in one more right there at the end, and unfortunately for him, that section just coming down a bit too soon. But he's back in the game, now needs something close to a 5-point ride. Chianca now with priority. Let's see how well he's able to use it. He comes from a school of new generational surfers that have been using priority for much longer than a lot of the other surfers, you know, close to my age that have been doing so, late 20s, early 30s. This is a system that's really been implemented a lot more over the last 10 years on the qualifying series, Kaipo, and I feel like if you've grown up with the system, it just benefits you a lot more once you make it to the championship tour level.
Yeah, Chianca with a high heat IQ as far as able to manage a heat. Also, hearing from his shaper, Rip Merrick, a high IQ when it comes to equipment. Is really one of the most, the surfers that put this in the most input about what he feels on a surfboard, what he feels on a fin, how he wants to develop it, and just minute changes is something that he's able to feel and really dial in his equipment. So a valuable team rider that can give you that type of input.
Yeah, and he comes from a place too here in Saquarema that I think is actually a great playing field when it comes to experimenting with a lot of different boards, a lot of different fin setups too. This place tends to change quite a bit, small, big, and in a matter of hours too. I mean, we got here this morning at the crack of dawn, Kaipo. It was 2 to 3 feet at the most. Next thing you know, it's 7 to 8 foot faces out there right now. Sam up and riding.
Yeah. João lets Sam take this one under priority. Has to ease through a little cutback, waiting for it to steepen up. Better carve on the second one. Looking down the line, he's going to have a section. Flows through that section. Let's see if he sticks with it. And that's all it's going to take.
Great use of second priority, though.
4.95 is the requirement. Your thoughts?
It's close. I mean, you look at the 4.33, there was one real good turn into the lip line for that. This wave a bit flatter, and obviously you don't want to compare rights to lefts either, but in this case, sometimes you have to in a two-person heat. Great carve right there. The first was really a setup. That second one, a lot more on rail. And then the last two turns, nothing super consequential. I'm going to go on a limb and say no, that's not going to be the score that he requires. But some great stuff. So either way, I mean, lays it on rail right there for how flat those sections are, just to be able to push through that board and be able to create a score out of nothing. That was a real difficult wave to ride here, Kipes.
Yeah, would have really been hoping for a refoam on the inside. That's why he stuck with it for a while, and then he just saw, look, there's nothing inside there for me. 3.7, like you're feeling, Mitchell, not enough. Samuel Pupo still looking for 4.95.
Got to attack the lip to really get scores today, and the unfortunate thing for a lot of surfers, and especially the surfers that have lost out, there's not many lips out there.
Squall? What squall? That's not going to keep the fans away. They've been through 3 or 4 squalls today. Rain soaked, but still on the beach and stoked as ever.
I thought my headset was going to explode right there when I heard all the fans on the beach, but wow. It's crowded down there. It's loud. I love this. Besides the U.S. Open, this is the biggest crowd I've ever seen in my life, Kaipo.
Yeah. We'll put Panish on the... Oh, wait a minute. We're going to talk about Sami Pupo under priority, getting a big snap to begin with. Funky little section there that he has to overcome. He's going to do the hippity hop, trying to get over the curb into the shore break. Does so, redirects, little bank off the white water on the backhand. Messy water out in front of him. Handles it, though, for the finish. Sami Pupo, he's right back in and likely to take the lead.
Yep, I agree with that. Five minutes to go, and you can see the fans right there. They're stoked just anytime a surfer gets to their feet. But What a great use of second priority, staying busy on the inside and out of reach of Shianka's priority. And as of right now, this wave going to be the most important of the heat. Great opening turn right here, straight up into the lip line. Beautiful execution, lays it on rail for the second one. That's already a big combo right there on the outside. Fits in a third one, that section a lot flatter. And then he has to really commit and make a decision whether or not he's going to pursue the inside here, Kaipo. Redirects left, ends up going right again, and somehow is able to just fit in one more. And you see the fist pump right there. He loves it. I think he's going to get a little bit more than what he needs in terms of the score line.
Oh, yeah. Fist, flex, pump. He's going to get the number. He's going to go into the lead. 4.95 is the requirement. Still not official. Still waiting for the score from the judges. Shianka likely going to have to mount a comeback at this moment at the hometown. Under 4 minutes remaining, and he's got priority.
Luckily for him, I don't think the requirement will be that much. So he's still going to be within reach. But with 3 minutes and 40 seconds, he should be moving right now, though. Don't leave it down to the last minute or so.
That one too tapered, has to duck dive through that wave. The other wave caps out the back, not going to give him any opportunity. Numbers coming in for Samuel, 5.87. He takes the lead. Samuel Pupo out on top. Joao Shianka now needing a 5.04. Shianka's hearing the news right now from our on-site commentators. And he's got 3 minutes to achieve that mid-range score.
Well, let's see if he can handle the pressure here at the CT level. 5.04, he basically needs a replica of his highest wave score so far in this heat. And as of right now, is he going to be able to keep the composure and be able to compete at home, moving through into the quarterfinals, which would be finals day tomorrow, and solidify your spot within the top 5 positions heading into the Rip Curl WSL Finals?
Yeah, his good buddy Samuel was not easy on him, was he? Got away from him, snuck, got that score, the highest single wave score of this match, under priority. So well done. Yep. Oh, we got it. That was almost like a Gabe Medina double in the front there.
Well, I can tell you one thing. Whoever makes it out of this heat right now has to pay for dinner later tonight. And the dinner's going to be a little awkward regardless of who makes it out.
Yeah, this is true. Sammy Pupo, as a wild card, wants to prove himself on a CT level and get back to a CT level. World number 3, Joao Shianka, really could make his run to that final 5 a strong one if he gets out of this heat into the quarterfinals. We got eyes here on Sammy Pupo, who's under priority. Pupo looking to ditch a 4.33. He starts with ditching the fins there. Oh, he catches the outside rail, going for broke. So situation will remain the same. Shianka needing a 5.04, 90 seconds counting down.
Man, that would have been a big moment in this heat. He easily was looking to better the 4.33. I think just with that combo alone, he would have been able to do it. But now with 1:20 to go, where is Joao Shianka right now in the lineup? See him out there? I think he's got a little bit caught up by the current, Kipes.
Yeah. He's caught in the current. He's caught in the rip right now. He needs to paddle through some clear water. You can see him making his way. And there is the hometown support there for Chumbinho.
He's definitely needing it right now. 60 seconds to go. He needs a score. Wants to keep the dream alive to qualify and compete for a world championship at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And with 2 events to go after this one, you don't want to leave it up to chance of the last 2 events, but you want to be able to clinch a spot or maybe get closer to clinch and get right here at home.
Skies are looking dark, water's looking dark, situation is looking dark right now for Joao Shianka, down to just 35 minutes. He needs something, but it's a quiet Itauna in right now with not much going on. You see.
Might be a wave. Might be a wave.
Needs it. Needs to go on this one. Oh, it's going to slip right under him. Sammy Pupo, up, down. Shianka, patient. This is going to be his last chance.
Wow, Sam has 2 huge wins within the same day against 2 local heroes. And as a wild card, he came in and had respect for nobody, said thank you very much, but I'm going to take it.
The upsets continue. Joao Shianka, another top seed out of competition. The wild card, Samuel Pupo, is scooting his way into the quarterfinals. There's the numbers, and that 5.87 was a glaring one that he got under priority. Well played, Sami Pupo. The play continues. When we return, Ryan Callanan, Kanoa Igarashi will battle for a spot in the quarterfinals. Round of 16 action on the way.
Today we're here in the Laguna of Saquarema, right behind the contest. We're giving back a little bit of our love and our attention.
It's really important to protect all the pollution and all the trash from going into the ocean.
We are here in the lagoon. We're going to start to get some trash.
We came to plant native plants. This is very good for the ecosystem.
By protecting nature, we are ensuring water provision, food, and a stable climate.
Drop your sustainability story using the hashtag WSL1Ocean.
Remember to tag WSL and WSL1Ocean in your post. New look, same mission. That's it. WSL1Ocean!
They're back on shore, and the friendship continues. Sami Pupo just beat his good friend Joao Chianca in this round of 16. We're going to see Sami move on into the quarterfinals. World number 3 out of competition. World number 1 out of competition. World number 5 out of competition. Lots of upsets today. We got another heat out in the water. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar. Check this out, Mitch. Ryan Callanan coming up against Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah, and Kanoa just served 2 heats ago as well. 40-minute heat during the overlapping heat formats in the elimination round. Back out there right now, and Ryan Callanan, we haven't seen him compete Kaipo since day 1 of competition. Should be very fun to watch this matchup as the waves have picked up drastically in terms of the size. It looks fun out there, but definitely difficult to manage with the current as it is moving non-stop at that one specific location at the alley rides.
Yeah, that's right. Ryan Callanan coming into this event, number 11 on the leaderboard, 31-year-old out of Newcastle, Nova Castrian. Had a great finish this year, runner-up at Bells over there at Winky Pop, matching his best finish that he's had on the championship tour. He also had a runner-up in France in 2018. Kanoa Igarashi coming in here with a lackluster year so far on the championship tour. Number 17 on the leaderboard. Igarashi, the Olympic silver medalist, has already provisionally qualified for the 2024 Olympics via the ISA World Games with that provisional qualification.
Yeah, and he could potentially double qualify and open up a spot for Alan Cleland Jr. if that were to happen. But as of right now, the only thing on his mind is make heats. You know, he's had a disappointing year, as you mentioned. For his standards, being number 5 in the world last season and now being number 17 in the ranks coming into this event, he wants to at least move up into the top 10 at the end of the season and potentially get a win in the last 3 events of the season too.
Yeah, there we go. Kanoa Igarashi, and let's take a look at his year so far. Results in 2023. 17s and 9s. Did get a quarterfinal finish. Turned the corner there at the last event at the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
I think that was his best surfing so far this year, too. But, you know, personally, he had a couple of excellent scores. Even the last heat against Filipe, there was a corrupt flip involved right there. He tried a, it was actually a big spin right at the end.
Oh, Arcal floating through that section there and then stung a little snap. Easy cut back into the white water. Manages some lump and bump, got all the work done out the back, so we'll come back to that and see how the opening ride for Ryan Callahan sets the scale here in Heat 2 of round of 16.
There's a few spots around Ryan's hometown of Newcastle that remind me a lot of him surfing at this place in Itaúna. You look at North Narrabeen being one of those spots when they used to have the World Junior Championships. A lot of big lefts like this today, Kaipo, a lot of water moving around you. And Ryan's so experienced, and that empirical knowledge that he has underneath his belt, especially at the junior level, has been taken to an even higher level here at the Championship Tour. Second place finish at Bells Beach, as you mentioned earlier this season, too.
Calmly gets onto the Red Bull jet ski. Ryan Callahan for the ride back out. I like the calmness of this goofy foot. Here we go to the replay.
Yeah, a good wave to start off. Great first turn right there, a bit lateral, but that's what the section was asking for. And then adds it up with the roundhouse cutback afterwards. That section, unfortunately, just going a bit flat and fits in one right at the end as well. So it should be a small score to start things off, Kipes, with 24 on the clock.
Decent number to get the ball rolling. We're waiting for that score to present itself. Kanoe Igarashi with priority. Igarashi having, you know, just one heat to ready himself between these two. Mitchell, is that an advantage or is that a challenge?
You can look at it both ways, honestly, because you find a rhythm, first of all, just by being out in the water, finding yourself out in the lineup, and you get a different perspective after coming into land and seeing things from the land perspective rather than from the actual water. I personally think it's better to just get it over with and paddle back out. I think that'll benefit him.
So as we're waiting for the first ride of Kanoe Igarashi, let's hear from the last heat winner. Sammy Pupo is with Rachel.
Hey, I'm here with Samuel. Samuel, it's impressive how much this wave likes you. You defeated Medina, now you're defeated João, which is your friend, the local hero. Does this give you a boost for going to the upcoming heats?
For sure. No, coming as a wild card, you always know that you're going to get the highest ranked guys. And, you know, both Brazilians, both my best friends, you know, João, we've been traveling the whole year together. And I know how much, you know, this event means for him because, you know, he's fighting for a world title now. And it was just such a weird feeling when I won. It was like I was so sad at the same time because, you know, it was such an important heat for him to, you know, get more points and, you know, get his spot in the trestles. But I think he's going to do it in the next few stops, and I'll be cheering for him my best.
And you were telling me that your tickets to Balito are tonight, so are you planning to change it?
I have no idea. I'm still going to sit with my dad now and think about it, because if I change my flight and compete tomorrow, I can maybe lose my heat in Balito. So it's such a hard decision, because if I live here in the quarterfinals, and you never know, I could go on and win the contest, or I could just go to Balito and do my job. That is, my important thing now is to come back to the tour, and I don't know, I'll decide.
Agora fala para os brasileiros, né, que torcem tanto por você. Esse evento também te dá uma sensação de, tipo assim, preciso voltar para o CT. Como é que foi essa bateria, assim, nesse sentido?
Ah, sem dúvida. Esse tipo de bateria, eu querendo me ajustar cada vez mais na competição, né? Claro que eu estou competindo desde criança, mas nesse nível é um nível muito alto, isso tem que ser muito constante. Então, cair contra o Gabriel, cair contra o João, que são caras que estão, né, tendo ótimos resultados, estão sempre no topo do ranking, dá uma confiança para mim que quando eu voltar, né, se eu voltar, eu quero ser igual a eles, sempre ser bem constante, conseguir estar disputando a vaga ali entre os 5, e é isso.
Parabéns, Samuel. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, yeah, wow. A lot of mixed emotions in that interview, beating his friend, but also Mitchell having to figure out if he's going to go on to the Challenger Series, which is important for him to get back on the Championship Tour. This happened during the interview.
Yeah, this was a great wave from Kanoa. Starts off with this big layback right here. Eyed the section and just went and threw the kitchen sink at it. Really liked that approach, especially from the get-go right there. Was able to back it up with a few turns on the backhand, redirected right again, and was able to find a few more sections to work with. You see right here, there's one specific turn where he slides the fins. Real just performance surfing at the back end of this wave, and somehow able to manage to fit in one more with a lot of backwash in play right there at the end. And on the other side of it, Ryan, big layback hack right there, and fits in a second turn as well. That wave, unfortunately for him, going a bit flat. He was trying to milk it as much as he could as well, but big advantage here for Kanoe Igarashi Kaipo with a huge exchange on the outside. 20 minutes to go. You know, we saw Sam talk about the Challenger Series and having to commit to one or the other. I think the smart thing for him would actually be commit to the CT level and do as well as you can right here. The prize money's better. You're already here. Might as well just compete in one of your home breaks.
Yeah, well, of course, yeah, a little paddle there. We'll get back to that. We're waiting for the numbers for Ryan Callahan. We're waiting for a number for Kanoe Igarashi to give you the update. Now remember, with that Challenger Series, Samuel Pupo, number 3 on that Challenger Series, doesn't want to lose too much ground on that Challenger because top 10 men get back on the championship tour. And in the big frame of things, this is why Samuel is going to have to make some big decisions. In the big frame of things, his real mission this year is to get back on the championship tour. His brother's got a wild card. We'll see Miguel back on the championship tour next year. But Samuel's going to have to fight his way to do it. And, you know, there's 6 events on the Challenger Series. You get your top 4 finishes count. So if Samuel doesn't go to Bolito, then he's already got a throwaway. And then now he's going to have to make, you know, the U.S. Open count. He's going to have to make an Ericeira count. He's going to have to make Sakurama count as well. So decision time. Well, while we're having that conversation, numbers came in. 4.83 for Ryan Callahan and Kanoe Igarashi with the highest single wave score of 6.93. So Igarashi with the highest single wave. And we're seeing right now our Cal paddling into this one. Wants to better a 4.83. Easy carve there, having to negotiate a little bit of backwash, and this wave goes super tapered, so he's just going to go through a series of cutbacks here. Needs something dynamic at the end. Workman-like approach there. Maybe replacing that 4-point ride he has in his scoreline.
Could potentially do that. It was definitely a hard wave to surf, a lot of flat sections. As smooth as silk, though. All of a sudden, you just find yourself daydreaming of wanting to surf that wave just as well as Ryan did. But, you know, a lot of these waves, they've been a little too repetitive for me. You want to be looking for a wave that offers up some steeper sections. And as of right now, yes, he has been building on some scores. He bettered the 4 with a 4.83. I just don't think this wave's going to go that high in terms of the scoring, though, Kaipo, because of these tapered sections.
Yeah, it's tough, right, as we watch the replay and the great rail work, but the lack of a long wall will hinder the score.
Yeah, right. So you got to either take one or the other. You have the quantity of the turns or the quality of them. And I feel like with conditions like we have today, it was a decent finish at the end, too, but there wasn't a steep section where I was saying to myself, okay, that's easily a 6 or a 7 out there right now. Every turn was a little bit inconsequential, and I feel like if you get into that rhythm of just being comfortable out there in the lineup without waves that are pushing your surfing, you might get a little lackadaisical.
Yeah, the jumbled water on the way back out for Ryan Callahan, still awaiting the number.
On a 6.93 is a huge score for right now. It's the best score out of the first 2 heats of the round of 16, Kaipo. And Kanoa now with priority would probably be looking to add something very similar to that 6 that he already has in his scoreline too.
Goes back to the conversation, really a challenging season for Kanoe Igarashi, but able to turn the corner there in El Salvador. Maybe that momentum with a finals day appearance will, you know, give some rocket fuel to Kanoe Igarashi to power himself into finals day. Score drops for Ryan Callahan, a 4.17. He slightly betters his position, but really that 6.93 for Kanoe Igarashi is just standing out right now and gives him a huge advantage halfway through the heat.
And he should be looking to at least match that score, if not get something just underneath it as well. And you look at the career that Ryan's had so far, both on the Championship Tour, the Challenger Series, the QS. I mean, even during the juniors, he was one of the best surfers that I've ever seen in my life. Very good on both the backhand and the forehand, an incredible air game, and has been with Billabong his whole career too. If you see a lot of his clips, he's just as relevant as he was 10 to 13 years ago in the early 2010s.
Kanoa Igarashi paddling in here, taking a look at some of his career highlights. Took a win in Bali. He's surfed 68 in his time, in his 7 years on the Championship Tour. 68 events, and a heat winning percentage of 47.3%. Decent numbers there for Kanoa Igarashi.
He's winning just under half of his heats, and he's what we like to call a strategist, a very good aerial surfer, very progressive surfer, but when it comes down to it, he's a methodical surfer when it comes to competing. And I really like to see him, you know, maybe loosen himself up a bit more. There's times where he's a bit too hard on himself, and I think that's what started off this year. He was trying to go from number 5 in the world to number 1 in the first event.
Well, we'll see if Kanoa Igarashi can close this one out. We'll find out when we return to the conclusion. Heat 2, round of 16 here at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona.
Boom boom, chicka chicka ow. Boom boom. We have a double do do do. We have a double day. We have a double do do do. We have a double day. We have a double do do do. We have a double day. We have a double do do do. We have a double day.
How's that? Thank you, Vivo, Corona, Australian Gold, Oakberry, all of our supporting sponsors here at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. Stop number 8 on the Championship Tour, round of 16 in the water. Kanoa Igarashi leading Kanoa Igarashi here on the replay. We're waiting for this score for Igarashi. Just need a 2.07 to take the lead.
Well, he caught this wave so far outside that he had to navigate a lot of flat sections due to that higher tide that we're having right now. Redirects right, is able to fit in one great turn right there on the forehand. And it seems like looking to find the reform right here, just waiting another long time. So only needing a 2, you'd have to say with just the one turn he's going to get that, but a lot of downtime in between maneuvers right here, Kaipo, and somehow able to fit in the throw to reverse attempt right there at the end, and unfortunately just not getting the completion right there.
Yeah, left a little change on the table, but the 2.77 is enough to put Kanoa Igarashi in the lead as we fly by and check out the crowds that are loading up today, Friday. It's only 11:38 local time here, and we anticipate a full day of surf action.
Yeah, and 11 minutes to go. We've been talking about the careers of both gentlemen in the water. Igarashi, you know, one of the most influential surfers of all time, especially when it comes to competition, the impact that he's had for Japan, for Asia on the Championship Tour. But I think Ryan Callanan goes very unnoticed when it comes to the consistency that he's had on the Championship Tour and both the Challenger Series as well. In 18, won the Challenger Series, the 6-star Prime QS in Ereseda.
Yep.
Made the final, the event afterwards in France against Julian Wilson too.
Oh, and here he is with that layback slide. One of the patented maneuvers from Arkel. He's got that backhand corked out air, and then he's got that forehand layback just fin throw. Let's see this again. This is beautiful.
Yeah, this was extraordinary, Kaipo. Comes around the section, eyes the one big turn right here, and somehow able to throw all of it into the one section there at the end, completely laid back and rides out of it cleanly. A lot of commitment, the degree of difficulty extremely high, and look at the size of the wave on this one too.
Let's enjoy this in slow motion because this is a committed maneuver.
100%, and look at his back foot. Comes completely off of the tail pad right there, has to re-engage, and somehow with all that core strength is able to recover as good as it gets for the one big section on the outside of Kipes.
My commentary right now, wow. It's kind of what I got for you, Mitchell. Wow. Oh, no. The Red Bull jet ski, we're going to have to reestablish that, take one more try. Arkel might just take the paddle. Live action here, Igarashi, down the line, speed, looking for something, launches a double grab, air, but gets exploded into the whitewater. So the real number we're going to be waiting for is that last of Ryan Callanan and how that sets the heat. 4.88 will take the Australian into the lead.
Well, I've got to be thinking that it's more than that.
Way more.
Kanoa with an air attempt right there, went for the double grab air on a section where he didn't have a lot of speed. And it just seems like as of right now, probably having heard the reaction of the crowd of Ryan Callanan's wave on the left, he thinks he needs to go for something big, Kipes. So sets up the section right here, was able to generate some speed and garner it right here for this section. I just don't know if that section really allowed for him to get the hang time and the height that he was probably expecting out of it. And that's why he landed with the tail first, wasn't able to completely ride out of it, and it's just an incomplete attempt.
Back to live, and the score's in for Ryan Callanan, a 7.67 for a single turn. Callanan in the lead, but still a tight heat. 5.58 will give the lead to Kanoa Igarashi. Ryan Callanan does have heat control at the moment. He's got the lead and he's got priority. 8 minutes on the clock.
Well, and the smart thing here from Rhino would be to better the 4.83. Meanwhile, for Kanoa, a 5.58. Knowing that Ryan has the 7.67, I think you'd probably want a little bit more than that. And you see the score right there for Callanan. That's a well-deserved number. 7.67 for the one turn.
Yeah, we got to talk to judge number 4 with that 6.8. That was quite a spread.
Yeah, well, they usually do allow 1.2 at the most, but you want to keep it limited within 1 point for the most part.
Yeah, a point's like I feel I'm
normal,
comfortable with
yes.
with a spread of a point. But it all netted out. We throw away that low, so that doesn't factor into it. We throw away a high, and then we average out the remaining 3. That's exactly why we throw away the high and the low number and average the remaining 3.
Yeah, you don't want it to skew the score one way or the other, and I think that's a perfect example of a wave that definitely deserved to be scored in the upper gutter range, Kipes.
Yeah, I concur. 7 minutes remaining. And control to Ryan Callanan. Some waves coming through here, capping on the outside. The swell has been building throughout the day, this south swell. Weather's been moving in. The high pressure that was a bubble amongst us for the last 6 days, it's gone with the wind.
If I'm completely honest, I did not expect it to be this big today. The wind hadn't picked up that much last night. I knew that for the swell to increase, we needed an increase in the amount of wind that we were having last night too. We show up this morning in the dark, it's 2 to 3 feet. I'm thinking to myself, okay, it's contestable. But it's already way bigger than it was.
Double E, Ethan Ewing readying himself for his challenge with Seth Moniz coming up next. Ewing number 4 in the world, I'm sure he's aware of the upsets that he's seen so far today.
100%, and it's time to capitalize on those upsets and move through yourself, get at least into the quarters. I think something for him,
coming to Brazil without having a good result in the past, Kaipo. You get a semifinal finish here or better. Ooh, you're looking so good and move into the Rip Curl WSL Finals for the second year in a row. You could possibly improve your seed from last season too. He was the number 3 seed going into the event at lowers in 2022.
Calnan looking down the line, and he goes down. You know, we love our fans everywhere, but especially in Brazil, where we have some passionate fans. Amongst the fans, Maíra.
Yeah, Kaipo, not even the rain can cool down Brazilian fans. So who are you rooting for?
Samuel Pupo. Ítalo Ferreira. Ítalo Ferreira.
Ítalo Ferreira.
Ítalo Ferreira.
Ítalo!
All right, fan favorite, Ítalo Ferreira, which is surprising me given the track record of Filipe Toledo
I was about to
here.
say the same thing. 3 years in a row and not even a single mention out of anybody right there. Maybe they want somebody new up there on the
They're
podium.
all from Bahia Formosa, probably.
True.
You could drive down here, and you know, like we said before, great surfing nation, but each beach and each region has its own pride in this great surfing country.
That is true. That's 100% true. And luckily, there's unity on the Championship Tour, but you see it on the QS where people from certain regions stick to themselves.
Yeah. Let's take a check out our heat recap here and how Ryan Calnan on top. It started off with Kanoa Igarashi, however, with a 6.93, Mitchell.
Yeah, it had been the best wave of the heat up until Ryan got his layback, but just great execution from Kanoa. Very smart surfer. Was able to capitalize on a big section on the outside, redirect towards the right, and get a few more turns. And this turn right here is just beautiful. Slides the fins with a lot of whitewater. Just to be able to control the bottom turn like that is real technical. So good stuff there from the Japanese surfer Igarashi. And then Ryan Callan went to work on the lefts. A 4.83, the layback carve to the slide of the fins. But then it was really the one set wave that put him way out in front. Look at the size of the wave with this one. Just paddling into it, it looks like Sunset Beach almost, but going left. And then eyes up the one section here and just drastically changes the pace of this heat, Kipes. Goes for the one big layback and one of the best single score waves we've seen all event long, the 767.
Yeah, lay back, fin throw, little nose pivot off there. He threw everything at that maneuver.
Whatever you want to call it, it worked.
It had a lot of working parts there, and that's how Ryan Calnan is in the lead. Calnan with second priority, his last wave. Just a fractional wave, so he did hand over priority to Kanoa Igarashi, giving Igarashi an opportunity. Priority, as well as just needing a little over a mid-range score. Kanoa needs that 5.58.
More than capable of getting that. I mean, we've definitely seen it before. Several times he's made a final, but in Brazil, that real good result has been eluding him so far in his career, and with 3 minutes to go, he's in jeopardy of being knocked out in the round of 16. A 5.58. Can easily do it on the left, can easily do it on the right. He just needs the wave, and as of right now, good amount of distance in between both of them. I just feel like Kanoa might be a bit too far outside right now, Kaipo, with the amount of time that we have left.
Yeah, he wants to give himself a chance. 2.5 minutes on the countdown here. We got eyes on Ryan Calnan. Unable to do any kind of defense because he is under the priority of Kanoa Igarashi. There was a wide shot there. We can see the positioning of our surfers. And yeah, like you said, Kanoa way out to sea there.
It just doesn't seem like there's anything breaking that far out towards the right where he is, but it seems like he's going to commit to the right. And, you know, with 2 minutes to go, I'd be moving in at least just a smidge to be able to give myself a chance. A mid-5, I mean, that's a couple of turns that you need out there right now, Kipes.
Yeah. Kanoa's got the air game. He's done some incredible airs. He could do it all in one big air, but he's going to need a special wave for that attempt. He's going to need a ramp. He's waiting for a set wave, so he has got the anchor down, and he's going to be patient, showing some fortitude, some mental fortitude, just to sit out there waiting for that set wave.
Well, I remember when he won, I think it was the first, oh no, it was the second U.S. Open against Griffin in the final. He was trailing Colapinto for most of it, and then came back and won, but he's stuck to his game plan. He sat all the way on the outside and eventually got a wave. But right now, I don't think you should risk it this much. If you need to paddle in a little bit, just paddle in.
I like the way you're reading it, Mitchell, in that you just want to give yourself a chance. You want to at least, if you're going to lose on your feet.
Right. Try. Give yourself an attempt. Don't go out there just on your, shining armor thinking that you're going to get an opportunity all the way outside. Here he is, though.
Here he goes. Kanoa just going to have to make the connection in here and hope for something on the inside. Just some whitewater chip in on the outside. Little redirect here. Wave's going to steepen up. Nice carve. Building up some momentum, looking down the line. Layback hack with a little extra release. May need a little bit more on the inside. Needs the Wave to cooperate and give him a little more open face. You can feel the desperation getting onto the inside shore break. A couple of backhand banks. And some real jumbled water in here. He's doing his best to come through. Quick on the backhand. 1-2 combo. Was that the punch right there? 5.58. Well, finished on his feet and may have turned the heat.
Could definitely do it. 10 seconds to go. This heat's going to be decided on the beach right now, and he gave it his all. I mean, you got to give him golf clap just for that, just for attempting that all the way. Layback on the outside, a lot of commitment, a lot of risk. It was really nice. Good variation too. You mentioned even the little slide that he had on layback too. That adds a point of difference to a lot of the scores that we see in that mid-range.
Combination platter, a performance from Kanoa Igarashi and a little Huntington Beach-ish influence.
Yeah.
Getting the hop in there, getting to the shore break, making the connection. It was really important for him to make that connection.
But those turns on the inside, the degree of difficulty of them aren't as high because they're all the way on the inside. The sections aren't as critical.
Oh,
this is going to be a really, really tough score to decipher. Wouldn't want to be a judge at this moment. Mid 5. It's right around there, Kaipo. I think the turn on the outside, he gets one more in outside. There's no doubt that he's getting it. But right now, with everything done on the inside,
he's smiling on the beach. He's smiling on the beach. I think Kanoa feels that he got the number. And, the one thing about these surfers, they can feel the score.
He's riding a different model this time too, the 77 rather than his normal Storms model. Feeling comfortable with that round tail. He thrives off of pressure too. He loves it. He likes getting the fans engaged. 5.58. I mean, if you look at Ryan Connon's 4.83, remember the one layback carve and hits the lip on the second one. I didn't necessarily feel like those maneuvers were that critical either. The sections weren't as dangerous.
Multiple replays getting looked over right now in our judges' towers before establishing the number for Kanoa. No indication as of yet. There was a variety of maneuvers out there. He did some busy work to make it to the inside. Had some quick feet on the inside as well to fit in all those maneuvers.
It's really close. It is really close.
Ryan Callahan, he was waiting for the news too.
Well, you want to compare it to scores that are within the same heat, too.
Numbers dropping under. It's going to be under. 5.27, needed a 5.58. Right on the line, but not enough. It will be Ryan Callahan on to the quarterfinal, and you got to give it up to Kanoa Igarashi.
Yep.
He went down swinging in that heat against Arcal.
Yeah, and a huge result here for Ryan Callahan moving into the quarters. Another good result for him.
Another great heat on the way. Ethan Ewing versus Seth Moniz coming up right after this.
The Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil. By Australian Gold, feeling gold. By TikTok, download the app. And by Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness. You're watching the round of 16. Seth Moniz and Ethan Ewing in the water now. Seth getting past Jack Robinson earlier today in the elimination round, and Ethan's been solid since opening day. After about a week off, finally back in the jersey to compete, and with a lot on the line as far as the WSL Final 5. Big seeds falling out of the draw provides a big opportunity for Ewing to try to close that gap with world number 1. Remember, it's all about your seeding into that World Championship day. If you're the number 1 seed, you wait for everybody to get to you in the World Title Showdown this September. Ethan got a warm-up to that last year. He got to feel that energy of a World Title Day, but we know we're expecting a lot more from Ewing if he can get there in a second consecutive season. Joe Turpel and Jesse Mendez had some great years on the championship tour. Watching this one unfold, just a quick up and out from Seth and Ethan. It's cool to break this one down as far as what they're kind of known for. You think, okay, if this is super hollow or pipe in Tahiti, it's heavily favored for Seth. If it's J-Bay or Bells, where Ethan's won before, you know, he turns into the favorite. But what about these conditions that we have today at Itaúna Beach?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of contrast in between the both surfers. Mindset and strategy throughout a heat, and also surfing. Obviously, Ethan just one of the, in my opinion, the best rail surfer in the world right now. And just very focused, very relaxed. He looked relaxed on top of a board and usually making right decisions, as we see here, replay from Seth's wave. Nice wrap right there. The wave kind of flattened it out. But his board's looking good, looks spicy. It looks like he's gonna do a hop, and yeah, that was kind of it for his wave. And then on the other side, we got Seth, that it's completely unpredictable. Like, here we go, Ethan Ewing.
Ethan straight up vertical. Nice attacking type turn, because it was going flat quickly, but he got there in time. And even when it's flat, he looks good. Just that classic style that everyone wants to try to replicate. But as you were saying, Jesse.
Yeah, and Seth, on the other hand, is just unpredictable. You never know what he's going to throw. That's why he's so excited to watch in places like Chopu and Pipeline, because you know he's going to go swing and going to go in the biggest wave that comes his way. And it's the same way on beach breaks with airs. Like, he can just show up and blow up, but sometimes his inconsistency, because he goes so big, he ended up catching him a little bit.
That's what makes it so entertaining. It also reminded me of that crazy air he did at the U.S. Open that one year on a left. It just looked like he was going to fly away under the pier or something. Somehow pulled it off. It was an air that you might not ever see again. It was one of those type of Hail Mary type moments that Seth can create for himself, which always keeps you on your toes. You're waiting for him to blow up and do something like that again.
Yeah, and that's the excitement that he brings, and it's so fun to watch. You never know what's going to happen. He stands up on a board. It's 8 or 80. Like, it's going to be fun to watch no matter what.
So Seth trying to just find an attacking rhythm in the back end of the year. He actually sounded like he felt a little bad for Jack Robinson in the previous heat win that he had because of the way it went down with the interference. He wasn't really aware of the priority situation, and he said he knows he's got to take it and move forward, but he knows that that's going to put Jack in a tough situation in the back end of the year, which, Jesse, you could probably relate to this. You know, when you become close with surfers on tour, sometimes it's hard not to kind of invest in what they're going for as well.
Totally. They're friends all on tour. Some guys are closer than others, so you're cheering from them as well. But once it comes down to a heat, it's work, and obviously Seth doesn't want to win a heat with an interference, but like he said, he would take it because that could be a momentum change for him, and he could go on a streak and take the contest down.
Ryan Cownan, big win in the last heat. He's hanging out with Rachel.
That's right, Ryan. Conditions are tough now, but anyway, you could find a good score. Talk us through that wave.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is really tricky for sure. Just the high tide makes the backwash a bit gnarlier, and you know, there's kind of two peaks, but none of them are like better than the other necessarily. So like him sitting on the right, and I'd really found myself on the left because I felt like there was some good opportunity over there. But it was definitely a lot trickier than I expected. But I managed to get one big wave with a good section.
And tell us, how nerve-wracking is it to be waiting for so long for scores? Did you think that Kanoa could turn it?
Absolutely. I mean, the crowd here is just insane. So as soon as someone does anything, good or bad, I don't know if it's a good thing, but they just go nuts. So, I thought he got it for sure. But it's crazy how many of those heats, come down to the last exchange, and to be on the winning side's a really good feeling.
Congratulations into the next round. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachel. Ryan Callanan had that single maneuver in the 7 range. That was absolutely phenomenal, but it was super close with Kanoa getting the final wave of the matchup. Ryan into the quarters at this event. Watching the rest of this left with Hawaii's Seth Muniz. His 4th wave ridden in the matchup here in the round of 16. And this was the round that Ethan lost in last season. Ended up losing to Yago Dora, but he had big numbers. Lost with the highest single wave score into the 8s, and he also eliminated Chianca last year. Back to Seth's wave here, Jesse.
Yeah, a little shouldery wave, unfortunately for him right there. Caught the inside rail on that first bottom turn, but nothing much to offer. And right now he's just kind of going in to get the ski back out and maybe reset, get in that rip, and yeah, try and find something with more opportunity. And on the other hand here, Ethan just always very clean, and yeah, but just nothing much to offer as well. Just kind of a warm heat so far.
Ethan able to square up nice and vertical. He's notorious for being very efficient with wave selection at a lot of the classic venues on tour. Sometimes he's got 2 waves ridden, 2, 3, 4. He's never really over surfing. As we check this one out live, Ethan, nice snap to slide, controls it. Enough room to just force the wrap quickly before he loses that open face. This is all just setup work just in case he gets an inside bowl. Got a little bit more of a wedge now, so worth the wait. Wrapping carve, snap to belt it off the top of that section, and he'll just roll into the sand. Great read there, kind of similar types of turns on the bigger section out the back to what he accomplished on the inside corner.
Yeah, very impressive for him right there, just identifying that first section was the money on this wave, and right here, that's 60% of the job done right there. Applying a lot of pressure on the back foot, just clean and nice, and the wave dying it out, and this is just bonus right there, just going through the hop, keeping it clean and steady. He's always looking very calm on top of the board, which it helps him a lot. And right here, getting a little bonus, like finishing off with a nice snap right there. Putting great pressure on it. Never too much, never too little, just perfect. Very precise.
Love the timing from Ethan Ewing. Was chasing just a 2.77. So expecting the lead change there to go in favor of the Australian. Last Aussie to win here in Brazil, Taj Burrow back in 2002. He finaled more recently, and he was runner-up to De Souza. As you see Seth starting to really drive, looking for a big ramp here. Tail throw into the beach, incomplete.
Yeah, and that's what Seth brings to the table, the progression of it, like polar opposite of Ethan, you know? He can almost predict more what Ethan's going to do, and Seth, it's going to be just that wild card. That section right there just not providing so much for Seth, but you can see that he's aiming it. As soon as he gets a good ramp, he's going to boost, and if he lands it, it's dangerous.
And it's such a compliment to be called spontaneous and not knowing what you're going to do next. However, the consistency factor is the other part of it. Finding that balance at the right time. I think a lot of surfers are really looked up to that look like they're free surfing naturally with the jersey on. I mean, that's hard to do. And with all the pressure that's on you, with the formulas that you have for heat strategy, and when it looks like you're just surfing in the ocean and making a movie part, those are the heroes of the sport, really.
Definitely, and they're just able to do that more consistently, because you see most surfers are capable of doing that but a few times, and the rest they would do amazing but just not quite there. And then you see guys like John, Filipe, Gabriel, and you can name a few more, Griffin as well. They can really put a movie part in a heat, and that's what makes them so special.
I think there's certain surfers that you might say do their best surfing when they have a jersey on. They're doing their best turns, they have the best moments in the air, and some surfers might say, hey, I surf better without the pressure, you know, when they're just with their friends making a movie part, as we see the Italian getting warmed up. He's taking on Jordy Smith in the next heat. Always focused, always spending time to work out every part of his game and feeling 100%. He's coming up next. Little paddle for that wave, Seth Moniz. Ethan's the one with priority, now heading towards him. Ethan's last, where he got 2 turns out the back, 2 big turns on the inside, 6.83.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking. Ethan is so talented and so good on rail that he doesn't need much of a wave to get a big score. That wave only really allowing him 1 big section out the back, and he was able to make the most of it. Probably getting 60–65% done just on that first turn, and then getting a little bit extra point and a half on the inside. And yeah, that was great surfing, and that's the problem for Seth right there. Just to see how much he's gonna be able to be consistent on his own game to match what Ethan's gonna do, because Ethan most likely is gonna get 2 good scores in the heat, as he usually does.
So consistent with the top 2 scoring system. Back in the day, they used to be top 3 scores in a heat, even top 4 way back in the day. And when they shrunk it down to top 2, it promoted more radical surfing. They used to count turns. They wanted to see now quality over quantity. And Ethan fits that so incredibly well. Just a little off the top for Ewing. Priority now is Seth. And so I was kind of getting to the idea of being a surfer that understands the ocean at most venues and being incredibly selective. Do you have to completely change your game plan in conditions like this and not really drop anchor, because a lot of these waves it can be pretty hard to read?
Yes, it's a tough one, but I feel like I think the characteristic of the personality of the person kind of sticks to you no matter what conditions they're on. And even though he's probably going to try and be a little bit more busy than he would be at Jeffreys Bay, for an example, he's still going to be very selective, because that's how things work for him and that's how he feels most comfortable. And back to what you were saying, Joe, the guys that are able to perform their free surfs inside a heat are the ones that are the best. And so if he feels more comfortable just sitting and waiting for a great wave, I think he should stick to the game.
Ethan, world number 4. That's exactly what he finished in the world last year. Last year, his win came at Jeffreys Bay, which made a lot of sense. If you could pick a way for Ethan to get his first CT win, you'd probably go with J Bay, and then you go with his second, Bells Beach, which was really special. Both these surfers come from great surfing families. Ethan Ewing's mom won Bells back in the day. It was so special to hear how he has the bell next to his bed. And he was able to put his name with his mom's on that prestigious staircase. It was one of those emotional moments in surfing history when Ethan won that final over Ryan Callanan.
Yeah, that's crazy in my eyes. You have like your mom and yourself accomplish something so big. I don't think it happens that many times in the sport, so he really has to soak it in.
And Seth's mom loves to surf. And Tammy's actually up now. It's just past 5 in the morning on Oahu. And yep, she was up for his heat before, so she was probably up around 3 in the morning or so. That's a lot of dedication, and wouldn't be surprised if there's a few more Monizes up in the early hours, and probably same for Ewing, the middle of the night in Australia. But they got a lot of love around the world from what they've produced internationally on this global stage. When Ethan and Seth come into the beach, they're going to be surrounded by thousands of fans that want to get a selfie, want to get a moment with one of their heroes. I think you see that at this event more than any other on tour.
Yes, the atmosphere here is great, and all the surfers actually love it, because it's something different from them to feel it, that you can actually hear the whole crowd screaming, sometimes even when you're in a wave, which is very unusual because you're so focused in the moment that you usually don't hear anything else. But here it's so loud and there's so many people on the beach that you feel it even when you're on top of your board.
Jordy Smith preparing, coming up next. He's taking on Leo Fioravanti. Looking left is Seth Moniz. Manages to maintain control with that speed bump on the open face and cleans it up with a solid finish. Gave him a lot of speed, but he was able to hang on to a solid two-turn combination.
Yeah, great surfing there for Seth. Very solid on his foot and amazing wave selection as well. A wave that provided 2 big critical sections. This first one not as steep, but he managed to stay on top of the board with that backwash, and right here just money. Big turn, a lot of spray, and very technical, very like amazing surfing for him right there. See the bottom turn, just super calm and smooth, not over pressure, and just making the turn look big in that kind of junction of a section. Very tough to do, and Seth managed that very well. It's going to be a great score for him.
Solid one for Seth Moniz. Two-turn combo. We'll wait to see how the judges react to that score for the Hawaiian as we take a quick break. Plenty of time to go in the round of 16, heat number 3. We'll be right back.
Looks for the wrap. Alley-oop is a huge one and stomps it.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't want to win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
Can't wait to see you on San Clemente, California this September for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. It's a championship day. Ewing was a part of it last season, and it's pretty radical to see the format go down. Now we've seen it twice so far. Toledo winning his world title over Italo Ferreira. And the year before, it was Gabriel Medina in the first edition of the format. Let's get caught up with Ethan Ewing here, Jesse.
Yeah, nice cutty there for him, and the wave just flattened it out. He's surfing that wave, the right that goes into the channel, so that could happen a lot of times because it goes into deep water. So it's a bit of a gamble. A little bit easier for you to position yourself because the wave tends to break kind of on the same time because of the rip coming out. But also, a lot of times it looks like a good wave, but it goes into the deep water too quick. So that's what happened on that one. And kind of leaving the door open for Seth. Now with 9 minutes left, Seth with priority. Obviously there's waves everywhere, but having priority at this moment is very crucial.
Ethan chasing his first quarterfinal appearance here in Brazil, and if he can accomplish that, things might be changing on the leaderboard. João Chianca went down to his best friend, the wild card Samuel Pupo. Jansen Andre eliminated world #1, Griffin Colapinto. And you also see Ethan already feeling some breathing room with Medina and Jack Robinson out. So some huge upsets, and we're still just in the round of 16. Ethan Ewing so far in the lead over Seth, but Seth only needs a 4.41. Oftentimes you can tell a surfer's hero just by the way they surf, as we watch Seth just up and out. I think it was hard for people not to think of Andy Irons when Ethan first got on tour, just with his back arm, certain approach, how he'd frame up turns, looks similar. Obviously he's got his own unique connection as well to what he brings to the world stage. But it's fun to talk about who those early inspirations are for athletes that are coming up, especially for you, Jesse, growing up in Guarujá, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Who did you look up to as a hero?
Definitely my favorite surfer coming out of Brazil from the older generation is Fábio Gouveia. He is just not a hero for me in the water, but outside as well. Such a good guy to hang out. Always very welcoming inside his house, and such an open guy that shared all his experiences with us coming up. So yeah, I looked up to him a lot.
It's probably really cool how you get inspired by heroes like Fabio, and then when you make the tour, you realize the impact you're making on the next generation as well.
Yeah, definitely. And you're just trying to be a good role model and try to make all the experiences you have and pass it on, because I think that's the best thing we have on surfing or anything in life, really. So yeah, it's amazing, and Fabio did that so well, not just with me, but obviously with his son Iago Gouveia, one of my best friends, and all of our crew that would travel together would always have great insights from him, and he would always be very supportive towards us.
He's got to be really proud of what's happening in pro surfing these days, with complete domination from the Brazilian Storm.
For sure. He opened the doors, first Brazilian to ever win an event in Hawaii, won a few World Tour events. So yeah, very amazing career, and he still lives off surfing. He's still a free surf, and yeah, sponsored, and all of the dreams that everyone dream about it. He's one of those guys.
That's so cool. You know, with Ethan, you see Andy and many more heroes in his surfing, close to guys like Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson. Seth Moniz has a lot of similar heroes as well. Really close with the Irons family, but also I think the most significant moment in a jersey that Seth had was when he finaled at Pipe, which is extra special for him and his family, being at home on Oahu, but also getting to share that lineup with Kelly Slater in Kelly's 56th CT win.
I know, and I was cheering so much for Seth, because, man, he's such an amazing human. He charges so hard, such an underground surfer since he was very young. And for me, he had that takeoff he had at Backdoor against John. It was one of the best takeoffs I've ever seen. The wave was just on top of him, and he kind of had to go because John was right there, and he somehow swinged it under and just made the wave. That was incredible. I was hoping he was going to win, but for sure he was stoked with taking the second home as well.
And talk about warrior status. The waves were insane. They're treacherous, and Seth was just on another level as far as identifying crazy ones to pack in front of his friends and family. He saw the emotion almost leave his body before the final with Kelly, and then they put on an incredible show. He got that crazy high 9, and wow, that's one we definitely rewatch all the time on WorldSurfLeague.com. Seth, a 4 and a 5.6, now hitting the 5-minute mark. Ethan Ewing's got the lead as we check out the recap. Ethan with 5 waves ridden, Seth with 7. The tempo from the Australian, perfect. Nice combination out the back. Reform worked out really well for Ewing at this stage of the heat.
Yes, definitely, Joe. Just kind of able to identify a good second wave that really gave him the opportunity to open up and put a lot of power into that first turn right there, and that's what's making a difference in this heat. They both have kind of, Ethan has a good score, and Seth has a little bit under him, but not much difference on level of surfing, just wave selection at the moment.
That's right. This was that one that went all the way for himself. Was able to have a nice open face hook. That wall was just incredible. I mean, sometimes you can go the distance and there's nothing left for you. So this one worked out. 6.83. Best number of the matchup. Seth then went left and came up just under the score he needed. The Hawaiian up now. Throwing down the carve. This left sand really full at the moment. Already getting attention to the water patrol, and He was hoping that one would have a little bit of something extra to start. This one's just going to be a throwaway number for Seth.
And why does he already know that that wave wasn't go into the score that he was needing, and he was already halfway through the wave, he was already asking for the ski assist? It's because what happens once the wave gets to the inside, it loses a lot of power, so the judges take that in consideration. No matter how good you surf, it's still going to be a lower score comparison to the out the back, because there's way more power, way more juice, harder for you to actually execute the maneuver. So he already knew that wave wasn't going to get so much, so he was already focused on getting back out and as fast as he could to kind of take advantage of this last 3 minutes and try to get only a 4.41 he needs. So very close heat.
I always enjoyed a quote from Rabbit Bartholomew, world champ, longtime CEO of the tour. He was always like, with all the changes in the tours and formats over the years, he's like, one thing that remains the same is whoever gets on the best wave wins. And, you know, the idea there was just always that you need to be on sets. You know, that the level is incredible on the championship tour. And the surfers that can have that special relationship with the ocean, put themselves in position and get those key waves. Ethan's so good at that. Ends up getting wins more often than not.
Yeah, and that comes to the mental side of things. You know, if you're confident enough that you're going to pull it together and pull the trigger at the right time, those guys tend to have advantages because, like you mentioned, Joe, the level is very similar. It's just really up to who's going to find those two waves and perform the best. And as we speak right now, even though it's a very close heat, Ethan with the advantage. And Seth not needing much, man. Like one turn, we've seen sevens already with one turn, so a 4.41 he can get in his sleep.
This is big for both of these athletes. And remember, for the red jersey, it's all about the WSL Final 5 with some of the names already knocked out. Important ride for Seth as he's looking for some speed. He's got it, just needs a section. Now winding up for the kick out. Minute 25 to go.
Wow, what a bummer right there. When he took off, it looked like the wave was going to double up, but Tide really filling in right now and making that first section a little bit trickier to find steepness to it. So bummer there for Seth because he doesn't need much.
And now catching up to a big whip on the backhand of Ethan Ewing. And we could be watching Ethan's last effort in the round of 16 here. The turn we caught up to him with looked really solid. Big section, wound up, hit it with some confidence. This is the takeoff.
Yeah, that closeout turn looked insane. Nice carve right here. And right there, just able to get very vertical, steeper section, even though it was a little smaller wave, but just very sharp. Always cut in the water so nicely, and well done there for Ethan. Looks like, in my opinion, he's probably going to better his second best score and trying to get back out there, which I don't think he has enough time, but when you're in the heat of the moment, you're trying to do everything you can, mostly in his position. Good opportunity for him to gain ground with the people behind him that already lost, and in front of him, João also lost, so important heat for him.
Good time of the year for Ewing, especially he'll be the defending event champ coming up at Jeffreys Bay. And he's turned in his first quarterfinal appearance in Brazil as Seth Moniz runs out of time. Came up short on his 5.6, with kept him out of the lead. And we'll see Ethan move on to the quarters here at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. Solid surfing, patience, and good timing, especially on the reform right, and ends up putting that one away. Leo Fioravanti coming up next against Jordy Smith here at Saquarema. We'll be right back.
Give us some advice on how to really eat pizza.
The Hawaiian pizza with pineapple, I hate it. But listen to this, I've never tried it.
Oh, that's not even fair then.
But I'm still gonna say that is not pizza. Pineapple does not go on pizza. I do not care. I'll always say that I hate it, and I will never try it.
You'll never try it?
I will never try it.
Oh my gosh.
Never.
It's a great time chatting with Leo Fioravanti. There's that passion from someone representing Italy, and he's never tried it. So he was talking about pineapple not going on pizza. I personally, I think it tastes good, but I understand because, he's Italian. He's got to be that strong about it. I was trying to get him to try it a little bit and then make an opinion, but hey, fair enough. He knows what he likes. There's a vertical from Fioravanti. Throwing down a carve on the shoulder. Gosh, he has some nice momentum through the small part of the wave. Well done to get a third and now fourth maneuver. Doesn't look like much wave face left, but you could tell he had a little wedge that gave him a lot of speed. Starting off incredibly strong. He's not done yet. He's in the flats. There's nothing breaking to support him right now. But all those squats, all that hard work, he goes the distance and literally dry docks it to run away on the beach.
And talk about a good border on your feet. That wave, like you said, throughout that midsection, even before he had to do the hop, just floating so nicely. And then he somehow managed to make it all the way in and get a little extra turn, which it's always nice to start like that, like know that your board's feeling good, that, yeah, everything's working. Now just waiting for the ski to go through that wave and get back out in the lineup.
Have you been spending a little bit more time with Leo these days, Jesse?
Yeah, I've actually spent a lot of time over the years because we both used to ride for the same brand for plenty of years. And here's this coming. This is special right there, right on the button. Perfect approach for him, just lots of power. And this moment right here, the wave was very flat, but he kept the speed throughout very nice and was able to get a nice flare out of that turn. And once again, a lot of spray. The board's looking good on his foot, and great surfing for him. And right now, a lot of downtime. Looked like probably 5 times we gave up on him making through the inside section, and he somehow proved us wrong. And yeah, that was great surfing for him. Little extra finish right here. Boom.
That was like 30 mini squats.
Literally, that was. And that's where all the training comes, That was great. Like body language, perfect right there. Putting the arms up, making the turn look big and appealing. We're sitting, the judges, the wave kind of breaks far out, so it's important for you to really show the judges that you're there, And once again, amazing body language for him right there, an amazing approach on every turn.
What a start for Fioravanti. Numbers already in, 6.33 start for the Italian. Way to kick things off with authority. Now Jordy will have priority. Jordy Smith, the longtime veteran that was often compared with Dane Reynolds back in the day. Jesse, I'm sure you remember watching those heats as a kid when it was Dane and Jordy on tour going for the most high performance awards on tour.
Yeah, I think those guys are probably one of my favorite heats always to watch growing up. They're just pushing the level of surfing and progression inside a heat more than anyone, or just as much as Filipe, John, Gabriel, and Italo are doing right now, and also Griffin as well. So when you're a Grom and you're watching that and you're actually being able to see them put all those progression turns into a heat, the ones that you're watching in movies into a heat, is just so fun to watch, man. And yeah,
we're going back to that era when Jordy was a rookie, kind of that 2007, 2008 era where he was changing the game. Huge turns combined with big airs in competition, and then even later in his career, really improving in a solid way at pipe and Tahiti to have no weaknesses. Fioravanti attacking the first section. Wall opens up for him. Wraps it, hits it high off the lip, and almost gets away from that section. He's not giving up. What an effort for the Italian, trying to pick himself back up.
He was looking good to get a very good score with that closeout. Kind of almost reminded me of that earlier heat today with Ian Gentile. Definitely different, little bit of approach, but this incoming section with a lot of steepness, unfortunately he just got held on with that whitewash and didn't let him go. But Jordy kind of close to him, didn't even, he was maybe a little too far, but let that one go, and that wave had very good potential. And right here, as you see, huge section, but as he landed, he was a bit extended, and the back whitewash just came under him and just swapped him. So unfortunately for him, because that was going to be a great score for Leo.
Love the effort. Let's now catch up with Ethan Ewing hanging out with Maida.
Yeah, congratulations, Ethan. So with Griffin Colapinto, João Chianca, Gabriel Medina, and Jack Robinson already out of the competition, how important was the heat for you?
Yeah, every heat matters, especially towards the back end of the year, and you're really close to the top 5. But I still feel like I've got so much work to do, so I'm pretty far away from that. But yeah, good opportunity for sure. Love winning heats, so it's good to make it through.
Okay, and talking a little about conditions right now, it's been raining quite a lot, so how hard it was?
It was really hard. It's such a big area to choose from, and wasn't really sure where to sit. And Seth's a really good friend of mine, so it's always hard to have heats against your friends because I want to see him succeed as well. But yeah, I was just really happy to scrape through that one. He's a really dangerous opponent.
Okay, congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Ethan Ewing. Happy to get through that one. And yeah, you look at all the years of Ethan Ewing, Seth Moniz sharing the same major sponsor, spending time at the Billabong House down on the North Shore of Oahu. So they've had a lot of great sessions together, a lot of great dinners together, and tons of laughs. Tough one for Seth to go down in, but Ethan had a big smile when it came just to reminding himself winning heats is his favorite thing to do, and he's in his first quarterfinal here in Brazil.
Yeah, last year he had a tough one because he started so well against Iago, but Iago somehow managed to swing back at him, and that just show how much in sync Iago is with these conditions and with the backwashes and everything. So good for Ethan right there to get a little redemption on that round, go into the quarterfinals, and looking ahead in time for him, that was very, very important, mostly with everyone, not everyone, but a lot of his opponents for the top 5 going down in front of him and behind him. So it's a good opportunity for him to gain ground.
So looking at a 6.33 for Fioravanti. Jordy Smith 1.67 and also a 0.5. Surfing in his 145th championship tour event. As we see paddling in, it'll be Leo going upside down and underwater, as Jordy will keep priority. Just couldn't help but check out that quick left. These guys have had a few meetings, but I think the famous one was back at J Bay, where Jordy Smith joined the Perfect Heat Club, where he had 2 10s, and Fioravanti was on the wrong side of that. But it was a special perfect heat because, you know, a lot of times we see those perfect heats, maybe pipe, Tahiti, it was all in performance, and a special wave. Definitely Jordy's favorite on tour at J Bay in South Africa. How about the timing off the lip? Backwash lifted that wave in size a couple of extra feet, and the big man crushed it. Obviously a healthy air game, one of the best ever. I think allowed him to just be comfortable in that weightless moment. Now he rips one off the top again. And Smith finishing off his best ride of the matchup so far.
Yeah, that was incredible, technique-wise, and just how he was able to straight as well, how he was able to stay on his board. And that's the Jordy we're used to seeing, and it's good to see that back. You know, it's been a few heats that things didn't really go his way, and that was a great opportunity. He matched power to power, obviously the biggest guy on tour. But check this out, it's kind of obvious that I'm going to say that that was the best turn of the heat so far, but how he was able to just time that perfectly, and somehow he fell off the sky. But the important thing to notice, even with the backwash, he was able to keep his stance in the same spot and very balanced, and that's what kept him on top of the board. And the rest basically is just bonus and extra for him. Right here, just finish it off nice and vertical again, and that's a great score. Back to what we were talking earlier today, it's going to be so important to find and identify those big sections, and that's what he did. Check this out. A lot of pressure, and see how his feet didn't move, and somehow he stayed the whole time on top of the board and with contact on the surface of the board, and that's what kept him on top, because that was very critical and very tough to do.
Fioravanti kicks out of another left. He fell on the one before, but with the reaction from the crowd, Leo's probably feeling that Jordy did something big. They cheer for a lot of things, but they definitely really let it go when something really incredible happens, and this is what Leo just did.
Yeah, a little flatter section for Leo right there. Kind of foamy of a wave as well. Not allowing him so much. He identified, probably was like, I'm going to kick out and not waste too much time going all the way in on that wave, and that was a smart call for him. And that's the problem in conditions like today. It's so easy for you to swing and pull the trigger on a wave that it looks good, but it just disappears and flattens out in front of you. So it was a mistake that he did, but still very hard to identify those waves out there today.
So Jordy Smith, 6 championship tour victories in his career. His first event win came at J-Bay, ended up going back-to-back. First over Adam Melling, then over Mick Fanning in a stormy final. And he's looking forward to going home at the next stop on tour. As we look at the history with these two guys, 3-1 in favor of Jordy Smith. One of those wins for Jordy, they might kind of talk about it as not an official victory, but it still counts. It was unfortunate for Fioravanti, dislocated his shoulder at the box in the warm-up session in West Oz, so Jordy ended up getting a walkthrough on one of those wins. But Fioravanti has the most recent win, and that was back at Pipeline to kick off the season, where he finished in the final with Jack Robinson.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, even though it doesn't count because he didn't actually pedal out for his heat, but it's part of the game. Injuries come, and you got to be ready for any of those. And actually, Leo very experienced on those. Had a few big injuries, but he was able to bounce back. So, yeah.
And I think that's really what ended up helping Leo fall in love with training, because it was also injury prevention, injuring ankles, his shoulder that was a repeat injury, and then the heaviest one when he broke his back in competition at Pipeline was a super scary one, incredibly serious, and gosh, he comes back every single time and gets back up. As you just saw there, score came through for Jordy Smith, a 6.83, best number of the heat so far. Now with priority, is in a great position to turn the heat. Equipment set up in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. For the undisputed king of Rio, Filipe Toledo, defending world champ, defending event champ. As we see the focus of Jadson Andre, he's going to have to deal with Toledo coming up next. Wild card call up with Kelly's absence, and he's already taken out world number 1. There's the blast. Tail drop back into the pocket on that turn previously, and there's the wrap to follow. Smith showing his agility. Even while he's the biggest man on tour, can be very light on his feet. Throws down a wrapping cutback, bottom turns, and really framed up the reform well. Just chasing a 3.83.
Yeah, good surfing for him right there. A little smaller of a wave out the back, but he still was able to identify one. Oh, actually, that was when he took off, it looked like a little bigger wave. And right here, as you see, very nice clean wall, and able to redirect the board all the way around to the foam. So the judges are going to take notice of that, and the wave kind of flattened it out, but well-surfed wave for Jordy. And right here, the cool thing about surfing that right that goes into the channel, it always, most likely it's going to give you a reform. So they get that little extra bonus section that gives half a point higher for them. And also, on their advantage, they're right by the skis, and they can get back out pretty quick.
So Jordy taking that one into the beach. Now with 13:40 to go, Toledo, Jadson coming up next. Jesse, just thinking about Jadson's extra fire in the heat with Colapinto, knowing that he can provide a big upset in favor of the Brazilians on tour. How is he going to change gears now that he has Toledo in the next heat?
Yeah, it's always a heat. Doesn't matter. It's work. They have to put their game face on and go to battle. He's not going to give an inch to Filipe. I have no doubt on that. Even though on the heat previous, he was hoping to beat Griffin for the home crowd. Maybe now he could be the villain and just take him down.
Yeah, because he definitely has his own goals. 2010 was his rookie debut, and we've seen so many entertaining highlights out of this man, who doesn't just do it for himself. He supports a lot of family members with every heat that he wins. Over 11 people counting on Jadson's success as a pro surfer on tour. Big heat coming up next for Brazil with Toledo and Jadson preparing here at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. We'll be right back. The Rio Pro coming up next on the Challenger Series as our focus goes to South Africa for pro surfing. The Challenger Series in Ballito to Jeffreys Bay for the championship tour. A lot of great memories when you think of the Rio Pro, especially for Jesse Mendez. When we roll back the clock to probably the best score we ever had there wave-wise in the Rio Pro. And you had a heat with Jordy Smith. Some special things went down in that matchup.
Yeah, that was a special event. Definitely the best Ballito we've ever seen. It looked like backdoor. Not gonna say on steroids because backdoor is pretty heavy, but definitely way longer, and the sandbar was incredible. It looked like a huge version of Kuro's, like 8 to 10 foot, and for a whole week as well. It was impressive, and that heat with Jordy was very fun.
And you got a 10-point ride.
Yeah, a 10-point ride. He still bit me though. Like, I was, come on, guy, give me a break.
One of those special moments in the Ballito Pro history, as we're hoping that conditions all line up like that one season where it ended up being Pat Godowskis, John Florence in the final. Everyone was getting barreled. And we'll keep focus on the Challenger Series rankings on the men's side. It's all about Jacob Wilcox, Imai Kalani-Duvall with a great start there. All trying to get into the top 10 to start on tour next year at Pipeline and join the top 34 in the world.
Cole Hauschman too, I think, looking very solid as well. I think he might be my favorite surfer on the QS right now. Just so powerful, so talented, good in the air, and he charges big waves as well, charges pipe, so he could do a lot of damage and might be the biggest guy on tour right now, like as tall as Jordy probably, maybe even a little thicker. The kid's a monster.
I think he's bigger than Jordy. I like that call, and a really cool kid. Great head on his shoulders. He's got everything he needs to succeed on the Challenger Series, so stay tuned for that starting July 2nd in the waiting period. 8:10 on the clock here. Jordy has the lead over Leo Fioravanti. Leo needing a 5.44 to turn this one around. Leo looked insane in the early rounds at El Salvador, but I think it's just that hard feeling of knowing that you're surfing at 100%. You know that the judges are loving what you're doing in the water, and just getting stopped early. And I think he went down to Kanoa in that previous event, but he's sort of sitting there on the sidelines going, I've got more to give, I got more to give, and you just can't wait to put the jersey on again.
Totally, and his wave selection was on point as well. He was getting such a good waves and just looked solid, like not catching any rails, like throwing buckets, reading the wave very well. So amazing event, even though, like you mentioned, the result didn't reflect what he was surfing. But obviously when you're surfing on tour, you could be surfing as good as you are or the best you've ever surfed, and you can still go down because the level of surfing is so big.
Oh, it's so true. That's why we love watching the top stage in pro surfing. Looking at Leo's year, you saw that big result at Pipeline. Runner-up to his longtime childhood rival, Jack Robinson. I actually asked him when I was sitting down with him, hey, do you want that one back? Is that the one heat you want to redo? And he's like, no, I don't process things that way. I move on. I move on quickly. It's not like he doesn't want to be hung up on things in the past weighing him down or thinking that was his best stuff. He knows he's always moving on to the next result and hoping to go one step further. He's got so many mature answers like that. You know, even when you try to throw little curveballs at him, he's just so staunch and sure of himself, knows what he wants to accomplish, and I really admire that about him.
Yeah, very smart guy as well, so that's what he brings it. Like, he knows that's what's in the past, it's left behind. If it's positive or negative, if it's a win or a loss, like there's only so much you can soak it in out of it, and you got to move forward, reinvent the way you're surfing, strategy-wise, equipment, everything, and that's what makes the very good surfer separated from the best in the world, you know? Like, it's just those little things that makes a lot of difference, and those guys are capable of doing that all the time. Even Gabriel, when you least expect that you've seen everything of him, changes board, little touches that makes a lot of difference.
5:30 on the clock here in the round of 16, and swinging hard on that peak is Fioravanti, but he couldn't catch up to it. Priority will switch to Jordy Smith as we dive into the recap. The Italian open up with authority and a flurry of turns on his forehand. 6.33. Really out of the gates here, Jesse.
Yeah, both surfers just getting different type of waves. Like you see Leo right there, surfing very solid, but a wave that gave him more opportunity, but not as punchy, not as powerful. And so he got rewarded a 6.33 for this wave that we're watching right now. And he was able to finish it up with a little extra section right there. And on the other hand, Jordy right here, just kind of a flat wave, and then all of a sudden that huge section and just hammered very strongly, fell off the skies, and somehow was able to hold on to that. And the judges really appreciating that effort and risk of that maneuver.
Which makes this an incredibly close heat at the moment, both with sixes and both with fours. Just Jordy has a better six and a better four. Fioravanti only chasing a mid-range 5.44, and looks like we just had a moment here where Jordy did use priority just to step off.
Yeah, smart move for him right there. 4 minutes left. There's not much time on the clock, and that looked like a great wave for Leo. He was in a good position. You kind of almost want to throw the ball to your opponent and put the pressure on him and be like, hey, now it's your turn. You can't not make a mistake. You have priority. Let's see how you can handle it.
So now Fioravanti will have priority, but great defense from Jordy Smith, taking away that previous opportunity. Fioravanti looks and holds position.
That was a good look right there. I wonder what the priority judge is going to think about that.
It's a fine line, isn't it, to try to hang on to priority. Leo's able to do it there. Strider, how's the crowd downstairs?
The crowd is going nuts. Filipe Toledo is walking out. He's got the look of the eye of the tiger. It's incredible. The energy from the crowd is nuts, and he was just laser beaming out into it. Beautiful scene over here. Even if it's raining, they don't care. They love it. They're down here in the rain, banging the drum and feeling the vibe. We're going to go down to the beach.
Oh, yeah. It's a beach day every day here at Itaúna, but especially today, everybody backing their man, number 77. Toledo takes on Jansen Andre coming up next, trying to make it 4 in a row with victories in Brazil. If he can accomplish that this year, that will be his record. It's never been done before.
Yeah, the showman in his favorite environment. Everyone backing him up, screaming, and he can't wait to put on a show.
Now we're looking at Jordy setting up a redirect. Got a little bit stuck there, but throws a big whip reverse out the back. Unable to transition towards the beach. 2:22 to go. And numbers reflecting he didn't have anything before the section we caught up to him on. So Jordy Smith throwaway score.
And it looks like they moved way down the beach as the tide got higher. Jordy started here in front of us, surfing that left, going into the channel, and now they're way down the beach. And yeah, let's see how it's going to play off. I wonder if you move there because Leo went all the way down as well. And it looks like Leo's up and riding.
Fioravanti finding an opportunity. Setting up that first car, a little bump on the way through. That's going to hold him back. Not the score he's looking for. Down to 90 seconds. So a total shift in positioning, Jesse.
Yeah, like this is the widest the surfers have been so far. I think we're just reaching peak high right now. You see a lot of water in the bank, so they're probably trying to identify that shallower part of the bank where it's going to give them a little bit more of an opportunity, a little bit more of a critical section. And Jordy now actually getting the ski ride back. He's going to be on the total opposite of where Leo is. There's only a minute left. He might just get there in time, but it's going to be up to Leo finding the wave and performing because he's free. There's no Jordy Smith trying to on top of him, trying to block him from anything.
Such an interesting situation with time taken away. Fioravanti getting the win over Jordy in the quarters at Pipe as he's got a little wedge setting up for his forehand. Fioravanti needs a 5.44 tail high reverse. He nails it. And now looking to really connect this reform. He's got a nice little section to work with. Snaps it. Sets up a wrap on the inside corner. And now feeling it. Firing up the crowd and his coach, Adriano de Souza. Talk about a risk he took surfing a different part of the bank and had the ability to surf by himself. These are the moments athletes live for, putting it all together on his final wave.
That is awesome. Such a tricky wave. He had only one opportunity, and he really made the most of it. The wave was very peaky, barely gave him time to even bottom turn, and he was just able to do a very critical progressive turn in such a short little space.
He is still willing the crowd to get behind him, and judges are taking their time with the score. Well done, Leo Fioravanti, just enjoying every second of your job today.
That is awesome. That's the moment that every surfer lives for, the crowd supporting you and trying to get a buzzer beater, which it looks very good for him. It looks in his favor, in my opinion.
I'm right there with you, Jesse. Explosive, especially on the first section out the back, which you were talking about today. And a great embrace from a world champion. Let's take one more look.
Yeah, check this out. Just a very peaky A-frame, and he only barely had a split second, and right there on the landing, that was so important. See how his tail almost caught? And it didn't catch. That's all because he put all his weight on the front foot and made that tail stable enough not to nosedive.
He just heard the score, 7-3-3 for Leonardo Fioravanti. Takes out Jordy Smith on the final wave. These are the moments that you live for. All the hard work paying off when it matters the most. And he's off and running into the quarterfinals. Fioravanti will be taking on Ethan Ewing in the quarterfinals at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. Toledo coming up next with Jadson Andre. We'll bring in Kaipo Guerrero and Mitchell Salazar for the call.
At the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. And we just saw a spectacular finish with Leo Fioravanti. Seconds to go actually in the heat, and Leo able to advance over Jordy Smith into the quarterfinals. Let's hear from Leo Fioravanti.
Yeah, congratulations, Leo, a buzzer beater. So how are you feeling right now?
Wow, it feels incredible. I mean, I'm always someone that doesn't give up until the end, but you definitely never know, obviously, in tough conditions, needing, a good size score. That last wave, it was a one section, and I knew if I did a turn, I wasn't going to get the score, but I'm like, I have to go for the air, and that type of air I've been practicing for a long time, and I'm stoked I was able to bring it out in such a, special, tough moment.
Yeah, and how is to have this crowd behind you?
Oh, it fires you up. I mean, you finish the wave, needing a score, everybody's screaming at you. It's like a football stadium, and I love Brazil. I love the fans. I love the passion they have, which sometimes is very similar to Italy. And, if every event was like this, it would be pretty sick.
Okay, congratulations. See you in the next round. Thank you.
All right, yeah, Leo Fioravanti. We'll see him in the quarterfinals versus Ethan Ewing. Round of 16 action continues to set those quarterfinals. Heat 5 out in the water. We have defending champ, actually three-time defending champ, Filipe Toledo up against Jadson Andre. So friendly fire for the Brazilians. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar. Your thoughts on this heat, Mitch?
Well, a great matchup for two reasons. First of all, two former champions in Brazil. Jadson's first and only CT win was in Florianopolis in 2010, and Filipe, as you mentioned, Kaipo, three-time defending event champion. He's looking to make it 4 times in a row. Our defending world champion, and then a lot on the line right here. He is looking to qualify once again for the WSL Final 5 and the Rip Curl WSL Finals. A huge moment for him in this heat.
Yeah, and hot off the presses as well in regard to Filipe Toledo. He's in the red jersey right now in his matchup against Jadson Andre. He'll be going for a wardrobe change. Come to J Bay. He'll be with the yellow leaders jersey, Filipe Toledo, due to the exit of Griffin Colapinto in the last round. But Toledo, he wants to make up more ground here. He's got impressive numbers here in Rio at the Rio Pro. He's had 5 10-point rides, 15 excellent heat totals, 38 excellent waves, and a heat winning percentage in Brazil of 83.33%. Super impressive stuff. Now remember, he's a 3-time defending champion, but he also won back in 2015 as well, so he's actually had 4 wins here in Brazil. There are some of the stats as we dig into the WSL stats at the Rio Pro, those 5 10-point rides, and look at that heat win percentage, 84%. They rounded up.
That's incredible. I mean, I think dominance at one single event, besides Kelly Slater at Pipeline, he might be the single best surfer at a specific location, Kaipo, in the history of competitive surfing.
Just a takeoff there in the whitewater by Jadson Andre. Just a couple fractional scores for both surfers to start off this heat.
Try to get barreled on that one? It kind of seems that way, huh?
Straight off the takeoff. Jaddy baby, Jadson Andre, 33 years old, 11 seasons on the championship tour. You talked about his win in 2010 at Santa Catarina against Kelly Slater, which was his rookie year and his first CT win, his only CT win. But we know that Jadson, he will battle, and he has battled himself on and off the championship tour numerous times. He's again in that situation. Came in here as a wild card, as an injury replacement for Kelly Slater, who fell ill, taking advantage of the situation. But he's going to have to make some decisions and turn his attention to the Challenger Series. We got that Bolito Pro stop number 3 on the Challenger Series. That starts July 2nd. So Jadson, no doubt, is talking to some ticket agents right now, trying to figure out what he's going to do.
Yeah, he might have to leave tonight, and depending on the result, you know, he's either going to change his ticket or stay here in Rio. But overall, I think it's a great matchup because conditions are really favoring one person more than the other. I think Jadson Andre, with these big lefts in 2017, he had a great performance here, was able to make it towards finals day. Meanwhile, Filipe Toledo, that one year that it was big here in Itaúna in 2017, he ended up losing to Kanoe Igarashi in round 3, which is now known as the round of 16. So maybe not the best location, but when we look at the last 2 years, and especially the 10 that he dropped at a left here in Itaúna, wow, it doesn't really get better than that, Kipes.
Yeah. Jaddy, though, he's going to be one. He's a challenging individual. He already took out world #1 this morning in that elimination round, taking out Griffin Colapinto. Can he continue on his spoiler role and continue to provide more upsets? My thoughts, Mitchell, is given these conditions, yeah, he can.
Yeah, I mean, 2-time runner-up to the World Pro Junior title. That was in 2008 and 2009. Here he goes.
On the backhand. Nice hook to start. He'll cut back into the whitewater here, looking to make the connection to the inside. Gets over the hump. Paced approach. Spots the lip, and indecisive, tries to pull in, so does not get a finish.
Yeah, and quite a bit of hesitation right there at the end. Definitely a tricky wave to surf in the short break, but overall, the one good turn on the outside, that's really going to be the only scoring moment so far from Jadson Andre in this heat. You turn the table to Filipe, and I think we're looking at the consensus greatest surfer on the planet right now. Quick, agile, and you got this guy, a dangerous wildcard in Jadson. Great opening turn, but after that, just let a small whitewater work here, Kaipo. Made the reform. He's done well in Huntington Beach, and I think those hops are things that he remembers from that event in Huntington. But right there, see how indecisive he was? He didn't know if he was supposed to go for the barrel, for the lip line hit, and unfortunately it cost him a decent score. One decent turn on the outside, score comes in, relatively small.
Yeah, was not able to bookend that wave and to get the score, 2.67. Left some numbers on the table there. Our attention and priority shifting to Filipe Toledo. Toledo, our reigning world champ. We asked the fans online who they thought was going to win this heat on WorldSurfLeague.com. 95% went with Filipe Toledo. Not a surprise.
No, not at all. And as I mentioned before, you have who I think is probably the best surfer on the planet right now. I would say the most complete surfer is definitely John Florence, but just in terms of relevance, what they've done lately, the way they've competed the last 2 seasons, I think Filipe has been a notch above everybody else. Even in 2021, when he was runner-up to the World Championship, I think 3 out of 5 heats, Filipe could have easily beaten Gabe that day.
Well, we talked about it before. He red jersey here, but Filipe Toledo will be wearing yellow at stop number 9 on the championship tour when we get to J Bay. So he's taking that yellow leader's jersey. He wants to run far through this event with that leader's jersey coming up on the next event. Can Filipe Toledo make it 4 in a row here in Saquarema? We're going to find out. 20 minutes have gone by so far, and Filipe has not broken a 1-point ride. Jadson, on the other hand, big opportunity, but not able to execute on that. Big snap went down.
We always talk about how impressive people are in terms of surfing, how consistent they are with a lot of these scores. And you look at Jadson, he's always been very good when it comes to these throw tails and the tail slides. Unfortunately, right there, maybe just a bit too much pressure on the tail pad for the one section he had right there on offer. But I think we can say the same thing about Filipe. What he's been able to do the last few years, maintain his relevance within the top 5, challenge for world championships multiple years in a row, Kaipo, and eventually become a world champion like he did last year. There's a lot of persistence in that story. Yeah, that eventually became true.
Sure is, and he was very open, Filipe Toledo, with his battle with mental health, you know, the support of his family, the ups and downs, the roller coasters of professional surfing. It's a real thing. Got a couple of waves here. We'll see if Toledo strikes. Here he goes on the backhand, finds the left, glides down that section, looking for some open water. Will not find it, and we'll see if he sticks to this wave. That's all he's going to get. So small numbers so far, back and forth, no breakthrough scores as of yet. Toledo making his way into just the gutter area right here, the inside shore break where the Red Bull jet ski can pick him up and deposit him back into the channel. While we're waiting for the action to reset, I wonder where Strider Wazalewski is. He's out there somewhere. We're going to find him. Toledo on the back of the Red Bull jet ski and has to plow through the water there. Don't like those jet ski duck dives. Like to zig and zag on the inside of the white water.
So do I.
Oh, I think we found Strider. Strider.
Yeah, we're down here at the Natura Kayak Walk of Fame, the Hall of Fame. We got all the past champions here in Brazil, all the way down, all the way through, and out on the end here we got Filipe Toledo in the water right now. Can he do it? Can he go 4-peat? It's going to be amazing to watch. But down here on the way through, you get to walk out. You get to see every champion that's won out here in Brazil. And it feels like you get the chicken skin moment, just enjoying the history of this place and the vibe. And, well, when you walk out on the beach, you really get elevated.
Cool. Yeah, that is the Natural Kayak Tunnel, Champions Tunnel. So that's someplace that got a little bit of inspiration in and out of the competitors area, and the rodeo continues. A little bit of an unorthodox dismount, just showing you. I mean, it's bumpy out there. It's a challenge. Here's the last ride of Filipe Toledo. This is a 4-point ride.
Yeah, the one big floater on the outside, meaty section, and he just had to escape the whitewater explosion right there at the end. Still the most significant score of the heat, Kaipo, so it's a keeper score for Filipe right now. 17 minutes on the clock still at the moment. And, you know, big list of names right there in that tunnel. Melanie Bartels on the women's side. We've seen Coco Ho make the final here. But I was very impressed to see Beat Durbridge on that list too. Multiple-time finalist in Brazil. He won in 2008. And I think Australians have always had a good relationship with these breaks here in Brazil because they're so far away from home. And that's why I kind of feel that a lot of the Brazilians were feeling too much pressure until De Souza won in 2011. He kind of broke the curse for them. And guess what? Filipe now has 4 titles to his name here in Rio.
Yeah, beat Durbridge with that win in Santa Catarina. We also got some great champions in Rio proper. Michelle Borez, remember, Jordy Smith had a win. John Florence was exceptional. And then when we moved over here to Saquarema, Adrian De Souza took off that first one once we made that event move, and we've been here ever since, and it's been a great run here in this beautiful beach town in Brazil.
Yeah, 2011, De Souza won it was big. Remember that one floater that he had, and then 2017 here, he beat Adrian Buchan in the final. It was also large both years that he won. Then Jadson 2010, he beat Kelly in the final in Florianopolis, right?
Yes, that's right. The debut of the big air reverses that he was able to do, Jadson Andre. Kelly won the previous year in 2009. So talk about the Champions Tunnel. There's a lot of champions to celebrate here with a steep history in Brazil. Competitions going all the way back to 1976. Pepe Lopez winning that one. Daniel Freeman winning in 1977. Shane Horan, 1978.
Shane Horan, 4-time runner-up to the World Championship.
Yeah. Dave McCauley, 3-time winner here in Brazil.
And a goofy footer, too.
There's the captain, former winner, former world champ, all-around good guy, Adriano de Souza. Now he's in the support squad for Leonardo Fioravanti, and you can see Leo's partner Sophie as well in that shot.
So I don't know if Maida told you, but the national tour that they have here, De Souza's actually competing in it.
Just beating people.
He's close to being #1 in the nation, and that's the one thing he hasn't accomplished in his career. Imagine if he's able to do that and just put the cherry on top and be like, okay, now I actually am retiring from competition.
Oh, we don't want to see him go. We like having De Souza. We like having Jaddy Baby around too. Jadson Andre on the right here with priority. Low scoring affair so far. We're halfway through this heat, over halfway, 14 minutes and 20 seconds. Showing right now a little bit of the struggle as we just topped out in the high tide mark.
Yeah, it was at 12:30, so around 40 minutes ago. The swell still on the increase, by the way, as we see Phil up and riding now.
Toledo. Sharp as always. Nice finish. Wants a little bit more. Sticking with this one. Into the shore break. Smooth transition on the rail. A little difficult water to deal with. Toledo, snap to finish. Dragging his fins on the sand. Wow.
The crowd noise is something exceptional when he stands up, Kipes.
Coming back to Jadson, going for one of his patented air reverses. Had to throw that one away. Waiting for 2 scores. The meaningful one will be awarded to Filipe Toledo on that last ride.
Yeah, in 13 minutes, 20 seconds, to get a moment for him to extend his first place position. You see right here, takes off all the way on the outside. The one setup carve, and this is what we saw right here. Bang, straight through the lip. A little sticky coming out of it, but still very precise in the way he was able to place his board in the most critical part of the wave. It kind of seems to me like he's just cruising through this heat right now, Kipes. These are the heats that you really need to be careful of.
Slow-mo, you can really see how vert Filipe gets on the backhand.
And how much he penetrated that section, too. He really had to go through the lip line in order to make it through. That's what we see with the high tide. It tends to slow down when it comes to those critical sections. He was able to find one right there and capitalize on a golden opportunity, Kipes.
We'll be back with that score for Filipe Toledo and the conclusion of the matchup between Toledo and Jadson Andre after these messages.
The people of Saquarema are incredible. And they're on the beach, they're watching, they're supporting. It's thousands and thousands of people screaming. More than listening to the crowd, it's the feeling that this is my time now. I'm home. I've been so successful in Saquarema. Being around people that you love, it translates to my surfing. All that passion is just, it's really special. It's beautiful. My country's here supporting me. They got my back. Puts me in a state of mind that I'm free. Saquarema faz eu me sentir em casa.
Filipe is right. Saquarema, Brazil is a special place. Toledo on the paddle back out. We went to break waiting for a number. Number came through, the 5.5. 4-point ride back up, 9.5, two-wave total for Filipe Toledo. Jadson Andre seeking a 5.83. Andre did get a wave during our break, a 3.67 for Jadson Andre to kind of tighten up the ropes there. Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar on the call here. Here's a replay of Jadson's 3.67.
Yeah, decent score to get back into this heat, Kaipo. The one setup turn right there on the backhand goes for the foam climb. And that's it for Jadson, as he was looking for an inside connection but didn't really offer up too much scoring potential. So he's going to have to settle with the 3.67 with the combination outside. And the former event champion looking at just really garner as many points as he can. One decent snap on the inside, throwing the tail a little bit, but those sections not as critical as the ones that he had on the outside section. Right here, though, Filipe, decent backup score right here. Kipes a 4.27, lays it fully on rail, brings it all the way around, and then finishes with the foam climb. So goes to show you the one big section on the outside is way better than the 3.67 that Jadson had in the score.
Kind of shows you that you don't really need to take it all the way to the beach.
Nope.
It's more about quality than quantity, and length of ride. No longer in the criteria. There was a time when length of ride wasn't the criteria.
You know, Joe was telling me about that 2 days ago, I think, and that they would count turns, and I just look back on that, I'm like, why?
There was no computer judging. It was pencils and paper and people counting turns and seeing who made it to the beach. Yago Dora and Liam O'Brien side by side, getting ready for their heat. They'll be coming up next. World number 12, world number 16. So it's going to be an important matchup for both these surfers. All right, good to go.
Thank you. Wow. Yeah, hopefully a few lefties, it's getting better. Yeah, it's like kind of going a bit offshore.
Apple Watch right there getting applied to the wrist of Liam O'Brien, and Jadson Andre up and riding. This is his 7th wave. Nice combination of maneuvers for Andre. Needs a 6.1 to turn the heat at the moment. Again, looks like he's going to stick with this one, hoping for something special in the shore break. And just calling for the Red Bull ski at this moment.
We listened to Liam right there talking to JP, giving him his Apple Watch, and you could just see the huge difference in between how calm he was and how relaxed he's taken that approach into his heat, and how significant this moment is for Yago Dora right now, being a number 12 in the ranks. This to me seems to be the best wave of Jadson so far. Great carve into the lip line, strong combination of maneuvers on a much cleaner wave. Kaipo should be a decent score there for Jadson.
You see the crowd reacts.
Little golf clap, just saying, okay, he's back in there. You definitely know that they're supporting Filipe, though. Round of 16, heat number 5. He's at least got to look into the quarterfinals now that he's number 1 in the world heading to J-Bay, too.
Filipe Toledo, he dominates this spot. He's gone back to back to back out here in Saquarema, and previously won in town. Let's see for some dominating surfers. Filipe and Rio, dominant back to back to back. Kelly Slater, his dominant run through Fiji, as well as lower trestles. And Mark Richards, we will look back at the 70s, early 80s. MR, unbeatable at Bells.
Wow. Kelly has quite a few up there, Kaipo. 3 Fiji, trestles, and pipeline.
Yeah, back to back to back. We have not had a surfer go 4 in a row. If Filipe is able to do that, it will be another benchmark for Filipe Toledo.
And he would be in the history books too. For somebody to break that record, if he's able to accomplish it, it would be extremely difficult. It's like LeBron James passing Kareem for the all-time scoring record in the NBA. It took him, what, almost 30-plus years in order for somebody to do that.
Yeah, Toledo, 10 seasons on the championship tour, took him that time. Finally win a world title, which he deserves. And now, as our defending world champ, he'd love to go not just back-to-back here in Rio, back-to-back for a world title.
100%. And I truly think that he's going to be the #1 seed heading into that event. You look at Jeffreys Bay and how dominant he's been there in the past. His 2 victories in 17 and 18 might be the best surfer to ever do it at Jeffreys Bay.
Toledo with a good-looking wall, carves off the top, throws a ton of spray, fades back. Whitewater float to control there. Toledo making a decision whether he's going to stick with this wave into the shore break. It's a little bouncy there. Washing machines on, tons of suds. Looking left, looking right. Toledo calling for the ski, decides not to take it all the way in.
Well, he's looking to better a low 4. The 1 carve on the outside was really strong, and I wouldn't mind seeing the score move up, you know, closer to the 5, but Jadson back into the heat, Kaipo. Good score for him.
Yeah, 5.9 on the last ride for Jadson Andre. Actually, previous ride for Jadson Andre. So Andre, right back. It's a very close heat at the moment, and we're waiting for scores for both Jadson Andre as well as Filipe Toledo to give you the situation at the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, Jadson needing something close to a 4, and Filipe looking to better a low 4 right here. Good size wave. Drops in straight in the pocket. That was just an aggressive and beautiful turn when it comes to precision and technique. Even comboed it up with the second foam climb too. This wave let him down here on the inside. He was looking right, he was looking left, and the wave just didn't stand up. He eventually just called for the ski, knowing that he wasn't going to get any scoring opportunity on the inside. But look at the precision right there, Kaipo. The amount of water that he displaced. You know, he's added some weight and some muscle to his body, and I think the last 2 years it's been more notable than ever. There's a reason why I think he won the World Championship, and it's because he also elevated the amount of volume that he has in his boards too. Surfing just looks a bit more precise now.
Here comes Jaddy. Nice looking right on the backhand. Slashes off the top there. Big opening turn. Has to skip through that section, and now he's going to meet some sleepy water to try to make the connection into the shore break. The hippity hop bunny bounce, and we'll see if he's able to make the connection. Sure does. One more slice. Jadson's calling for a number. Previous wave for Andre, 2.47, does not change the situation. Jadson needing a 4.5 at the moment to turn the heat. Last wave for Filipe Toledo was a 4.9. Let's take another look at Jadson, looking for a 4.5.
Well, great section, awesome technique right there, straight up into the lip line, but just a 1 on the outside, so a great vertical hit, and then brought it all the way through here, and just these waves aren't reforming the way I think a lot of these surfers would expect them to. Not really offering any scoring potential here on the inside. The 1 foam climb, I just don't see it being the 4.5 that he needs at the moment. You know, as a judge, you normally look at a heat deciding, okay, who deserves to advance based off of 2 waves? And as of right now, you're making a decision that red is deserving to advance over blue. But, you know, it's a great turn on the outside. Say it does come in something in the 4s. I don't know if it's a mid-4 in order for him to take the edge over the surfer in red, Filipe.
Well, judges are still waiting. They're still deliberating. So what that's going to do is, if he does get the score, he's going to give very little time for Filipe Toledo to react. We're down to 1 minute 45 seconds. Still no numbers in for our judges, so we're still waiting for the score. Set wave coming here. Toledo with priority and the lead for the moment. Jadson, whitewater takeoff, somehow gets this one. Couple of fades here, hoping for it to stand up. Hooks it on the backhand and is able to pull that one off. Had to struggle for the finish. Now remember, the judges owe us 2 scores. 4.5 will get Jadson the lead. The judges owe us 2 scores. We got Filipe at the back. Previous wave, Jaddy gets the lead at a 5.17. Still riding. Right now, Jadson does not know he's got the lead. He's surfing this with all of his heart. Will it be another upset for Jadson Andre, taking down another top seed?
Wow, this is definitely going to be a very close finish to this heat, Kaipo.
That's the previous wave score, and all the judges, 5.17. The judges owe us one more wave. Jaddy in the lead. Filipe Toledo needs to react. Filipe needs a wave right now. We're down to 35 seconds, and here comes Toledo. Toledo unable to catch that wave. He's going to have one more opportunity, Mitch. 30 seconds.
Wow, and you know, I went out on a limb and said that personally, I didn't feel. Every single judge gave him the score that he required at that point. A 4.5, the lowest score out of that end was a 4.8. And as of right now, he's beating Filipe, and Filipe needs a mid-5 with 10 seconds to go.
10 seconds until Jadson Andre has to call the travel agent and change his ticket, but hold the horses. Here comes Filipe Toledo, throws it out, goes down.
Wow.
Jadson, hold the ticket to Bolito. Andre is on the way to the quarterfinal and just took out world number 2, Filipe Toledo.
It was the one section where it was just a bit more critical than Filipe's, and he knocks out the new world number 1. No more 4-peat, Kaipo. No more 4-peat.
The 4-peat's in the books, and our defending champ, Filipe Toledo, goes down and upset Jadson Andre into the quarterfinals. Huge moment for Andre.
Wow, well, a big moment. We've lost basically, what, 6 out of top 10 surfers so far in this event, and it is a massive opportunity for a lot of people within the top 15 to move up.
Let's make sure everything's okay right here as we're checking on the screen. Filipe climbing on the back of the ski here. All right. We'll check in on Toledo after this break, but Jadson Andre, he's on to the quarterfinals. We're on to a commercial break. Yago Dora, Liam O'Brien will continue with the action when we return.
The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil. By Australian Gold, feeling gold. By TikTok, download the app. And by Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness.
Back at the Vivo Rio Pro, where we say Filipe Toledo getting assisted up the beach. He had to go for it in his challenge up against Jadson Andre. Jadson got the number right at the end of the heat. Seconds remaining. Filipe went for a ride, threw caution to the wind, landed awkwardly, and now we're watching our defending world champ getting helped up the beach by security.
That's not a good image right there, Kaipo. It's not promising for the last 2 events for this guy. Moving up to number 1 in the ranks, he would be heading into Jeffreys Bay as the number 1 surfer in the world. And this is not what you want to see, especially here at home in Brazil.
On-site doctor having a word with Toledo, and we'll be checking him out. We wish the best to Filipe Toledo as we set up our next challenge. Who's going to meet Jadson Andre in the quarterfinals. It's going to be one of these two surfers, Yago Dora versus Liam O'Brien here in the round of 16 Kaipo with Mitchell Salazar. A lot of surprises today happening, and we got a lot of surfing done. Here we go with Yago Dora starting off. Oh, beautiful carve for Dora. And some easy time here as the wave tapers, and he kicks out. That will be the opening score in the matchup. Yago Dora.
One of the most stylish surfers on tour, and one of the few goofy footers that I feel is really as complete as they could possibly get. Get in the barrel, get in the air, and he combined all three things when it comes to surfing on the face of the wave too, Kaipo. I always say Yago Dora, one of the most underappreciated and underestimated surfers on the planet.
27 years old, out of Santa Catarina, Brazil. 5 seasons on the championship tour. Number 12 on the leaderboard coming into this event where he semi-finaled last year. Speaking of semi-finals, coming off a semi-final in El Salvador is Liam O'Brien, and he's up and riding. Surfer out of Burleigh Heads, Australia, with a couple of turns on the back end here. O'Brien coming off of his best result on the championship tour in stop number 7 at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, where he made the semi-finals.
Yeah, he also made the semis in Rottnest Island in 21, correct?
Yeah, he did that as a wild card over there where we've had the Aussie Quaddy. So he matched that, but this time as a second-year tour surfer, Liam O'Brien. A deceiving second-year tour surfer, because statistically, he's in his second year on the championship tour, but he actually was not able to surf any heats his first year on the championship tour due to an injury. But he's back and healthy here.
Yeah, and a great opening snap right there from Lob. Deep bottom turn, connects with the second one too. Flatter section right there for the regular footer from Australia. He has such a great style as well. Really love to see the comparison out there in the water between the one goofy footer in red and the regular footer in the blue jersey. Scores come in, they're pretty decent, Kaipo. As we look at Yago right there, fully lays it on rail. Much flatter wave, and unfortunately for him, this wave just shoulders off, but a great opening exchange between both surfers.
Yago Dora and Liam O'Brien did share a final on the Challenger Series 2019. That would have been actually a 10,000 before we turned into the Challenger Series at the U.S. Open of Surfing. Both surfers making it through like 6 rounds to get to that final.
At least one of the longest events in the world, and heading back there at the end of July as well. Beautiful Huntington Beach. Hopefully the weather cooperates as it usually does, but you know, it goes to show you how diverse a lot of these people's skill sets are, Kaipo. Get in the air as Yago Dora, great on rail, and people underestimate how good his barrel riding skills are too. But Liam O'Brien, we got to count him as a rookie. He's in the Rookie of the Year race right now with Ian Gentile and Rio Waida. And if you look at his skill set so far, a lot of people only think he has a good rail game. Yeah. He's great in the air too.
Actually, he's not able to be in the rookie.
He isn't?
Because he qualified previous year. So even though he didn't compete, statistically he's in his second year on the championship tour. So he can't take that Rookie of the Year award here. But he is an outstanding story, Liam O'Brien. After falling off the tour because of injury, fought back for a second time through the Challenger Series. Ended up last year number 9. Yago Dora slicing through a left. Lip glide there, and unfortunately a little warble in the wave, a little backwash of the high tide took control of his board.
Can we do a Sophomore of the Year award
I think he deserves to be a rookie, but that's just not the case, yeah.
So the backup score right here for Yago was looking for his best one, nearly slides out during that carve right there and engages with the lip line, comes out of it, and too much pressure on the toe side rail right there on the outside, and unfortunately for him, he was on his way to a decent score, probably would have been his best number. He's got to settle with the 2.9 right now, Kipes. 22 minutes on the clock. A very close matchup when you look at results, but I think overall experience will play into the favor of Yago Dora, a former semifinalist at this event.
Made the semifinals last year, Yago did, going down to eventual winner Filipe Toledo. Really made a splash, Yago did, in 2017 here, where he entered the event as a wild card. He had a wild run to that semifinal finish in 2017, beating world champ John Florence, beating world champ Gabriel Medina, and then beating world champ Mick Fanning, who was on tour at the time. Took down 3 world champions as a wild card on his way to that semifinal finish. And that's when a lot of the surf world's ears and eyes perked up about Yago Dora, the man formerly known as the Skinny Goat. I don't think he goes by Skinny Goat anymore, but that was his childhood nickname.
I call him Gatinho because he's got cat-like great feet. Is that why?
Lands on his feet, doesn't he?
All the time. A great goofy footer out of Florianópolis. His father, one of the great goofy footers to come out of Brazil as well, Leandro, and I would say one of the premier coaches worldwide too.
For sure. Yeah, Leandro Dora, absolute weapon, and
still rips, by the way.
Surfs really well. Has a great mind in competitive surfing as well. Here we go, Dora. Oh, nice snap there. Timed it with the backwash. Slices through a turn. Little foamy section as he's going to ease through here. We'll see if he sticks around for the shore break. Looks like he wants it. Glides on the Mayhem. Makes the connection. Woo. Little layback to finish. I like that.
Some cool variation. And you can just see how relaxed he is and how focused he wants to be. Not let the crowd get too much into his head, and he wants to be able to compete. This is a huge moment for him. Out of the few Brazilians that are still remaining in the draw, Kaipo, especially one of the few goofy footers that excel on the championship tour level as well. He's looking to make a splash, and it would be great to see him get his first CT win here in Saquarema. Great opening turn right there. Really loved the variation where he even brought it as a layback, carved it back into the pocket, and this wave just shouldered off, but he stuck with it. Knew that he had a score on the board, was looking to extend that score line as well, and just eventually makes it through to the inside right here and is able to capitalize with one more scoring opportunity. That hop helped out a lot and was able to time it well with the backwash. Look at that. Boom, brings it down. Cool little finish for Yago Dora.
Dora, 5.5 for that effort and the lead. 9 minutes, 35 seconds countdown. Liam O'Brien going vert on the backhand. One more time for O'Brien, a little late to that one. Gets caught up with the backwash and the whitewater incomplete.
Yeah, mistimed right there with the backwash at the end, but still has plenty of time. Only 10 minutes have gone by in this heat. A 5.5 for Dora and a 3.33 as his low score, but Lob's going to be looking to match that mid-5 at least, Kipes, and move up into first place. What I will say about this matchup right now, given the conditions, I think it's anybody's game. We have seen more lefts than rights in the last 2 or 3 heats, but you know, there's rights out there every now and then too.
What we learned from the last heat, this truly is anyone's game, because we saw Filipe Toledo with an 84% heat winning percentage in Brazil go down to Jadson Andre. So just when I see numbers like that and I see upsets like that, it really is an illustration that this is anyone's game. Yep. And it really comes down to playing the heat, wave selection, maybe a little bit of luck, you know, that you have the priority when the wave comes through. Let's take a look at our WSL stats at the Rio Pro for Yago Dora. Best wave score, 9.27. Excellent wave scores. He's got 9 of those, and look at the heat winning percentage.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 times he's winning heats out here. Average heat score, though, 13.63, nearly 2 sevens per heat. That's very impressive as of right now, just an 8.83 heat total. But as I said before, a very diverse skill set, an experienced competitor too is Yago Dora, Kipes.
Sure, and you know, and it comes in the lineage of the story of Yago Dora when his father, Leandro, was actually coaching, and Leandro's first real project was a world junior champ, Lucas Silveira. And when Lucas was living and coaching and Leandro was coaching him, a young Yago Dora wasn't that interested, you know, in surfing. And then he saw the tension going to Lucas, and he said, you know, Dad, like, I want to go too. And there started the ascent of Yago Dora. Also, when we talk about Leandro, his dad, we can't forget that Leandro did help coach Adriano de Souza to his 2015 world title. So Leandro being in the surf game for a long time, and the results to prove it.
And to be able to manage and coach multiple surfers during the same season on the championship tour, it's not easy. Working with Ian Gentile right now, obviously working with Yago, but a lot of people forget that he's been a big part of the Jack Robinson success the last few years on the CT as well, Kaipo. So underrated story right there. But as of right now, not leading this heat over Liam O'Brien by much is Yago.
Got some sets coming here. We'll see if Yago Dora utilizes his priority with the set wave rolling through here. Nobody going there. So with that being said, don't call it a comeback. He's been here for years. Jadson Andre is into the quarterfinals. Let's hear from Jadson.
Yeah, congratulations, Jadson. You just beat Filipe Toledo. He's the #1 right now. So how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. It's like, it's a weird feeling actually, because I'm here as a alternate, as a wild card, and Filipe, probably my best friend on tour, and it's probably one of my best friends in a normal life, and especially after his last wave where he got some problem going on his knee. So all that like happening, all that, how can I say, I was pretty happy until I see he was going through a lot of pain. So it's a weird feeling. Now just pray that nothing really bad happened with his knee. And yeah.
And you were also going to Bolito, so what are you planning on that?
Yeah, my plan is to do my best here. And as soon as the comp is over, as soon as I lost my run finish, I'm going to take the very first flight to Bolito. And yeah, I think we're pretty good to make to Bolito. We're going to get there in the morning of the first day. So yeah, first we're here. Let's try to go all the way. And then we see what's going to happen in Bolito.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Yeah, some mixed emotions from Jadson Andre, and rightfully so. You're seeing a good friend of yours and just hoping for the best for Filipe Toledo. Like Jadson said, he's going to be, it's going to be finals day tomorrow. We know that already because it's the final day of the waiting period. So we know it's going to be finals day tomorrow. He can make his ticket. He'll still make it to Bolito in time for stop 3 on the Challenger Series. But he's really got to be focused, put emotions aside right now and focus on a win here.
Yeah.
This happened during the interview.
Yeah, the voice of concern of Jadson Andre is worrying, but you see Yago use priority on this wave. Great opening carve. And unfortunately for him, right here, that wave just dies out. Doesn't improve on his low score, Kype, so use priority. Now shifts over to Liam O'Brien, who's still needing the same score, a 4.01, the requirement. It's not an easy score to come by. We've said it before, and I'll say it again. 4s and 3s are much more difficult to get than 6s or 7s because those waves don't specifically exist out there. A 6 or a 7, you know that's a good wave. A 3 or a 4, you don't necessarily know what you need to do in order to get that score.
We're over halfway through the heat, so we've seen heats turn in the last few minutes. Under priority, down the beach, here goes Yago. Looking for something down the line, maybe a ramp, building up speed, and nothing there for Dora.
Tide might be still a bit too high for those ramps on the outside. We even saw Filipe on his last wave in the previous heat try to force an air on a section that wasn't really there. And if you look at Jadson's 2 best waves, really on the rail. If you look at Yago's 2 best waves right now, on the rail as well, Kaipo.
There's our tides. We're coming off of a 12:30 high tide. It's 1:42 local time. It will be draining out. The tide will be outgoing until we conclude the day. That low tide tonight at 7:51 p.m. local time. Swell forecasted to keep strong. We have a bit of a wind swell, a bit of a south swell, so we should have, should have some waves for finals day. But you know, the concern with Jadson Andre for Filipe Toledo. I'd like to know what's happening with Filipe Toledo. For more on that, Strider Wazlewski.
Thanks, Kaipo. Yeah, we're up here in the medical area. So Filipe Toledo is in there. They've been doing a check on his right knee. And so there's a little bit of movement on the right knee, more than on the left knee when they do the lateral test. So they feel like they can't get an extensive, decisive answer on it. So they're going to basically send him to get an MRI as soon as possible. So he was not able to walk on it. The pain was there, but they feel like it's not as bad, say as like John when he hurt his knee. So they're confident in getting him to the doctor, getting him an MRI, and we'll see the extent of the injury if it's that bad.
Thanks for the report, Strider. Wishing the best for Filipe Toledo. Back to the water, and under 12 minutes remaining. Liam O'Brien just needing a 4-point ride to turn this heat. So a strategic heat between Yago Dora and Liam O'Brien. Slower conditions. chess match.
Yeah, and there's so many parallels that you can bring into former generations of surfing. Aussie versus Australia versus Brazil, regular versus goofy, matchups of styles, and that's why I really like these matchups, Kaipo, personally. You come to a beach break, a break that is definitely very difficult to acknowledge and, you know, learn when it comes to one single event, and I think so far it's been the experience of Yago Dora that has prevailed in this heat, in the lead.
Action at the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona.
Have you ever stopped to think about the amazing impact your actions can have?
As surfers and ocean lovers,
We have the power to ignite a wave of change.
for our one precious ocean. Because great achievements start with small actions.
When we unite, just imagine the impact the collective actions our community can create.
Your actions can inspire others. Speak up for the ocean.
That's right. Record yourself doing a sustainable action, big or small, we want to see it. Post on social with the hashtag WSL1Ocean, tag WSL1Ocean, and WSL in your post. Get involved. Just under 9 minutes for us, 8:40 on the clock. Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar, Yago Dora out in the lead over Liam O'Brien. Battling for a spot in the quarterfinals is the men's round of 16. 8 heats total in this men's round of 16, and then we'll get into our women's quarterfinals. To finish off the day, Dora, a layback hack, tapered wall, decides to kick out.
I like the strategy from Yago, working on under the priority of Liam O'Brien right now, only looking to better a 3.33. I think it's very intelligent. It's smart to move away from him and be able to use the entirety of the rest of the field out there to your advantage, Kaipo. 8 minutes to go, that's an eternity for both surfers, but specifically for Liam O'Brien, I feel like he's a bit too far outside right now with the amount of current that we have. It just seems like he's been a little bit out of position the last few waves or so.
Great catch, Mitch, in that we do have that outgoing tide. A lot of times with that outgoing tide, we would have rips develop, and those rips taking you out of position out to sea. Here comes John Florence coming up next against Ian Gentile. And that rematch is one meaningful one for John because Ian Gentile got the best of John Florence in the last event in El Salvador.
Well, John, number 7 in the ranks, Kaipo. Everybody's lost out. Huge opportunity, a golden one, to capitalize, move way up in the rankings, and become a 3-time event champion here in Rio. Done it in 2012, did it in 2016, and he'd be looking for his first one here in Saquarema.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one. It's made, even though we have challenging conditions, there's been some really interesting heats happening today. Day 2 of competition here at the Vivo Rio Pro. Under priority again, staying busy, Yago Dora. Big hack there, beautiful. Back up, well-timed finish for Iago. Let's see if he wants more. Trailing the whitewater, looking for the connection to the inside. Building up speed. Wave will stand up in the shore break, and Iago with a tidy snap, a little slide to finish. Put it together, and he'll be getting rid of that 3.93 that he currently has in his scoreline and extend his lead over Liam O'Brien.
Very smart, great use of second priority and the entire landscape of the area too, with 6 minutes to go. Gonna extend his lead. Really like the patience that he proved on this wave, Kipes. Deep bottom turn, goes for the two tempo carve right there with the layback, and then smooth into the lip line for the second turn as well. Waited for this wave to stand up here on the inside. Very methodical approach, knowing that he was gaining momentum on his forehand. They don't want to lose this amount of speed that he already had going left, and just was able to put it on rail right there for the end and slid the fins even a little bit with the finishing turn.
Beautiful flow by Iago Dora.
And amazing variation too. Great first carve with the layback, and then into the lip line for the second one. Should be bettering the 3.93 by a large margin too, with just over 5 minutes to go.
Liam O'Brien caught up on the heels here. Is going to stick with this wave. Nice carve, maybe more opportunity down the line. Unable to find that open face, and Liam O'Brien needs to answer back. He needs to answer back because the feeling in the air is that Iago Dora improved upon his scoreline. We're under the 5-minute mark right now, waiting for scores for Dora as well as O'Brien.
Well, Phil Collins said it best. I'm feeling it in the air tonight, Kaipo.
7.17 for Iago Dora. We take a replay for this last wave of Liam O'Brien. No score as of yet for this wave.
Just the one turn. Took him a while to get to that section right there, and even an airdrop out of it too with all the backwash, and just a 2.33, a throwaway score for him. But now needing something close to an 8-point ride, Kaipo. Tough times out there for Liam. It just seems like the last 10 or 15 minutes, he's been a bit lost at sea since his opening ride of a 4.83.
Really was the flow of that last wave for Iago Dora, putting it together. 3 major maneuvers, 7.17, big lead for Dora. Dora and O'Brien on the paddle back out. We'll see who gets to the lineup first and establishes priority. The answer is Iago Dora with priority. He controlled to Dora, the Brazilian, with the lead and priority. With just 4 minutes on the clock, he can close this one out. Just needs to play it smart.
Easily could. 4 minutes to go. A lot of people tend to think that priority is just a given that you're going to eventually win the heat. As you look at the scoreline right there, 7.17. The use of priority and time management is so important to a lot of people, either making heats or losing them at the end. And I think that's where Gabriel Medina, to me, is one of the best closers in the business. We've seen Iago Dora over the last few years flourish into being more of a competitor rather than just a surfer, Kaipo. And this is a big moment for him with 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Here's our heat recap.
Good result here in Rio.
Liam O'Brien, Mitch.
Some good stuff from Liam, a 4.83 to start things off, but then wasn't able to get back into the heat after Iago starting to gain momentum. Drops in a 5.5 for this one. Good variation on the outside into the lip line, and then was able to carve it back too. Some amazing surfing and some brilliant performances in just by finding these waves out there. Some diamonds in the rough, Kipes. Made it into the inside shore break. A 5.5 here for Iago, and added in the one more spicy turn at the end for a closeout re-entry. But this wave specifically was the one that extended the lead by a large margin, a 7.17. Some aggressive surfing right there from Iago Dora, and he's looking for another great result to add on to his stellar season. Number 12 in the rankings coming in. He's looking to move up into the top 10 at the end of this event. Foam climb, but look at the finish right here. Very patient, was able to keep up the speed, and added in one more flare for a finish.
Returning to live action with 2 minutes on the clock. All the waves written up on your screen. Highlighted are the top 2 waves for each of the surfers. Illustrated is the pace of Iago Dora, staying busy out there and able to find 2 keeper scores. Dora now with priority as well as the lead, looking to close this out, trailing Liam O'Brien, and wants to use the pressure of priority to close this one out. Ian Gentile paddling back out for his matchup with John Florence coming up next.
Yeah, 90 seconds to go. Yago Dora with priority, good use of control of the Heat 2 at the end of this one. Whereas Lobby, though, needs a 7.84, something close to an 8-point ride. And he could easily do it on both the forehand and the backhand, but needs the opportunity here, Kaipo.
Yeah, Yago's not going to let him away. Yago's stuck to him like Velcro. Yago's stuck to him like flypaper. Yago's stuck to him like Elmer's glue. There's a lot of ways to get stuck to your competitor, and Yago's stuck to him in all 3 ways.
True. 55 seconds. And we talk about evolution on the championship tour. We saw it with Kelly. We've seen it with Gabe. We've seen it with John Florence. And as of right now, we still haven't had the one breakout performance from Yago Dora making it to the finals. I think this is a spot, Kaipo. You have 3 events to go. Make a run for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Put your name in the hat and tell people that you're on the map. You want to be here to win and become a world champion, because I truly think that he's a top 5 surfer. I think that he could easily be a world champion in the next few years. Maybe even this one, who knows? He needs to get on a roll, though, and it all starts here.
Paddling up current within the eyesight. 15 seconds, and this will be a formality at this point with this amount of time on the clock. It will be Liam O'Brien eliminated from competition. Yago Dora, he will advance on. We'll see Yago up against Jadson Andre, battle of the Goofy Foot Brazilians in the quarterfinals. The horn has made it official. We look at the numbers, 12.67 two-wave total for Yago Dora, and he's on his way into the quarterfinal. Just a ride to the beach here for Liam O'Brien, and the equal 9th place finished in Brazil. When we return, John Florence will be in the water, along with Ian Gentile. Joe and Jesse will talk you through all of the action.
The Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Vivo, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona, this is living. By State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. By Oakberry, not just acai, it's Oakberry. And by Yeti, built for the wild. You are watching the round of 16. Ian Gentile and John Florence just hit the water, looking for a spot in the quarterfinals. Yago Dora just got there, just like Jesse Mendes predicted as the favorite to watch from what he's seen over the years. And in the lead up to this event, Joe Turpel with Jesse again here for the call, as Dora just stays in sync with the conditions here at Saquarema once again.
Yes, this conditions fits in so well. It's just the balance and the flow, the style that he carries, and how much of an open wall this wave is, and how good he is at those conditions. So yeah, it's very nice to watch him.
He's in a comfort zone out there, eliminating Liam O'Brien in that last heat. As we now focus on the back end of the draw, these last 2 heats of the round of 16 will set up the last quarterfinal heat. Either be John or Gentile in this one, followed by a world champion Italo Ferreira, and also Baron Mamiya representing the North Shore of Oahu. So a lot of Hawaii representation in these last 2 heats. As we watch Ian Gentile start off with an open face carve, attacking that section. And now running after a reform. And now we'll kick out there. So John, you can tell already has a number on the board, 6.67. Gentile opens with a 3.33. Different type of energy out of Ian post midseason cut. Coming off a big result in El Salvador. And he had an injury that was back at Margaret River that actually prevented him from surfing. That was a very tough situation for him to be in when he was right on the cut line. He ended up surviving, and now he's doing his best surfing with the freedom after post-cut. What do you think about this wave, Jesse?
A beautiful surf, and the wave didn't provide him enough to get a big score, but that first turn was damaged. Nice positioning off the front arm, just opening up, making it look very good, and flawless. Good first turn for him. And you see here John on the backhand, which is amazing to watch him on the backhand. We don't have that much opportunity, and oh, unfortunately right there, that was going to be a huge score if he had landed that, but still got some damage. And 6.67 to start the heat in those conditions is not bad.
Not bad. That was his start. Going to the backhand attack. John Florence, 2-time world champ, 8 championship tour victories. There's 2 spots around the world where he has 2 victories. One's Margaret River, and one's right here in Brazil, winning this event for the first time as a rookie, and also winning a few years later back in 2016. So I think a lot of people think of John. They expect him to do well in bigger conditions, you know, pipeline, real hollow waves, and he's managed to have a repeat success when it comes to competing at the CT level in Brazil as well.
Yeah, if you look back at John's just growing up, he lived in front of Ehukai, which is the beach park. You know, it's sand bottom when the swell fills in with sand, and actually the conditions in Rio at Postinho were not very similar, because obviously Hawaii has much more power, but kind of like a very shifty type of beach break, and very hollow and tight, and it kind of fits him very well. That's why I think he did so well there before. And yeah,
Ian Gentile enjoying his rookie season on tour. Special story to see him get to this part of his career, especially when he actually decided to quit surfing for a little while. He actually completely gave up on this goal of making the championship tour. It might have been the best thing for him, because as soon as he stopped surfing every day and training and having this crazy focus, he missed it. And you know, you're gonna definitely miss riding waves, especially when you have his ability. As we look at John picking off the left again, looking solid till the finish, falling on the last maneuver. Now Gentile heading that same direction. Not much left on the second effort, but good tag to start. And not much of an end section to work with, so John will have the advantage on this last exchange, unless Gentile finds a big section on the double up. Well, he's gotten there, and Ian just taps it quickly, didn't have much to work with. And John should be out in front once the scores drop in.
Yeah, so it's very impressive from John. I think how he's able to use the source of energy of powerful waves, and that's what he did right there on that first turn. As we see here first, Ian Gentile, just kind of a wobbly wave for him right there, and then it just died it out. He actually milked it, went all the way in. I think most of it just to also probably try and get the ski and get back out and reset. I'm not seeing a huge score on Ian Gentile, not lack of effort, because he put in a good work in the wave, just the wave not providing. But on the other hand, here, see that lump right there, and he was able to really put himself in that source of energy and made the most of that first section. Beautiful surf in there for John, and unfortunately just kind of a mistake because he was going to put a good score on the board right there, second score. See right there how he was able to knife. It's very hard to do backhand and make it look big, and he did that so well on that wave, and he's notorious for matching power to power, and that's what he did right there.
Well done, John Florence, as they're already out the back, setting up the next exchange. Let's hear from two peaceful human beings. Rachel is with Iago.
Thank you, Joe. Iago, you were leading the heat most part of the time and also keeping busy. So no difficulties for you in this heat?
Yeah, it's always hard competing. It's never. I think there's never an easy heat. Only if you start with like 2 9s or something. But the heat was open all the way to the last 6 minutes or so until I got that good wave, the 7. And I think the biggest challenge out there was the current. It was really strong, and I had to paddle a lot to stay in position. So I think that was the biggest challenge out there.
And now that not many Brazilians are going through the comp, that increases your chances as a Brazilian. What are your expectations for the upcoming heats?
Yeah, of course it's weird to see a lot of top seeds losing so early, but I'm trying not to think about others. I'm focused my energy on myself and trying to do the job I have.
Nice. And now, agora para os brasileiros, né? Dá um recado para a galera brasileira que está te acompanhando em casa, torcendo muito, cada vez mais torcida para você também.
Obrigado a galera que está acompanhando em casa. Consegui avançar para o dia final aqui em Saquarema. Mais um ano e tô amarradão, tô me sentindo bem aqui e empolgado para amanhã. Valeu.
Parabéns. See you in the quarters.
Thank you so much. Parabéns. Congratulations. I think my favorite word is still beleza. That just feels good to say.
Sounds nice, yeah.
And it's got a good meaning to it. Can you define that for us?
Beleza, it's kind of a confirmation, like you're affirming something. So if everything's good, you just say beleza or something in that way. Let's put it this.
I love it. Beleza is my favorite, then valeu, second, third, fidofa. Is that weird?
No, those are 3 good things, I guess. So
and
I'll
also, tamo juntos. We're in this together as we look at John Florence, throwaway backside punt. Sometimes he pulls off miracles on sections like that. He won his first CT event with a big full rote on his backhand against Joel Parkinson. Got past Joel in the final, got past Josh Kerr in the semifinals, beat Julian Wilson in the quarters as he was a rookie that year, 2012. A lot of different types of errors he's thrown down in his career, and we've had this resurgence of punts from John as we take another look at that attempt.
Yeah, just his foot got disengaged right there. I think he got a little bit stuck when he was taking off. So when he was actually got in the clear part of the wave was almost already breaking, so he was kind of a little late to the party right there, and his foot disengaged as he did the air right here. Nice wave for John.
Knifing that carve on the ramp section, throw tail reverse, and keeps that board above water. So John Florence loves a nice combination of maneuvers, frontside wrap, his own signature type of way, just burning all that speed, and is able to ramp up and get himself back into position. 6-6-7 start, 5-5, and then see what this wave ends up at.
This is what it's great right there. Once again, using the speed of the wave and the power of the wave in that first section, and then finish it up with the progressive turn, like kind of a blow tail reverse, nose pick. But this is where the money's coming right there. Just very tight in the pocket, lots of spray, and finish it up strong. If I could be picky on that wave, the only thing that might factor the score, I'm not going bigger, is just the size of it. But check this out. Swinging that front arm, putting the back arm behind the back just to create some style and some extra power right there, and finishing off very well for John.
Well done to John Florence, who is definitely in rhythm with these conditions. Kind of felt the other day when he did that alley-oop and a 9-point ride came to his name. He kind of felt like it was a turning point in his season. As Gentile, we're just catching the last couple maneuvers in the inside corner, chasing an 8.07. And just like a lot of world champions in the Red Bull Athlete Zone and then to the water, they sort of take a certain sort of energy. You know, they're the biggest names on tour for good reason, especially John. Get back to that in a second. This is what Gentile did out the back.
Yeah, good surfing there for Ian. Nice first turn, a lot of spark, and he carries so much speed, and he's very light on his foot when he needs to. And right here, just kind of doing the Huntington hop, but at Saquarema, and trying to find a little extra bonus section, but the wave just died it out. But good wave, well surfed wave right here. See, that first turn was very nice, very well timed, and kept the flow throughout the wave. It was very good surfing.
He's got his own cool approach. He's another one of those styles on tour where you can pick him out in the dark, just seeing his silhouette. Tall, lanky, but has so much balance control over his board. Can go sideways with his laybacks. He can fly out of the sky and just find his feet like a cat. Gentile chasing an 8.7 as John scores our building 6.13. He's using that from that wrap to punt combination. I was thinking about the energy that world champions demand, and Jesse, I always thought you were good at this. You know, providing great moments against big names. You know, I think that crazy flip rotation you did in Karamas comes to mind. But what does it take, you know, when you have someone that is a world champion, that is also on a roll, turning in big scores, and still not getting carried away or really overwhelmed with that situation?
Yeah, for me, I think in my personal experience, I think it's different for other people, but going against those guys, it's almost less pressure on top of you because you know they're going to perform and they're probably going to do very well. So it makes you just push yourself harder and focus on yourself and go and just going big, because that's really the only way you're going to be able to make heat against those guys. So that was always my thought going against guys like John or Gabriel. I didn't surf so much with Filipe on tour, and we didn't have many heats, but yeah.
It's cool to channel that, like, hey, this is an opportunity, and looking forward to battling against someone that's accomplished a ton. So Gentile's learning that quickly on tour. His last score comes through at a 5.0. 4.10 before that for Ian. And now needing a 7.8 to catch up to John. As you can see, the size and the conditions. Woke up this morning, it was a lot smaller than this, so it definitely has been growing throughout the day. And the plan is still to get right into the women's quarterfinals as well before we set up finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, we have a few heats, a few exciting heats as well. A lot of good matches on the women's side. A lot of opportunity for people to gain ground. Also on the men's side for the top 5. You see in this heat here, John obviously has on the back of his head the fact that so many people in front of him lost, so it's his opportunity to kind of get closer to them if he wants to be in that top 5 contender and, yeah, fight for the world title.
It's so interesting seeing him winless at this stage of the season. Gentile will take a look. He might hang in there if this opens up. Setup work now, committing to the inside track. Gentile's got some speed and a big ramp alley-oop. And he hangs on to that for a moment. I was actually thinking he was already riding out just by how much control he had. He showed us that move in El Salvador. It was fresh in his mind, very close for Ian pulling off a big move there.
Yeah, he was perfect, perfect balance on top of the board. Like you mentioned, he's very good at that. And as you see right here, he goes, he launches, but the problem is, check this out, as soon as he's landing, the lip's coming back towards at him. So what that does, it just kind of goes against the grain, and you're coming down, the lip's coming up, and he just kind of buckles you off very easily. He tried to push through it and go through that section, but it just didn't help him whatsoever. But great effort right there, and that was very close for being a very good score.
Let's hope Gentile gets another opportunity to show off that ability above the lip as he's still chasing John Florence here in the round of 16. Been a great week here in Saquarema, up and riding. John Florence crushes the first section off the bottom and hits it off the whitewater. Been enjoying these lefts in this matchup. They start 6-6-7, still keeping that as his best so far, and turns in another one, showing power and precision on his backhand attack. It is really enjoyable to watch. We always talk about needing performance lefts on tour, don't we, Jesse? But it's fun when you see a good backside act from John Florence, throwing down some power moves.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, it's just impressive how much he's capable of matching the power and the speed of the wave on a powerful wave, and he did that on the first turn, just driving through that lip line just very precisely and with a lot of confidence and solid on his foot. And that just comes from living in Hawaii and being so used to triple the amount of power in a wave than this.
He's just that natural talent that, if there was no such thing as pro surfing, he'd be doing it anyway. He just loves it that much, and you can tell no matter what the conditions look like, he wants to be in the ocean. And then falling in love with sailing more recently. When he got injured last year, he just decided to kind of check something off his bucket list and ended up captaining a mission all the way to Fiji, which tested him in wild weather conditions, found some islands that most people in the world have never heard of, surfed uncrowded waves, and I think just fell in love with the ocean even more.
Yeah, definitely. Waterman of a guy, and great role model for all the kids to kind of pursue that lifestyle of living on the beach and using the ocean as a playground.
I remember stopping by his house in Portugal years back, and it wasn't surf magazines stacked up in his house, it was all these sailing magazines, and he just wanted to learn. And what I've heard is his mom Alex, when she started taking her boys around the world, it was like she was actually really encouraging them to really get into reading. So they'd be surfing but reading books in between sessions. What I hear is I think the brother Nathan reads the most. He just educates himself all the time, and it's really cool. You can see how that has impacted all the boys' life in such a positive way. They're interested in so many different things, outside of surfing as well.
Yes, definitely. And actually, you think that Nathan is the one that reads the least because he's the most energetic one, always doing something. But I've actually heard that before as well, that he's...
And just Nathan's profile and how he's taken on his career right now is really inspiring a lot of people that can just, hey, I can take my career in my own hands and create a YouTube channel. And gosh, he's recently riding some of the most memorable waves in free surf sessions around the world.
I would say that he has a lovely lifestyle that inspires everyone. I did not want to be in the same situations that he is because it's always the scariest wave ever. But it looks very fun. It's very fun to watch what he does, and he does an amazing job. Always seems to be scoring the biggest barrels every week, pretty much.
And then you talk about Ivan, the goofy foot of the mix. Unbelievable pipeline, an incredible skateboarder. Talk about a crossover athlete as well. And just a cool guy to run into, too. And he's got his own unique kind of way of being an individual amongst all the brothers as well.
Yeah, they're all very particular, very different. They're all on their own path as well, which tends to a family to kind of go on the same path as far as surfers and competing and stuff. And they do their own thing, each one of them.
Do you read books?
Not so much.
We'll have to get some recommendations from John. 6:50 on the clock here. Ian Gentile trying to get a lead change. Looks like John will use priority. Swinging right off the lip there. Nice snap to start. Perfect transition to shut it down on a 2-turn combo. His previous left didn't change his lead. It's 6 that he's thrown away. And this one might be kind of in that same region as well with a 2-turn combo.
Yeah, I actually really like that wave. Might be my favorite wave of the heat so far. And I think what made that wave so special for him score-wise, it was the second bottom turn. Right here, he did that first great turn, and he had to really cut it short and gain speed down the line, so he would be able to actually hit that lip, get the lip line early enough to make a good turn out of it. Very short transition right there, and he was able to really capitalize on that moment.
So solid effort there, and you could tell on his kick out he loved it. That's that bottom turn.
Yeah, like impressive right here as you see it. Just cutting it short. One big turn in the beginning or one big turn in the finish wouldn't put that score in the good or very good average, but after that bottom turn, being able to squeeze 2 out of that wave, it was impressive.
Gentile now on the answer. Tags the first section. And hunting down more on the inside. We'll catch up to that in a sec. John out the back already, anticipating a big number from wave number 7 for Florence. But as we got to see that bottom turn in the replay, it's like the whole rail is just buried like a big open face hook that he does on his front side. And that's just coming off the bottom. It feels like an individual turn. This is what Gentile just did.
Yeah, Ian here on a nice looking wave, first critical turn right there, and also keeping the speed down the line. Unfortunately, the wave just kind of ran out from him, went out to sea, and he had to kick out.
Last score for John, a 7-5. Judges right there with you, Jesse, on the best number of the heat so far. One judge threw an 8. We throw out the high and the low and get the average. And that lead has extended. Gentile now needs a 9.17. But now we're down to 4:25 to go.
Yeah, he's putting Ian in a very tough situation right now. Need a 9.17 will be the biggest score of the day so far. Not easy to find. He's definitely capable of, but it's going to depend on the wave selection right there.
Well, now he knows he's got to really send it. Carve on the opening section. Waves going completely flat on Gentile. He had one big alley-oop attempt he almost pulled off, but he's found an inside wedge, ramps up, got to it just a touch late, but still throws down a reverse.
Yeah, it's so fun to watch Ian's flow in a wave. He makes it look so easy, always kind of standing up, very cruisy style. And he's one type of guy that makes it look like he's just free surfing out there. It's very fun to watch him.
Thought our host set was rumbling and shaking like a different weather change was happening, but it was all about Italo walking down the stairs. One of the favorites out here every time he competes. A world champion, and also sees opportunity with the big names going down early in this event. Italo has Baron Mamiya in the next heat, and he's going to have the entire beach on his side.
Yeah, that's like, I know it's a big opportunity because he was watching everyone fall down in front of him, and he's the last heat of the day of the men's round so far, so he knows that. And that's what I'm talking about. Ian right there, just so cruisy, arms always very relaxed and looking casual. Right here, it almost felt like the wave was done, but then he found that little extra juice right there. It was a bit flat of a reverse, but still something. I don't think it's going to factor into his score. If it does, by a little touch, but yeah.
It might come down to maybe one more shot for Gentile, and knowing he needs a 9.17 is not just a great opportunity for him to go for it, but it's really fun for fans going, okay, this guy almost needs a perfect score. Imagine if he gets a big wedge. We might see one of the coolest things we've seen all season. That's what you look forward to on this platform when one of the best surfers in the world needs a 9.17, and all they need is a shot, and they will go for it.
Yes, and he's totally capable of. We saw a glimpse of his air game at El Salvador, and then we saw it today as well. That was a huge alley-oop he did. If he had landed that, he would have been in such a good position on the heat. Unfortunately, by a little, not even a mistake, just unfortunately, it's how it rolled out.
Interesting role for John this season. Still waiting for his first win of 2023. Had a couple of great semifinals in the Australian leg where he often sweeps the tour. He's won Bells before, won Margaret River a couple times, got a couple semifinals there. He's obviously won Pike before, was knocked out early in that event on his home court. He's won Portugal before, and he didn't find that same success. So typically in that first half of the season, you're seeing him typically pick up at least a win or two. And now heading into the back end, he's kind of switching on. I texted Ross Williams right before this heat, and crickets, as we say, no response yet, but he's been focused, man, today, and kind of showing more emotion than I've seen out of him lately.
I totally agree with you. I saw a few heats after. He just looked kind of stressed, which is great. You can't get much out of that guy, and if he's showing, that means obviously there's a lot on the line and a lot happening, and he knows how crucial of a moment on the tour we are, both for those ones that are trying to be on the top 5, you know, and yeah, it's crucial moments right there. And you see John is just charging through Ian right now, and it's not going to give him an inch.
You look at the big numbers from today. Gentile is probably trying to remember he had an 8-point ride earlier in this event. Needs more, though, 9-1-7 to upset a 2-time world champion, a 2-time event winner. But Coach Ross Williams is going to be happy with this result for John into the quarterfinals here at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, and with a great opportunity to cover some ground and maybe even put himself in the WSL Final 5 before we head to J-Bay.
Yes, great opportunity. Oh, I thought he was going to pull in right there.
It's a rare moment when John doesn't pull in, even when he's coming in prone.
He probably thought about it. He was like, oh no, this is too good of a board. I'm not going to risk it.
Yeah, that was the 6-0 Ghost, a new one that he jumped on from his longtime shaper of John Paizel. It's looking sharp out in these conditions at Itaúna. Up next, Italo takes on Baramamia.
Onda. Eu sou a onda. Eu movo energia, nutrientes, vida. Eu movo você. Eu sou um símbolo de algo selvagem que existe em você. Mas ultimamente, sou eu que me sinto selvagem. Engasgada com seu lixo, superaquecida pela sua poluição. Isso me deixa doente. colabore comigo agora, antes que seja tarde demais. Eu vou continuar vindo. Eu sou a onda.
Welcome back to Sakurama. Incredible day with a lot of surf. It's getting really solid out there. Big opportunities above the lip and on the open face. That's going to suit these surfers quite well. Italo Ferreira, world number 8, taking on Baron Mamiya's 19th in the world. Going head-to-head for a spot in the quarterfinals. Winner takes on John Florence in quarterfinal number 4. Got some wild cards that have been producing. Jaddy and Sammy Pupo in the quarters as well. Pupo has Ryan Callanan, and Jansen will have Iago Dora. Ethan Ewing will be taking on the Italian, Leo Fioravanti, as we have one spot left in the final series. Going to be setting up for a great finals day tomorrow, because we're in the last day of the waiting period tomorrow on Saturday. Opening up with a punt to start is Baron Mamiya getting this wave during the break.
Yeah, great effort for him right there. Ended up getting stuck on that closeout section, which was going to put him in a good scoring range right there. But good way to start. You want to apply pressure on those big names early so they can kind of feel like they're against. And yeah, hopefully they commit a few mistakes, because usually they don't tend to do that.
There's some great movies out there in the surfing world, and there's been a really cool series with Snapped making all these rad movies from around the world. Baron Mamiya had one of the best parts, taking on slabs, doing big airs. I hope he gets chances to do all that in this heat. Let's hear from John Florence with Rachel.
Yeah, John, you've won in Brazil already, and do you think these conditions fits to your surfing?
Yeah, I do. I think it does a lot. It's pretty similar to Hawaii, just the messy kind of open ocean, and there's a lot of power to it. So I get to ride the boards I ride at home, and I like that. But it's also a lot of fun. I just like when there's a lot of waves, because you can just kind of surf through a heat. When it's slow, it's a little bit harder.
And are you riding a different board today?
Yeah, I'm riding a Ghost model that has a pintail compared to what I was riding the other day, the Red Tiger, just for a little more power and a little more hold in the waves.
And how important is it for you to advance this heat? Because you know that many of the guys that was on top 5, they didn't have advanced. So this must be really important for you, because you're now placed in number 7 in the ranking.
Yeah, it's an important heat for sure. A lot of the top ranking guys have lost out already. So it's a really good opportunity for me to make up some points. But I'm not really thinking about that too much. I'm just thinking about kind of feeling good. And so far this event, I felt really good in my surfing and my mind and stuff. And so I'm happy with that.
Okay, so keep having fun and good luck into the next round. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Rachel. Thank you so much. John Florence looking focused, having fun. There is something cool when he's get a lot of opportunities. I think it does help him relax, doesn't it?
Yeah, because he can kind of pave his own path. He doesn't really need to play so much games or strategy, mostly for a guy like John that likes to show his surfing more than anything. And yeah, with a lot of opportunities and a lot of peaks that he could sit by himself, he gives him more chances just to show his surfing, and that's what he did on the last heat. Great heat total for a day like today, 14.17, and great surfing for him.
So this one just getting started. We're expecting high fight type of energy from Italo. He's really got a hold of the crowd on opening day, and also the panel loving that backside rotator that he's famous for. He brought it back in 2 different versions on the opening round and got the win, got right into the round of 16. Everything feels like it's heading the right direction for Italo in this event.
Yes, and they're seeing the door open, right? We see here Baron scratching.
Mamiya from the North Shore of Oahu has a section open up. He knew it was going to clamp, so he's forced to kick out. He was hoping for one big section to head his way. So he'll have to head back out and find some space. When Mamiya's at home on the North Shore, I think we've all seen it, just Superman type performances in conditions from Pipeline to Rocky Point. He has certain sessions where he is honestly the best guy in the water, when he can do no wrong. And I always go back to this quote that I just felt was really solid for him, to make the midseason cut, but also say that he has more to show, that he's not quite at 100%. He knows hasn't showed the world everything. I think we get to see it in those free surfs, those moments where he's unstoppable. But then what a positive. You're still making the cut, which is really hard to do, and you know you've got so much more to show the world.
Yeah, and he's so young, so he has so much to mature. A lot of waves that he's never surfed before until probably last year. So just equipment change and just the way you approach a heat as well is different than the Challenger Series. So he has so much ahead of him and such a great talent. Obviously, we would expect him so much in places like Chopu and Pipe and Sunset because he feels at home in those spots. But all the rest is just a learning ground for him, and he's going to do great.
Sometimes after these long days of competition, you kind of got to check out the Vivo Recovery Lounge. Maida, I'm jealous. I want to hang out over there.
Yes, I am here. Here is where the athletes can come to recovery or relax a little bit. It's where Filipe came to see his knee, and it's where Kanoa Igarashi is right now, taking care of his legs. So how does it feel, Kanoa?
Feels good.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a good area.
Love it. Thank you, Maida. It's a beautiful area. Yeah, Kanoa is just in that cool little Vivo recovery zone. It's a really fast texter. You can see those thumbs going. But he's cruising, kind of just taking it through, recovering from the loss he had earlier today. And Maida did mention that injury. It's to the right knee of Filipe. And he's going to stay with the medical staff, and we'll keep you posted on any updates we might receive from that unfortunate injury to now world #1 earlier today.
Yeah, such a bummer. Injuries are always tough for athletes because he can get you out of the rhythm or anything. Mostly him sitting in such a good spot right now, and that could cost the whole year sometimes. So fingers crossed it's nothing major. And yeah, it sounded also like he was in the last wave that didn't even have so much opportunity. So hopefully everything's great with him.
We will keep you posted, but officially yellow jersey moving to Toledo. And if he is okay, look, he'll be heading into J-Bay with a lot of fire. Remember, he's got a lion tattoo on his chest for good reason. A couple of big J-Bay titles and one of the wildest waves I think ever ridden in that event. Double alley-oops and a lot more, even outside of those airs, Jesse. It's still a wave that has us scratching our head on how he did it.
Yeah, it's incredible. If you break that wave down, he probably got 18 points out of that wave. Like, it was incredible. Like, I don't think it's going to be very hard to match a wave like that out there. Mostly for the conditions. We kind of had devil winds that morning, and he was, yeah, it was impressive. Those first 2 rotations, alley-oops, like one he over-rotated and somehow landed. He was out of this world.
Okay, you're not even expecting really to see airs at all at times at J-Bay. To see 2 of the biggest alley-oops in back-to-back fashion, hoping Toledo can repeat that this season. 19 on the clock, a little bit of downtime here. Italo just with a 1.5. We're typically used to seeing Italo have about 10 waves by now. But sometimes the conditions just demand a quieten down the fired up Brazilian that represents Bahia Formosa. Little running right in his backyard. He's got a cool institute that he takes care of a lot of the local kids in his region, and not just aspiring surfers. He really promotes education and inspires young filmers, just trying to bring out the best in his local community, and always spends time giving back, having Christmas presents delivered to a lot of the kids in his town. He does so much for his community.
Yeah, and he's still a kid. Every time he goes back home, you see him playing on that wall that has that backwash with all the grums and make everyone fired up. He's always driving his car throughout some very heavy duty sand and always looking for a good time.
Yeah, he doesn't really age, does he? He's a forever Grom. And I think keeps things incredibly fun, especially when he's home with his best friends. His friend Bushesha is really kind of world famous now. So he takes him around all these dreamy world tour locations, part of the film crew.
Yeah, that's that's also because every time he's filming, he has his headphones on and he's dancing while filming. So it's pretty hilarious to watch him. Everyone noticing, was like, what is he listening right now? The dances and the moves that he's doing while filming are hilarious.
You could tell that Italo, why he'd have a best friend like Buchecha, likes his music, is always moving. Ferrer just needing a 3.84 at the moment. Ferrer was actually brilliant competing in Brazil when he first started down at Barra da Tijuca. And he had a great opportunity against Filipe towards the final series. But I remember he was worried about somebody in his family. He had a sleepless night. Everyone in his family was okay, but he just had no gas left in the tank when it came to competing. And all of a sudden we saw his fire kind of slow down for the first time, and we realized what had happened. Back in those days, he didn't speak many words in English, and we were getting a lot of reports from the people around him. And it's amazing now, when getting to know him and his personality, one of the favorites in the water and on land as well.
Definitely, and actually his personality is not really showing it off in this heat right now. We already have almost half of the heat gone by, and let's see Barron up and riding.
Barron throws down a snap. Nice connection on a smooth bottom turn, hits it again. And just gives us a little bit of noise out of that quiet lull. 4.83 was his opener, and this will be his second scoring ride. Nice smooth connection as he's kind of S-ing his way into this reform. Now starting to drive. Let's see the ramp for Mamiya. Now setting up a cool little snap to slide. End section, hits it over the top and gets the completion.
Well served wave there for Barron. But back to Italo, he only got one wave and there's 15 minutes left and 40 seconds. And that's not usual what you see from Italo, just very slow heat so far. But here, nice first turn right there, just timing it perfectly, getting those fins above the lip, and was very calm in the second bottom turn, which allowed him to get some good spray on that second turn. And right here, just doing the hop, going over that flat section, just very steady and calm, and waiting just for that perfect moment to start to speed up again and get this nice carve right here with a little bit of tail release right there. A lot of flare and finish it off the wave. Well put wave together for Barron right there.
Really enjoyed that. I remember hearing Dino explain what he loves, how people make the connection in Huntington from out the back to the inside. And he was always saying, no, it's not the hop. You got to S-turn your way through like Tom Curran did. And that was kind of what Barron did in that moment. There wasn't any hopping. It was just real smooth lines connected to the power source. And that's how you do it with style.
Definitely, and I mean, no one better to mention than Tom Curran, right? The problem is copying the guy, because his flawless, perfect style, everyone's dream style, but easier said than done. But good effort there for Barron. Great score as well.
One of Barron's best friends showed up in Saquarema. Noah Beshin just popped into the town and premiered one of his movies. I talked to Noah, and he was like, wow, what a place to have a movie premiere. The place was packed. They were screaming after every single wave. I think that might be something for a lot of surfers to do. Maybe time your movie release during the event in Saquarema. You're going to get a huge crowd. They're going to be into it. They're going to be engaged. They're not going to be afraid to scream. I think Noah had a blast. And Barron showed up. Barron said he was so inspired to see what one of his best friends put together.
Yeah, and I actually thought about that as well, because the crowd here is amazing. So for you to gather that many people in the same place, they're all fascinated with surfing, is very hard, and that's a smart idea of him doing his premiere here. And yeah, enjoying this moment and embracing all this crowd and surfers fans.
Oh, it's so cool. There's so many activations happening here during the event as we look at Barron finding a tail high whip. Nails it. Looking comfortable and calm in these conditions, and now Italo, after a long wait, finally steps on his second wave of the heat. This wall stretching out, throw away backside punt, and he's down. That's his signature move. That really got him straight into the round of 16 from the opening round. Little disconnected above the lip and couldn't pull this one off.
Yeah, that's all because of the angle. He was coming in with not much speed, and when the wave got steep enough for him to do the air, he just, as you see right here, check this out, just a little rep to set up, and then he had to go to that flat section. And as soon as the wave got speed, he didn't have enough speed to actually match, and he had to really throw it into the flats, and just the wind not helping, just kind of fell backwards and tried to regain right there. You can see him popping up right now, but just not enough power. And Bear, on the other hand, just applying more pressure, tail high, very good rotation, clean. And it looks like there was no inside on that wave. I could be wrong. Yeah, he looks like he kicked out, but that's a dream scenario for Barron. Like, even though he has not that big of a score right now, the gap in between them is pretty big. So basically, Italo is needing 2 waves so far, and with 11 minutes and 50 seconds, that gives a lot of time for Barron to actually capitalize on his 2 waves. So a good advantage there for Barron.
Baron Mamiya with a great opportunity, leading over a world champion named Italo Ferreira, chasing an 8.77. Big heats setting up in the quarterfinals. And one man that's already there is a guy that's won this event 2 times, one of the most popular surfers in the world, John Florence, enjoying his time on the beach. One of our favorite moments from this past waiting period, waiting for waves as we catch up to a punt from air show in the sky to air show in the water. Nice quick punt for Baron Mamiya. It'll be a throwaway error, but he's staying in rhythm out in this lineup. Still has his lead over Italo Ferreira, and Italo, believe it or not, needs a 9.41. Another strange thing is Baron's caught more waves than Italo, which never seems to happen in the CT competition. Joe Chappelle, Jesse Mendez for the call. Remember, winner of this heat takes on John Florence in the quarterfinals. And this would build Mamiya's rhythm. He looked great in El Salvador. He still looks like he's carrying that rhythm here at Ito on the beach.
Yeah, great moment here for Barron, man. Great opportunity for him to capitalize and jump into the quarterfinals. Not the biggest scoring total, but the fact that Italo has really nothing to back him up, it makes this heat very tough for Italo at the moment. He only needs a pair of 5s or like a high 5s, but he has nothing right now. So the clock's running down, the pressure is building, and it's moment for Barron to apply even more pressure on him if he wants to win this heat.
Italo Ferreira asking for a time call as we look at the history with these two. Tied at 1 win apiece. Italo got Barron when Mamiya was a wild card at Karamas a few years back. And then Mamiya got Italo back last year at Sunset when Mamiya was a wild card, went all the way to the win at Sunset and called that day the best day of his life. Just had tears coming from his eyes that he could not control. And I don't think he had the belief yet in himself to take down the world. He was just still trying to qualify through the Challenger Series. Everything changed with a great result there at Sunset Beach. We're still seeing him live off that success and still has a spot on tour.
Yeah, it's definitely a moment that he'll remember for the rest of his life. And like you said, he probably didn't even believe that could have been reality at that moment. And that's actually normal for a guy that young. And just being a wild card, you have to go through the toughest matches of the event. And just, yeah, way to pull it off. And what a way to qualify as well.
So this battle will decide who has the edge on each other. It's tied 1 apiece. So far, Barron out front, but Italo right behind him. It was fun seeing Italo join forces with the Stab crew and do the Stab in the Dark program, trying all types of different equipment and put on an absolute show, showing how talented he is in small conditions. Did a million airs, a lot of power surfing, and changing boards so quickly and adapting to that. I'm always so impressed with surfers of your caliber, Jesse, where it doesn't take much to adapt to a new board on the fly and figuring out what works. And it's kind of cool to see Italo in a different type of light outside of the CT jersey.
Yeah, and also like nowadays, like everyone's so good at shaping boards, and mostly with all the machines, they have so much consistency, so that helps it out a lot. And we see here Tyler getting ready for the first heat of the women's round.
Tyler Wright taking on Gabrielle O'Brien. Tyler, number 2 in the world, having a sensational year. Was solid in her Bells Beach event title defense. And how about Gabby Bryan, learning so much, last year's Rookie of the Year. And getting some words of wisdom from the dog. Richard Dog Marsh, longtime tour standout for many years, representing Cronulla. So that's going to be a great heat as we get the women back into the lineup. Tyler looking really, really strong this year. Had to deal with a bit of an illness at the Surf Ranch event, but there's something special about Tyler's run this season. She's missed out on a World Championship day in 2 consecutive years, but she's got a great connection. She's won 3 times in Brazil. She might be the favorite when you look at the final series. You know, you always talk about risks and company, but something about Tyler coming into finals day tomorrow and obviously quarters this afternoon. I feel like she's really in rhythm this year.
Yeah, she definitely is. She's bringing something fresh, something new. She looks faster surfing, which is very appealing. And Italo up and ready.
Finding his section to throw his signature move. He's had 2 versions of this. One was a long wall to ramp up, and he had a bad angle on the takeoff. This one got there quickly, which is always amazing to see how quickly he can get his board above the lip. But still, he's searching for an answer to Barron. He's still left chasing a 9.41.
All right, so now they're sitting really on the middle of the beach, and Italo just came in to grab the ski assist, so he's going to go all the way to the corner of the beach. And Barron identifying that he's just started paddling so fast towards the channel, too closer to the rock, so he can keep an eye on him and be very close to him in this last few minutes. And him sitting with priority now is just that last move that he needs to do to really put the nail in the coffin.
If there's anyone you've got to be worried about with 3:40 to go, needing a big score, it's Italo. I mean, this guy can turn a heat around in 90 seconds. It doesn't have to be a wave like Tahiti or Pipeline where you see that happen more often than not. A wave like this, Italo, 2 sections, 2 closeouts, he can take you down. So Barron being smart, adjusting his position. Barron brought his manager, Sean Ward, down here with him. And Sean shreds. Sean actually won a major QS in Brazil back in the day. And Barron's always thanking Sean for all the support. So he's got good energy. Bought 8 Sharp Eye surfboards with him. He said they feel amazing. And looks like right now, Jesse, he's making good decisions as well.
Yeah, but we do have kind of a rip. Like I said, the right's kind of a ripple. So that rip's going towards Barron right now. So it's kind of blocking him to get to Italo quickly. But he's going to make his way there. It probably needs a few seconds more, probably 30 to 40 seconds for him to get up to him. So this is kind of a chance that Italo needs, and he has at this moment. He really needs to capitalize. Let's see if a wave comes his way before Baron gets close to him.
Italo, just like John, has this big opportunity to catch up to the WSL Final 5. But he's in a bit of trouble at the moment. You have to pull off some classic Italo heroics to turn this thing around. And right there, Baron popping into your screen. Through all the movement in the water, he was able to catch up to Italo and hang on to his priority. 2 minutes to go. Italo finding some space. That wave's not letting him in.
Yeah, that wave kind of disappeared. It looked like kind of a good wave, but there's something out the back that he's scratching for. Let's see what's going to happen.
Baron takes a look, gets closer to Italo. Italo in a better position. He will glide in. Already with some speed. Lays down a solid frontside carve. There's a second version. End section. He goes for a nice clean off the top. So right there, that's Italo's best wave of the matchup with 90 seconds to go. Mamiya commits to the wave behind him and falls on his last turn.
Yeah, unfortunately for Italo now, the clock's going against him, but kind of a big mistake for Baron to not being under Italo right there and giving this opportunity for Italo to really make this gap closer. So doors open. Let's see if he's going to have time to get back out there and maybe have another chance, because that's going to be a great score for Italo.
Baron Mamiya has been doing really well against the Brazilian goofy foots. When you really focus on El Salvador, beat Yago Dora, beat Gabe Medina, and now has a really solid opportunity against Italo Ferreira. Italo got his best score, so we'll see what that number changes to. He knew he needed at least a 9-4-1 to turn it, so he's trying to break that into 2 waves. 35 seconds, he's still on the back of the ski.
And that's the problem that I was saying, that Baron played a very smart heat, even though he didn't have the biggest scores, but he just made the gap too far. So now that Italo actually had the chance to get close to him, he's still going to need another score, and there's no time left. So it's looking tough for him.
Great heat for Baron Mamiya, 15 seconds to go. Italo is dropped off in the lineup. We're already into the countdown. There's little lines coming through all over the place. But will he be in position? Looks like Italo is going to run out of time. Baron Mamiya is into the quarterfinals. All Hawaiian matchup with Baron taking on John Florence on finals day. And so clutch when the energy's with Italo from the beach. He's a world champ. He's been landing big airs all week. It's definitely one of the key victories for this young man this season. There's Sean Ward to celebrate.
Yeah, smart surfing and smart decisions strategy-wise, and yeah, applied pressure from the beginning to the end in Italo, and once Italo got closer, it was too late.
Great performance for Baron Mamiya as he continues into the quarterfinals. Quarterfinals time for the women. Tyler Wright takes on Gabby Bryan coming up next. We'll be right back after this.
Style, grace, fluidity, power. That was a beautiful section for Steph. That right there was a savage cut for Stephanie Gilmore.
Tatiana, what an amazing performance she's had. She got nice and barreled.
Tati's been unbelievable.
Molly Picklum is your Hurley Pro Sunset Beach champion, and she's feeling it right now.
Marks out in front, jams it again. She is on her way and seals the deal. Two-time world champ Tyler Wright, end section approaching.